National Broadcasting Company present, transcribed, Sir Ralph Richardson in Theatre Royale.
This is Ralph Richardson. Our play today is Sir James Barrie's Half an Hour. It was originally written in the form of a one-act play, and so it lends itself easily to our purpose. Barrie invariably wrote his stage directions in a personal and descriptive manner. I don't think I can do better than to borrow from his own stage direction to make the introduction. I myself shall play the part of Richard Garson in Sir James Barrie's Half an Hour. The place is London, and the time a more leisured age than we know today. Mr. Garson, we can hardly call him the hero of the story. Mr. Garson is a financier, and his young wife, Lady Lillian, live in a mansion near Park Lane. Later this evening, they will be entertaining guests there. But now, they are alone. They're in the middle of their periodic brawls. He is being insensitive, as usual. She is being provocative, also as usual. In fact, it is not a very pretty scene.
Why don't you strike me, Richard? After all, I'm only a woman, and there's no one within call.
A woman, you useless thing. That's just what you're not.
How strong you are, aren't you? No wonder I love you. Look how you've crumpled my frock.
Well, you certainly asked for it.
Did I? You know, I can't make up my mind whether green is really my color. What do you think? What color do you best like to knock me about in, Richard?
You mind what you're saying.
Well, do you mind telling me what all this scene has been about?
Oh, I can't even remember. Anyhow, what's it matter what it was that started us off? Something always does, and in the end, we end up by saying exactly what we think of each other.
Of course, but we know what we think of each other before we start.
Maybe we do. But how many times have I said to that father of yours...
Oh, Pops. By the way, I never heard how much you paid him for me when we got married.
One way and another, a good £20,000.
I can't help feeling proud.
If I could have got you for half, I wouldn't have had you.
How like you to say that, Richard. Still, there are other women for whom you could have paid even more. There must have been some reason why you picked on me.
Oh, you rotten old aristocratic families. All so poor and so well turned out. The come-on look in the melting eyes of you and the disdain of you. I suppose they went to my head. You were the worst, so I chose you.
I won.
Oh, you didn't need to come to me unless you liked, you know.
I admit that. It was your money that brought me.
Quite so.
I'm sorry, Richard, for both of us.
Ah, nonsense.
You must at least allow I never pretended it was anything but your wealth that drew me.
I never wanted it to be anything else.
How like you again. Perhaps that's even some little excuse for me. Not very much.
Soft soda.
I dare say. Why don't we end it?
Do you know who you're talking to with my name in the city?
Oh, of course. But if you won't, Richard, has it ever struck you that someday I may?
You? Never.
You have a mighty faith in me.
Mighty.
May I ask why?
Isn't it obvious? You know why. In that expensive little heart of yours, you can't afford to. You're too fond of my money.
I see.
Tragic, your lot, isn't it?
More tragic than you understand.
Bought you when you were too young to know what you were doing.
Not so young, but that I should have known.
It's a rare, exquisite creature, too, as you know yourself to be.
As I know I'm not, but as I long to be, and as I think I could be.
As you think you could be if you'd married a better man, I suppose.
All right, mock me. You have the right, but it may be truer than you think.
That's what they tell you. I've no doubt.
Who tell me?
Those young cubs who live on your father.
If I was to let them tell me what they would like to say...
But they do, my pet. And when they've finished, you tell them they mustn't say things like that, and your lip trembles, and one sad tear sits in your sweet eyes. The same little tear that comes when you've overdrawn your allowance.
How you read me.
I think so. I think I know the stuff you're made of. I wouldn't try any heroics, Lillian. You can't live up to them.
I haven't the courage, I suppose.
Oh, you've the sort of pluck that let the French jack-o'-dandies go tripping to the guillotine, and perhaps my breed hasn't. When it comes to living, you've got to live on us, my girl, and make the best of it.
Oh, if only I...
If only you were to show me, is that it? Well, I'm not nervous. In the end, you'll always be true to number one. I've thought you out that far, at least.
And supposing I did show you.
If you did... If you tried to play any game on me, well...
Would it be the knife, Richard, or Desdemona's pillow?
You brought any shame on me, before I put you to the door, I'd break you.
You're hurting me. If I did it, I wouldn't be here to break.
I shouldn't advise you to be, Lillian.
Unless you wish to do the breaking now, please let go of my wrist.
Come in.
Excuse me, ma'am. May I draw the curtain?
Yes, Jane.
Dinner at p:30, I suppose.
I suppose so.
Jane, send me a whiskey into the billiard room, will you?
Yes, sir.
Jane, leave the curtains now. Attend to the whiskey.
Very well, madam.
Richard, when you read this, you'll know that I've left you forever. I've known for a long time the love of a man that I can really respect. Not rich, as you are, but a man who asks nothing more of life than that I should be with him. He's asked me to go away with him, far away, to Egypt, and I've made up my mind to do so. I wish you to know his name. It is Hugh Peyton. When you've divorced me, I hope to be his wife. Lillian. I'm leaving the emeralds in the drawer of your desk with this note. I do not wish to have anything with me which might remind me of your unkindness. Ten past 8. Just time to catch him before he goes for his train.
Well, what is it, Susie?
You'll be stamping at me, sir, but there's a lady.
A lady?
I told her you were finishing packing and going away to Egypt, but she would come up.
Lillian. Oh, my dear.
No, Hugh, please listen to me first. You see, I've changed my mind and come after all.
My darling.
Yes, I'm here to go with you if you'll have me still. But, oh, Hugh, let there be no more mistakes. Don't have me, dear, if you'd rather not.
Lillian, dearest.
This isn't really a shock to you, is it? Hugh, you don't despise me in your heart for coming?
Dear, my dear.
After all, you're so fond of Egypt, perhaps it'd be lovelier for you to go back to it alone.
Egypt without you? Horrible.
Well, after all, you were going, dear. Was it seeming horrible before I came?
Oh, darling, it would be inconceivable if it wasn't.
You sounded cheerful enough as I came upstairs.
Oh, Lillian, dearest, that man packing wasn't me. I only began to be again when you came through that door. But tell me, dear, what made you change your mind so suddenly?
Not suddenly. I longed to come to you, but I was his wife. Hugh, did you hear me say I was his wife? What a lovely way of putting it.
My wife now. And always.
Things he said to me tonight.
There, that's all over. Did you tell him you were going?
Yes, I left a letter for him in the drawer of his desk with all the jewelry I was wearing, just like you told me to do.
You said in it that you were coming to me?
Yes.
I wanted you to do that. I wanted it to be all above board. I'm not afraid of him.
I said I was going away with you, and I put my wedding ring inside the letter. I've burned all my boats, Hugh.
Darling.
Oh, if it had turned out that you were sorry, that rather not.
Oh, a nice sort of gent I'd be.
He
if-
thinks me a rotten, shallow creature. No, don't
darling.
interrupt. Perhaps I was so with him, dear. What was bad in each of us seemed to call to the other. He said that in any test, I'd always go where my bread was best buttered.
Well, he'll see how wrong he was then when you come with me. Good Lord, look at the time. We mustn't miss the train. Not another word if you love me. Can you snap these catches while I sit on this trunk? That's it. Why, what are you smiling at?
I just remembered, Hugh. There were people coming to dinner tonight.
I've just remembered something far more important. Woman, where is your trousseau? Susie!
I've only what you see me in, dear. Here's all the riches I bring you. 4 and 6pence. Please take care of my dowry for me, Hugh.
You poor dear. But what fun to buy you a trousseau at Brindisi, if not before. Susie!
Are you going to send Susie to get a trousseau for me?
Of course. Ah, Susie, skip across to the nearest draper's and buy me a trousseau.
What, sir?
Size 5.5 by 1 1/4. Hurry up now, fly.
Whatever does he mean?
He only means he wants a taxi.
Oh, that? Well, Mother's out, and you know what Father is, sir. But I'll get it myself.
Oh, no, you don't, Susie. Not in the rain. I'll be back in a jiffy, Lillian.
He's just bubbling over, miss. And all because he's going off to make dams in Egypt.
Has he been bubbling over for long, Susie?
For days and days. I used to think of him out in Egypt in a very dirty state, till I saw a picture of him all in laundry white and riding on a camel.
The camel goes on its knees to him, Susie.
I don't wonder at it. There was a thing about him in the paper, and it said, the ball is at his feet.
And it is a great career.
For him. But I've just got to make ready for another lodger. That's all the great career there is for the likes of me. I'm thinking there's a great career for you.
Well, how, Susie?
Him. I wonder, would you let me see it? I've never seen engagement rings except in shop windows.
But I'm afraid I haven't got one yet.
You haven't landed him yet? Oh,
All is going to be lovely, Susie.
you've got him.
I've got him.
Lucky you.
Yes, lucky me. Oh, you mustn't grudge him to me, Susie. I haven't always been lucky with men.
Men. Oh, men. Most men deserves all they get. I can just see you and him, though, on your camel.
Ah, there he is.
He's still got his key. It's not him, miss. I think there's something wrong.
Wrong? Oh, quickly, Susie.
What is it?
Could you tell me that Mr. Payton is here?
Oh, you got Oh, miss,
What is it? What's happened? Tell me.
there's been an accident. They're bringing him in.
Oh, Mr. Payton. Oh, Susie, it can't be.
It's him. He was run over.
My name's Dr. Brody. My poor lady, have they told you?
Tell me.
Your husband, he was knocked over by a motor bus. He ran out of the news here. It was raining and the driver couldn't pull up on the wet road. He was knocked down.
You.
Mrs. Payton, I'm afraid it's very serious. Very serious.
Tell me.
I must tell you. Mr. Payton is dead.
No,
He died as they picked him up.
it isn't true.
I'm a doctor. I happened to be passing. I didn't know him, of course, but one of the people told me his name. He only spoke one word before he died.
My name?
The word was Egypt.
He's going there. Both of us are going. He'd gone out for a taxi, so you see, it can't be true.
Mrs. Payton, I'm afraid it is true. Your husband is dead.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale, starring Sir Ralph Richardson.
In 1906, a disaster occurred in San Francisco, California, when an earthquake and fire scourged the city. The story of how the courageous citizens and military personnel worked to put out the fires and save the city from utter destruction is the dramatic subject of Inheritance this week. Have you heard this important series, pinpointing great moments in American history? If not, tune in later for tonight's inspiring historical recreation. Then, for an inside picture of history in the making, hear John L. Lewis, President of the United Mine Workers of America, as he attempts to answer the barrage of questions fired at him by the panel of top newsmen on Meet the Press. All ahead tonight, so keep listening. And why not take a beforehand look at what's coming on your Monday through Friday roster? A longtime favorite is comedian Bob Hope. Now he's making new friends among the housewives' circle. Hear the comic every weekday morning when he interviews interesting personalities from the studio audience, reads some true funny stories from listeners, and engages in a bit of off-the-cuff repartee with announcer straight man Bill Goodwin. And Fibber McGee and Molly visit with you nightly, too. All lots of fun. So get into the NBC habit. It's one you're sure to enjoy.
We now continue Theatre Royale, starring Sir Ralph Richardson.
It isn't true. It can't be.
It is true, alas. Mrs. Peyton, I want to help you in any way possible. There seems to be no one in the house but a very useless man and a child. Now, if you could give me the address of any male relative...
You mustn't bring anyone here. You mustn't on any account.
Just to help you with the format... I don't quite... Excuse me, you are Mrs. Peyton. I'm sorry, I have no wish to intrude, but someone must communicate with the relatives, and, of course, an inquiry
You
will have
mean
to...
I've no right to be here?
That's none of my business. But you must know what... Pardon me, I won't disturb you any longer.
Oh, no, please don't go. What am I to do? We were going away together. You'll think that wrong, I know.
How should I know?
Well, there were reasons. I was leaving my husband. We were going away together, and we're going to be married after the divorce.
I see. Well, you understand that... Well, there'll have to be an inquest. And if you're found here, you may be called on to give evidence.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly...
Then my advice is leave here immediately before I call the police. If they've not been called already. Yes, I think that might be best for both of you.
But I've nowhere to go. Nowhere. I loved him. I risked everything for him. I'm lost.
Those who risk all and lose have to face the consequences.
Very well. I'll go. Somewhere.
What time are they coming with us? Have I time to write a note?
It's 2 minutes short of the half hour, sir.
Her ladyship not down yet?
I believe not, sir.
No, she isn't usually late. I didn't hear her in her room, come to think of it.
Shall I send up to inquire, sir?
Oh, no, she'll be down directly, no doubt. I've just got to write a note before the guests arrive. They know there'll be 3 tonight with us.
Yes, sir. Oh, they're here, apparently, sir.
Oh. Well, I'll write this later, I suppose. Here, give me those papers with us. We'll put them in here for now. What the devil? Good heavens. Lillian's emeralds. What on earth are they doing in this desk? She must have shoved them in the drawer and forgotten them, I suppose. Her all over.
They're here, sir. Is that all, sir?
Yes, that's all, thanks.
Mr. and Mrs. Redding, sir.
Ah, glad to see you both. Come in and get warm. Lily will be here in a minute.
You seem to be having a little joke all by yourself, Carson.
Look what I found.
My. Where did they come from?
Here in the desk. I put my hand in a drawer for some papers, and I found these instead.
Well, all I can say is, let's go hard.
Silly man. They're Lady Lillian's. I'd know them anywhere. Beautiful emeralds.
The joke is, I see now why my wife's late for dinner.
No. It's we that are early.
She must have shoved them in the drawer there. Her set are more careless than ours, you know. And then forgotten where she put them. I bet she's searching high and low for them at this moment.
Oh, the poor dear. But suppose some servant had found them, or that awful man who winds the clock.
Well, they're safe enough now. I'll take care of them.
Dr. Brodie.
Ah, here you are. Very pleased to see you in my little place, Brodie.
Thank you, Garson. Lady Lillian, I'm honored.
No. This isn't Lady Lillian.
Would that it were, Dr. Brodie.
Oh, come.
Dr. Brodie, Mrs. Redding.
Oh, how do you do?
You and Redding have met at the club, of course.
Yes, to be sure.
yes.
Yes. I forgot you didn't know my wife, Brodie. She'll be down in a moment. I must apologize for her being late.
Now, don't fuss, Mr. Garson. Dr. Brodie knows what women are.
No, not I, Mrs. Redding. But I was afraid I would be late myself. A very strange thing happened just now.
Aye, what was that?
An accident in the street. Man knocked over by a motor bus. Not far from here. Killed.
Oh, rough luck. Well, did you have to do anything?
Yes, I did. He was living just around here. Seems to be an engineer or something. Done some good work out in India, they told me. Peyton was the name. Did you ever know him by any chance?
Peyton? Oh, it was Hugh Peyton we met once at dinner who... Oh, no, Egypt was his place.
Oh, I'm sorry, not India. It was Egypt, she said. Yes, probably the same fellow.
Was he married?
No, not married exactly. Poor devil.
Oh, surely better in the circumstances that he wasn't married.
Oh, much better.
You said, poor devil.
Did I? I was thinking of something else.
Of the lady, you mean?
Did I say there was a lady?
You're saying it now.
Yes, there was a lady, all right. She was married, she told me. She'd just left her husband, run away from him that very hour. In fact, she and Peyton were on the point of going away together. The bags were packed, everything. In fact, he was looking for a taxi when he was knocked over.
So she was leaving her husband, was she?
That's what she told me. And the most extraordinary thing is that the husband didn't know she'd gone.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Everyone, do forgive me.
Ah, there you are. You're very late, Lillian.
I know, dear Mrs. Redding, I'm so ashamed. Forgive me, kind Mr. Redding.
All I can say, Lady Lillian, is that you're worth waiting for.
Oh, and this...
Yes. How do you do?
My wife at last, Brodie. I forgot, Lillian, whether I mentioned that Dr. Brodie very kindly promised to take pot luck with us.
No, but I'm so pleased, Dr. Brodie. Any friend of my husband.
Thank you, Lady Lillian.
He's been telling us such a shocking story,
Oh,
Lady
no,
Lillian.
it'll spoil my dinner.
Oh, not quite, I hope, Redding.
No, not quite.
A man killed in the street. Tell her, Dr. Brodie.
I'm afraid it wouldn't interest Lady Lillian.
Oh, yes, by the way, it would. You'll remember him, Lil.
Was it someone I know?
Peyton was the name. Hugh Peyton, I think. Wasn't it at the Rossiters we met him, wasn't it?
Was he a barrister?
No, some sort of an engineer. He worked abroad somewhere, Egypt. Only in a small way, I believe.
Dark man, wasn't he?
No, fair. Evidently, if you ever knew him, Lady Lillian, you have forgotten him.
One meets so many.
Just so.
There was a woman in it, Lady Lillian. Do get him to tell us about her. I'm sure there's a scandal in it somewhere. Ask him to tell us.
Why not?
Very well. I assure you, I pitied her when I thought she was his wife. And still more when I found out that she wasn't. She kept crying, what could she do?
Runs away from her husband, gets her lover run over. She can always run out and get her some new ones, can't she?
Oh, look here, Garson.
What a sentimental fellow you are, Brodie. That kind can look after themselves all right. After all, she told you she was married, didn't she? Well, by Jove, supposing she just bolts back to unsuspecting number one. Her husband, I mean.
Oh, Lord.
When she left the house at my request, I couldn't have thought so despicably of her as that.
Is it more abject than my husband's other end for her? Would have to be one of the two.
Yes, it would have to be one of the two. But to go creeping back to her husband as though nothing had happened, that would be too much.
Oh, it's quite possible, you know, Garson. Don't you think so? I say, though, that'd be making a pretty chump out of the husband, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no doubt. All the same. It has a funny side to it, you know. Don't you think so, Brodie? It has its humorous side, you know.
Oh, yes, I can see that, Garson. But I wasn't thinking about the husband as I walked here. I was thinking about the woman, picturing her in dire desolation.
Don't you think she may be in dire desolation still?
Thinking it over, Lady Lillian, no. I've come to the conclusion that your husband is right, and that I was a sentimental fellow wasting my sympathy on her.
Exactly. We don't need to worry about her, I think.
Dinner is served.
Ah, Dr. Brody, will you take Lady Lillian in?
I shall be honored.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Garson, you were telling us about Lady Lillian's emeralds, remember?
Oh, but of course. Why, hello, Lil. You haven't got them on tonight. I thought you got them out of me, especially to go with that dress.
Well, no,
Well, where are they? I was talking about them to Mrs. Redding before you came in.
I took them off down here earlier on and left them for safety in one of your desk drawers.
Oh, which one?
That one.
Ah, better open up and put them on again, hadn't you? I like you in them, you know.
I remembered them when I was upstairs dressing, and then I forgot them again. Oh, yes. Yes, here it is. But my emeralds. The emeralds have gone. They're not here, but they should be. I left them here only a little while ago. I know I did.
What, you say they're gone?
Richard, what's to be done? My emeralds, I know they're in this drawer.
Gone? Well, send for the police at once. This is very serious.
I know they were there. I know. What can have happened to them?
Mr. Garson, how can you keep it up? Don't you see the poor girl's nearly fainting? And I'm not surprised. I know I should. Emeralds.
Come on, Lil. Calm yourself. And let this be a lesson to you, that's all. Everything's all right. It's just a trick I was playing on you. I found them in the drawer just before Redding came in.
There never was a chap like Garson for playing tricks on you. A masterpiece, a real masterpiece.
There you are. Put them on. Then let's go to dinner, Mrs. Redding.
Oh, poor Lady Lillian. She looks quite pale.
Oh, she'll get over it. Maybe even more careful with them next time. Eh, Lil? Lil, come on. What are you doing over there? Burning something?
An old letter. Just an old letter. Dr. Brody, shall we go in?
Oh, Mrs. Redding. This is Ralph Richardson again.
The National Broadcasting Company present, transcribed, Sir Ralph Richardson, your host in Theatre Royale.
This is Ralph Richardson. From time to time, I'm inviting some of my friends from the theater to join me as my guests in this program. And today I'm very happy to welcome an actor whose recent work on the stage, and particularly on the screen, has made him one of the best known and best loved of our stars. I refer to Alec Guinness. He has chosen to appear in a role created by the late H.G. Wells, a part which, in my opinion, might very well have been created for Alec himself. Well, here then is Alec Guinness, both as your storyteller and as Fotheringay in H.G. Wells' The Man Who Could Work Miracles.
Admit this is a most unusual story. In some ways, perhaps you'll find it rather hard to believe, but I can only retell it to you as the author told it to me, and I can hardly suppose that he would have made the whole thing up in his head, he being one of my parishioners at the time. The hero of the story, I think we shall have to call him our hero, was a clerk at Gomshot's the drapery store, and his name was George McWhirter Fotheringay, not the sort of name I personally should have associated with a gift such as he possessed. I remember the fellow perfectly well. He was greatly addicted to assertive argument, and it all began with an argument in the bar of our local hostelry, the Long Dragon.
Thanks, I don't mind if I do.
Same again, Miss Maybridge, and half a pint of wallop for our new friend here.
Oh, Tar.
Oh, then, where was I?
Well, you were talking about miracles.
Oh, that's right. Now, look here, Mr. Beamish. Before we go any further, let's clearly understand what a miracle is. The way I look at it, a miracle is something contrariwise to the course of nature, done by the power of will. If you like, something that couldn't happen without being especially willed.
Oh, so you say.
Well, isn't it? What do you say, sir? Am I right? A miracle is something contrariwise to the course of nature, done by the power of will.
Well, yes, I suppose it is.
No, you can't deny that, Mr. Beamish.
Well, no, not so far as it goes.
Very well. Now, let's take a common instance. What we have here, swinging from the ceiling, a paraffin lamp, or perhaps I should say a kerosene lamp.
Right.
Either way, we can agree to call it an oil lamp. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Well, now let me show you what I mean by a miracle. That oil lamp, in the course of nature, couldn't turn upside down and keep on burning, could it?
Oh, you say it couldn't.
Well, could it? Never mind what I say. What do you say?
No, it couldn't.
Of course it couldn't. If the lamp turned upside down, it would go out in the course of nature. Any oil lamp would. Very well, then. Here comes someone, as it might be me, and stands, as it might be here, and says to that lamp, as I might do, collecting all my willpower, lamp, turn upside down in mid-air without breaking and go on burning steady.
Good heavens, it has done. Here, upside down. Here, look out, is this going to fall? Oh, no.
I can't keep it up, my willpower, any longer.
It's along there. Get out of the way.
Oh, George Fotheringham, you ought to be ashamed. What do you think you're playing at, coming in here and playing tricks like that? This is a respectable house, and we don't want anything like that in it. Conjuring tricks.
Yeah, you silly fool. Might have set the whole place alight.
Everyone accused Fotheringham of a silly trick and blamed him for causing a disturbance. They said it was nothing to be proud of, and despite his perplexity, he was rather inclined to agree with them. In fact, he was virtually asked to leave the premises, which he did. As he went home, he nervously watched the street lamps as he passed them, and it was only when he found himself sitting in his little bedroom in Church Row that he was able to grapple seriously with his memories of the occurrence. What on earth happened? I didn't want the confounded lamp upset. I'd have been burnt myself. But wait a minute. Perhaps I did want it to turn upside down. After all, I told it to do so. Perhaps just then, when I said it, I did will it to turn upside down without realizing. After all, while it hung there, upside down in mid-air, still burning with a flame pointing downwards, I felt somehow that it depended on me to keep it there without falling. Perhaps it was my willpower that did it after all. Well, I wonder if I can do it again. That candle on the dressing table. I wonder. Candle, rise up in the air. Oh! Good Lord, it did happen. Rose right up in the air and hung there till I got scared and stopped concentrating. Where are the matches? Where the devil did I put them? Oh, wait a minute. If I can work miracles, let there be a match in my hand. But there is a match in my hand. Where's the box? Where did I put it? Oh, never mind. Match. Be lit. Oh, this is fantastic. Let me be in bed. Not with my clothes on. I mean in bed undressed. I mean in my pajamas. That's better. With a hot water bottle. Let me be fast asleep. Fotheringay awoke at his usual hour and was pensive all through breakfast time, wondering whether his overnight experience might not have been a particularly vivid dream. At length, just to make sure, he turned again to cautious experiments. For instance, in addition to the 2 boiled eggs that his landlady served him, he also indulged in a delicious goose egg, laid, boiled, and served by his own volition. At last he hurried off to work at Gomshot's, the draper's, where he was employed as a clerk in the counting house.
Here he is. Morning, Fotheringay.
Morning, Jackson.
Yeah, you were in rather good form last night at the Long Dragon.
How do you mean?
Rather chucking your weight about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Robinson here was in there just after they threw you out.
Threw me out? Nobody threw me out of anywhere.
Maisie says you were drunk. Yeah, started to smash the place up for them. Quite a scene.
Nothing of the sort. I left early, perfectly sober.
Go on. You were drunk. That's why they had to throw you out.
I tell you, they didn't throw me out. I left.
At 9 o'clock? Never left that early before.
Well, I did last night, anyhow. I was tired.
Of course, after you'd had to pay for the lamp, I dare say you were just about cleaned out. Well, you shouldn't go smashing places up like that. You'll get run in one of these days.
I didn't smash any place up. I didn't throw a lamp at anyone's head. I wasn't thrown out of anywhere, and I wasn't drunk. A lamp fell and got broken. As people seem to think it was my fault, I offered to pay for it.
When you hadn't even touched it? Must have been drunk. I'll have to tell the boss about you. Oh, Mr. Gumshot.
Don't be a fool. Shut up.
Well, he's probably heard already. Anyhow, he soon will.
Jackson, if you tell him...
Oh, Mr. Gumshot. No? Did you hear the story about Fotheringay last night in the Long Dragon?
No, what happened?
Jackson, you're drunk. You're drunk as a lord.
Yeah. What happened? What? Old George here. Good old George. He was so drunk last night at the Long Dragon, so drunk that he picks up the lamp just like this, and he threw it like that at poor old Maisie.
Fotheringay, for heaven's sake, what's come over him? He's intoxicated. Get him out of here, for goodness sake, by the back door, before any of the customers see him. Really?
Oh, we won't come till morning.
Oh, get him out of here and shove his head under the pump.
Yes, sir. He seemed all right a minute before. It just seemed to come over him all of a sudden.
Bless my soul. At 10 o'clock in the morning.
There seemed no doubt about it. Fotheringay had a most unusual gift. The more he thought about it, the more remarkable it seemed to him. He could hardly keep his mind on his work all day, but it really didn't matter in the least, because he could make up for the time lost any moment he chose to do so. It was evident that he must be very careful. But the more he thought about it, the better his gift appeared. It could obviously be used to his own advantage, provided he kept the secret to himself.
Fotheringay, would you mind helping Mr. Robinson in the shop?
Oh, certainly, sir.
You've already got through those accounts, I see. Yes, very good work, Fotheringay. Very good work.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Really, I don't know which to have. And you're not helping in the least.
The blue would make up very nicely, madam.
The blue? Oh, don't be ridiculous. I wouldn't dream of being seen in the blue. Wouldn't dream of it. Even the brown is better than the blue. I don't like the stripes. Have you nothing else at all?
Only the 14 that I've shown you, madam.
14? Oh, don't be impertinent. I don't like any of them. Well, young man, don't you stand there as well. Show me some bombazines.
Are you sure none of these to your fancy, madam? The latest shades, I assure you.
Of course they're not to my fancy. Take them away.
I should like you to take the blue, madam.
The blue. Oh, but of course I've set my heart on it.
But she just
Madam will have the blue, Mr. Robinson.
Well, of course. How perfectly charming. I love blue. How did you know? 10 and 6 a yard, you said?
That's correct, madam. Shall we say 20 yards?
20 yards? But gets the whole roll.
But of course, Modern will take the whole roll.
Oh, you naughty man. I'll have to give you a check.
A man who could work miracles was obviously in a very advantageous position for self-advancement. But like everything else, the exercise of that gift called for a certain amount of practice. It called for caution and watchfulness. And it was in order to rehearse a few miracles in private that took George Fotheringay out that night down the quiet lane behind the gasworks. Now, what was that miracle that Moses did? Turned a stick into a snake. Well, that won't do. Not in the dark. Might get bitten. What was it that happened to that stick in Tannhauser? Turned into a rose bush. The dry wood blossomed. All right, that can't do any harm. Walking stick, blossom. Very nice. Beautiful scent. Well, rose bush, go back. Oh, it's gone.
Oh! Oh!
Oh, dear. It must have gone back there. Sounds as if someone's been...
Who do you think you're throwing brambles at, you fool? You might have blinded me. What do you mean by it? Assaulting an officer of the law?
Well, I'm very sorry. The fact is that
Oh, it's you, is it? Young fellow what was causing trouble last night at the Long Dragon. Gent what broke the lamp.
Well, I really didn't
Throwing
mean to...
brambles at a policeman on duty is an offence punishable at law. I'll be troubling you for your name and address, young man.
Oh, go to Hades. Oh, dear me. It really is a very powerful gift. I didn't mean the poor man any harm. I wonder what Hades is like.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale with your host, Sir Ralph Richardson.
The accent is on excitement with a different flair tomorrow evening here on NBC with a pair of unique adventure dramas. One is Six Shooter, and James Stewart stars in it as a soft-spoken but deadly Westerner who battles on the side of law and order in a realistic setting from the frontier days. The other is Jason and the Golden Fleece, and the scene is the New Orleans waterfront. MacDonald Carey stars in this intriguing series as a seafaring adventurer looking for the unusual anywhere from the waterfront to the high seas. Hear them both tomorrow evening on NBC.
We now continue Theatre Royale with your host, Sir Ralph Richardson.
George Fotheringay performed no more miracles that night, nor did he trouble to see what had become of his flowering walking stick. He returned to the town, scared and very quiet, and retired unobtrusively to bed. And at breakfast the following morning, he could scarcely look his landlady in the eye. Warm weather we're having for the time of year.
Oh, yes, indeed we are. The milkman was telling me this morning that as he came up the lane, behind the gasworks it was, he found a rose bush growing by the roadside in full bloom in the middle of November. He said he just couldn't believe his eyes. He was sure it wasn't there yesterday evening. Of course, I told him rose bushes don't just grow up overnight, do they?
No, that's very true. Well, that reminds me, I must get a new walking stick.
A new walking stick? What, have you lost your old one? Or has it been stolen, more likely? Crime. I don't know what this town's coming to. Now, poor Mr. Winch.
Mr. Winch?
Mr. Winch, the policeman, as used to be.
Why, has anything happened to him?
Vanished. Vanished into thin air. They're dragging the river for his body this morning. Poor Mr. Winch.
Well, I don't think they'll find him in the river, you know.
Well, something's happened to him anyhow. Just vanished in the course of his duty, the milkman says, like it was off the face of the earth.
Yes, I suppose it is, really.
Oh, criminals, murderers. I'd make it hot for him if I had my way.
Oh, I suppose they must have made it hot for poor Mr. Winch.
Oh, well, if you do need any more to eat, just ring and ask me, Mr. Fotheringay, and this time...
Yes, Mrs. Glue, thank you. Oh, dear. It didn't have to be Hades after all. As long as it was far enough. PC Winch, come back out of Hades and go to San Francisco. And here's a new suit of clothes for you, in case your uniform got scorched. And after what had happened to Police Constable Winch, I'm glad to say that Fotheringay performed no further miracles all that week. Though I should have been happy to have numbered him among my own flock, George Fotheringay was a nonconformist. He was a regular chapel-goer, and the following Sunday evening found him in chapel as usual. It was there that he heard a sermon which made a profound impression on him. It was delivered by Mr. Maydig, the lay preacher.
What shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world and lose his own soul? It's not lawful for us to take upon ourselves those acts which are not in man's normal power to effect. And whoso makes his bargain with Mephistopheles, that good may accrue from it to himself, shall find in the fullness of time that the price must be paid in full. Therefore I say unto you, my brethren...
The tenor of that sermon threw an entirely new light on the gifts which Fotheringay had developed, and he decided to consult Mr. Maydig immediately after the service. It was in Mr. Maydig's study that he finally unburdened himself. I can only say that I didn't make such a pact with anybody. This ability to perform miracles, it just happened. I found I could perform them.
Well, of course, in a way.
You don't believe, I suppose, that some common sort of person like myself, as it might be sitting here now, might have some sort of twist inside him that made him able to do things just by willpower.
It's possible. Something of the sort perhaps is possible.
If I might make free with something here, I think I might show you by a sort of experiment. Well, take that tobacco jar on the table, for instance. What I want to know is whether what I'm going to do with it is a miracle or not. Just half a minute, Mr. Maydig, please. Tobacco jar, be a bowl of violets.
Good heavens. It is a bowl of violets. Yes, violets in November. How did you do that?
Oh, I just told it. There you are. That's what I mean. Is that a miracle? Or is it black art? Or what is it? And what do you think's the matter with me? I can't help it.
Quite extraordinary.
This day last week, I no more knew that I could do it than you did. It came over me all of a sudden. It's something odd about my will, I suppose. But that's as far as I can see.
Is that the only thing? Or can you do other things as well?
Oh, Lord, just anything. Here, violets, change into a bowl of fish. No, not that sort of fish. Change into a glass bowl full of water with goldfish swimming in it.
It's astonishing. It's incredible. Your eyes are a most extraordinary... No.
I could change it into anything, just anything. Here, be a pigeon, will you? You see? Anything. A bowl of flowers, if I wanted. But your pipe's empty. Be a tobacco jar again. While Mr. Maydig gingerly picked up the jar and refilled his pipe, George Fotheringay told him the whole story, beginning with the affair of the lamp in the Long Dragon and complicated by persistent allusions to the missing police constable Winch. As he went on, the transient pride Mr. Maydig's consternation had caused passed away. He became a simple man in search of advice. And as he listened, Mr. Maydig's demeanor also changed.
It's possible, it's credible. It's amazing, of course, but it reconciles a number of difficulties. The power to work miracles is a gift, a peculiar quality like genius or second sight. Hitherto it has come very rarely and to exceptional people. But in this case, I've always wondered at the miracles of Mahomet and at Yogi's miracles and the miracles of Madame Blavatsky. But of course. Yes, it's simply a gift.
Well, it's PC Winch that worries me most.
Winch will have to wait. This is a most important moment. We really must test your powers to the full.
Well, name anything that you want me to do.
It requires careful thought, a very careful thought. We mustn't allow ourselves to rush into anything. You'll stay for supper, of course.
Well, it's very kind of you, I'm sure.
In the dining room. Oh, dear, though. Mrs. Minchin said there was nothing very much left over. Are you hungry?
Well, in a way, but don't you think I might, if it isn't a liberty, I'd be delighted if you
But of course, my dear Fotheringay, I didn't think it would really be a pleasure if you really could.
Oh, certainly. What would you like?
A dozen oysters, Colchesters, sole bonfemme, roast pheasant, asparagus tips, game chips, crepe Suzette, and a bottle of Chambertin 84 at room temperature.
All that appear on the table, please, as required. And I'll have a Welsh rabbit and a pint of stout for myself.
They sat long over their supper, talking of all the miracles that they would presently perform. What those proposals were, in all their infinite variety, would probably take too long to recite, even if I happened to know them all. Suffice it that they were designed, as I can well believe they were, in a spirit of infinite benevolence, the sort of benevolence that is occasionally termed postprandial.
There's only one thing that worries me. What are we going to do about poor old PC Winch?
Winch will have to wait. There's a great deal more to be tended to first.
Well, anything you say. Some more Burgundy.
Thank you.
More Burgundy. The same.
Your health, sir. I've been very much concerned of late by the increase in the number of cases of drunkenness in the district. The man in the street, I notice, is apt to drink, not wisely, but too well. Could you do something about it?
Of course. Present company accepted. No more drinking in this town of intoxicating liquors.
Thank you. That I feel sure will be in the public interest. Perhaps you'd also better turn all the beer in the public houses into water, just to be on the safe side.
Well, I like beer.
If you please, Mr. Fotheringay.
Oh, very well. All the beer in the town turned to water.
Aren't you perhaps forgetting something?
Well, and all the stout as well.
Thank you. And now, if you'll come round the town with me, I really think there should be much we can usefully do.
The small hours found them in the market square under the still moon in a sort of ecstasy of thaumaturgy. They had replanned the railway, improved the roads, put a bell tower on the town hall more in accordance with its dignity, drained Flinders Swamp, and even, I'm happy to say, cured me of a wart from which I had been suffering for some time. They were just going on to see what could be done about the injured pier at Southbridge when it struck 3 o'clock on the new bell tower.
3 o'clock? Oh, good Lord, I must be getting back. I've got to be up at work at 8 o'clock.
But we're only just beginning. Think of all the good we're doing. In any case, there's no hurry. Remember Joshua.
Joshua?
Stop the moon in its course. Arrest time.
Oh, that's a bit tall, isn't it?
Why not? Of course, the moon won't stop. You'll have to stop the rotation of the Earth, which will put a stop to time. Just till we finish what we're doing.
But will it be all right?
Of course it will. And just think how much better everything will be in the morning.
Well, if you say so. World, just stop rotating. Oh, dear. I thought something would go wrong. Maydig! Maydig, where are you? There's been an earthquake or something terrible. Maydig! Maydig!
Perhaps I should explain what had happened. There hadn't been an earthquake in the ordinary sense of the word, but as the Earth rotates so fast that the surface is traveling anything up to 1,000 miles an hour,
When George Fotheringay stopped it like that, everything on the Earth's surface was jerked forward more violently than if it had been fired from a cannon. Every human being, every house, every tree, all the world as we know it had been destroyed. Luckily, with the sole exception of George Fotheringay. Well, there was only one thing for him to do.
Dear, I wish I'd never started all this. Well, I'll see what I can do. World, let me be back before ever the miracles began. Let everything be just as it was before the lamp turned upside down. Back in the Long Dragon, last Tuesday night. Very well then, here comes someone, as it might be me, and stands, as it might be here, and says to the lamp, as I might do, collecting all my willpower, "Lamp, turn upside down in mid-air without breaking and go on burning steady."
And precisely nothing happened. Well, as I said, it's a rather improbable story, but I can't think the author can have been pulling my leg out of respect for my cloth. After all, he was one of my parishioners.
This is Ralph Richardson again. This week, in our play, taken from H.G. Wells' story, The Man Who Could Work Miracles, Alec Guinness.
The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes Sir Laurence Olivier, your host, in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. I shall quite shortly, as you know, be appearing each week in various roles in this series. But until then, it is my pleasure to present to you some of my own good friends from the theater. My guest this week is an actor who will be familiar to you through films such as Goodbye, Mr. Chips, The Citadel, The Count of Monte Cristo, The Ghost Goes West, The Winslow Boy, The Magic Box, and many more. His name, needless to say, is Robert Donat. He has chosen a story by Robert Louis Stevenson, and it gives me particular pleasure to tell you that you will hear with him in this play an actress who it was my own good fortune to have with me in the role of Catherine in my film of Shakespeare's Henry V. I should perhaps remind you that while we all know her as Renée Asherson, she is also Mrs. Robert Donat. Here, then, is Robert Donat in the role of Denis de Beaulieu, with Renée Asherson as Blanche de Maltroit, in Robert Louis Stevenson's story, The Sire de Maltroit's Doll.
It happened in 1429. France was still under arms, for Burgundy had not yet captured our Joan of Arc, and the English had not yet burned her. I was a younger man, more headstrong, and I fought for France. It was September, and I had ridden into Chateau Landon under a safe conduct, and I had been to dine with a friend.
It's been like old times seeing you again, Dennis.
Well, I couldn't pass so near the town and not look in on an old friend.
And you really must go.
Oh, it's after midnight, and I have to make an early start in the morning.
Well, 2 of my men will take you back to the inn, then.
No nonsense. It's only 5 minutes' walk.
But the town's full of soldiers, an English garrison, and 3 companies of Burgundians.
What of it? I'm frightened of neither of them.
The streets are not safe. Suppose you were challenged.
Now, I have my safe conduct.
Even so, I still think it better.
No, there's no need. I shall be up at the inn before they can find me in the dark. Good night, Pierre. I shall be back with you in a couple of weeks.
Well, good night, then. But be careful. The town's alive with soldiers.
Au revoir, Pierre. It was a moonless night, and the streets were darker than a dungeon. They wound their way among the sleeping houses, many of them so narrow that I could touch both walls at once. I had only a general sense of direction to go by. I knew that my inn lay somewhere beside the church and that the way to it was uphill. When the lane I was following turned to the left and began to lead sharply downward, I knew that I'd missed my way. But I still went on in hopes of a bit more light. And at last, I found myself up against a high stone wall. The lane had come to a dead end. There was nothing to do but turn back. Then, suddenly, I heard them coming.
Wine, Corporal, wine.
Soldiers coming this way. I can't go back. If they come down here, I shall... Oh, confound this dark.
Hey. Who goes there? Qui va là?
Quick, where the devil was that doorway? Here we are, in here.
Who goes there?
I can't get out, it's a dead end. Bring the torches.
Burgundians. Well, if they want to fight with my back against this door... It's queer. The door's open. All right, then. Slip inside. I had slipped inside the door and partly closed it behind me to conceal myself. Nothing was farther than my thoughts than to close it altogether, but for some inexplicable reason, perhaps by a spring or a weight, the ponderous mass of oak whipped itself out of my fingers and clanked to with a formidable rumble and a noise like the falling of an automatic bar. At least I was safe from the soldiers.
Open the door!
Yes, I'd escaped the soldiers. I heard them go back up the lane, cursing and shouting. But I only escaped one danger to fall into another. For the door that had closed itself behind me could not be opened again. It was shut, fast and firm as a rock. I was caught there, trapped in a strange house, and still in this confounded darkness. Is anyone there? I stood there in the pitch dark, and somehow I knew that I was not alone. It was as though many men were standing there in the darkness near me, holding their breaths and not moving a muscle. I felt that I was in deadly peril. At last, I saw a chink of light. It was there at the end of the corridor, a chink of light through the arras that covered the doorway of a room. Whoever was in that room, at least I should be able to see them and not be stabbed in the dark as I might be there in the darkness of the passage. I made towards the doorway, lifted the arras, and entered the room.
Good evening, my friend. I've been expecting you for some time.
I'm afraid there must be some mistake. Whoever you may have been expecting, it wasn't me. I never intended to intrude on you like this.
Well, here you are, which is the main point. Sit down and make yourself comfortable.
I must apologize. But that door...
What about my door? A little piece of ingenuity. You say you never expected to meet me. Well, old people like me must expect such reluctance now and then, and when it touches our honor, we find out ways of overcoming it. You may have arrived uninvited, but believe me, you're very welcome.
You persist in your mistake, sir. There can be no question of your wanting to see me. I am a stranger here. My name is Dennis de Beaulieu. If I'm in your house, it is only because...
My young friend, permit me to have my own ideas on the matter. They may not be the same as yours, but time will show which of us is right.
As you wish. Sir, you're insulting me. If you're out of your mind, I've better things to do than stand here being laughed at by a lunatic. My conscience is clear, but you refuse to listen to explanations. You're trying to make a fool of me, but I don't propose to let you. If you won't open your door and let me leave, I'll hack it down with my sword.
My dear nephew, sit down.
Nephew, you lie in your throat.
Sit down, you rogue. Do you think I've nothing but a door to keep you here? If you don't want to be bound hand and foot, sit where you are and God be with you.
Do you mean I'm a prisoner?
I'm stating facts. You can put your own construction on them. Do you suppose that when I arranged that little contrivance that let you into my house, I stopped short at that? I advise you to regard yourself as a young buck, freely conversing with an old gentleman.
I might have expected better of you, sir. I see by the arms above your hearth that you are of the Maletroit family.
Quite right. I am the Sire, de Maletroit. And when it is a question of my honor...
I have done nothing to impugn it.
I have my own opinion about that. Ah, come in, Father, come in. Is she in a better frame of mind.
He's more resigned, monsieur.
Resigned? Lord help her, the girl's hard to please. A likely fellow, not ill-born, and of her own choosing, too. What more could she have?
The situation is unusual, monsieur. She's ashamed.
She should have felt rather more ashamed before she began the dance. It was none of my choosing, but since she has begun it, she can carry it to an end. Monsieur de Beaulieu, may I present you to my niece? She has been waiting for your arrival, I may say, with even greater impatience than I have. Will you come this way, please?
As you wish,
She's
sir.
waiting for you in my private chapel, and as you will see, she is fittingly dressed for you as a bride. Blanche, I have brought a friend to see you, my little girl. Turn round and give him your hand. It's good to be devout, but it is also necessary to be polite.
Uncle, that isn't the man. He isn't the one.
Of course not. I expected as much. So unfortunate that you couldn't remember his name.
But, Uncle, I have never seen this person till this moment. Never set eyes on him. I never wish to see him again. Sir, if you are a gentleman, you will bear me out. Have you ever seen me before this?
To speak for myself, I have not had the pleasure. This is the first time I have ever seen your niece, monsieur.
I'm sorry to hear it, but it's never too late to begin. I'd seen little more of my late wife before I married her, which proves that these impromptu marriages are often a very good thing. Well, I suppose a bridegroom should have a say in the matter. So I will give him 2 hours to make up for lost time before we proceed with the ceremony.
Uncle, you can't be in earnest. I swear I will stab myself rather than be forced on that man. You are dishonoring your family.
I am dishonoring it.
Uncle, have pity. There isn't a woman in the world who wouldn't prefer death to a marriage like this. Don't you believe me? Is it possible that you still think that that you still think he is the man?
Quite frankly, I do. But let me explain to you once and for all, Blanche de Maletroit. When you took it into your head to dishonor your family...
Uncle!
Dishonor the family and the name I've borne in peace and war for more than 60 years, you forfeited not only the right to question what I do, but even the right of looking me in the face.
Please.
If your father had been alive, he would have spat on you and turned you out of doors, as you very well know. And you can be thankful that you have only me to deal with, mademoiselle. It is my duty to get you married without delay, and out of pure goodwill, I have tried to find your gallant for you. Personally, I still believe I've succeeded.
You haven't. You haven't. Sir, tell him that you're not the one.
Monsieur, I've told you already, you're making a terrible mistake.
Very well, then, that's as may be. But I say this before all the heavenly angels. If this is not the man, Blanche de Maletroit, I care not a jackstraw.
Monsieur, are you completely mad? I tell
Be quiet,
you.
Sarah. As for you, Blanche, I advise you to be polite to your young friend, for you can take my word for it. The next bridegroom may be less appetizing. Come, Father.
Here.
Sir, is your part in all this? What are you doing here?
What indeed? I'm a stranger in the town, traveling through under a safe conduct. I went to have supper with a friend and was returning alone to my inn. I lost my way in the dark and I found myself outside your door. I was suddenly confronted by a lot of drunken soldiers, Burgundians. And I stepped into the doorway so that at least they couldn't surround me. I was going to make a fight for it, but I found the door open, so I slipped inside like a fool, and the door slammed shut behind me. I suppose you don't believe that.
Yes, I believe you. I know that the door was open, and I can well believe that it shut behind you.
But why?
It was a trap. Only the trap was laid for somebody else.
I see. Well, I've told you how I come to be here. Perhaps you'll tell me a few things yourself. What does this comedy mean, and what's going to be the end of it?
I wish I knew the end of it myself. Well, sir, you have told me your story. It is only fair that I should tell you mine.
I only wish I could do so without blushing.
If you would rather not tell me, mademoiselle, I've no desire to pry into your secrets. I'm only concerned with my own affairs.
I seem to have become a part of them, sir. My name is Blanche de Maletroit. My father and mother died when I was a child, and I've lived all my life with my uncle here. I have been very unhappy.
I can well believe it.
3 months ago, a young captain began to stand near me every day in church. I could see that I pleased him, and I was glad that someone should love me. I should be ashamed of it, but when he slipped a letter into my hand, I took it home and read it. It was very wrong of me.
I should be the last to blame you, mademoiselle.
Since then, he has written me many letters. He was so anxious to speak to me, poor fellow, that he begged me to leave the door open some evening so that he might talk to me on the stair.
I begin to understand.
How my uncle came to suspect, I don't know, but it is hard to keep anything from him. This morning, as we came from Mass, my uncle took my hand in his and forced it open and read my little note, walking by my side all the while. When he had finished, he gave it back to me with great politeness. It asked me once again to leave the door open. And this has been the ruin of us all.
So it was your uncle who left the door open?
Yes. He kept me strictly in my room till the evening, then ordered me to dress as you see me, like a bride. I had refused to tell him the young captain's name, so he was determined to lay a trap for him. I was terrified, even when I found out what my uncle intended. For why should this young man wish to take me on such shameful terms? Perhaps he has only been trifling with me, or I might have made myself cheap in his eyes. I can well suppose that he might have despised me. I am sure that you must do so as well.
On the contrary, mademoiselle. Now, you have taken me into your confidence. I will try and deserve it. Where is your uncle now?
I think he is writing in his room.
Then will you take me to him? I think I can answer him. Come.
Well, nephew?
Monsieur, as you said yourself, I suppose I'm entitled to some say in the matter of this marriage. So let me tell you at once, I refuse to be forced upon your niece. If she had been freely offered me, I should have been proud to accept her hand, for she is a good and beautiful woman. As things are, I have the honor of refusing her.
I am afraid, Monsieur de Beaulieu, you don't quite understand. You have a choice, yes. Outside this window, there is an iron ring in the wall. If you cannot bring yourself to marry my niece, I shall have you hanged from that ring at sunrise. I shall regret it, believe me. But it's not your death I want, merely my niece's establishment in life.
Monsieur, I tell you...
One moment, please. Your family, Monsieur de Beaulieu, is all very well in its way, but if you sprang from Charlemagne, you could not refuse the hand of a Maletroit with impunity. Not if she was as ugly as a gargoyle. Neither my niece, nor you, nor my own feelings move me in a matter like this. The honor of my house has been compromised, and I believe you to be the guilty person. Even if you are not, you are now in the secret. That being so, if you refuse to wipe out the stain, your blood be on your own head. If I cannot cure the dishonor to my family, I can at least stop the scandal.
There are other ways of settling these matters, monsieur. You wear a sword, and I believe you've used it before now.
Oh, when I was younger, I should have been delighted to honor you, Monsieur de Beaulieu, but I'm now too old. Armed retainers are the sinews of age, and I must employ what strength I can. Father Paul.
Monsieur?
If you will draw back the arras, Monsieur de Beaulieu will see that I'm telling the truth.
As you say, monsieur.
You see? The corridor is crowded with men, and they are fully armed.
So I see.
Well, you and the lady seem to prefer this room to the chapel for what is left of your 2 hours. I will
I will gladly resign it to you.
Monsieur, I am not afraid of...
There is no hurry. If you dislike the thought of hanging, there will be plenty of time later to throw yourself out of the window or be cut to pieces by my men. 2 hours more are not to be despised. A great many things can happen in 2 short hours.
Monsieur, I beg of you.
You see, my niece has something to say to you. If you will give me your word of honor not to do anything desperate until the 2 hours are up, I will take my men off and leave you both to yourselves.
Please, Monsieur de Beaulieu.
Very well, monsieur. I give you my word of honor.
Thank you. I shall return when the time is up.
Monsieur de Beaulieu, I won't let you die. I will marry you, after all.
You seem to think, mademoiselle, that I am very much afraid of death.
Oh, no, no. I know that you're not a coward. It is for my own sake. I couldn't bear to have you killed for a scruple.
I'm afraid that you underrate the difficulty. You don't seem to realize, mademoiselle. What you are too generous to refuse, I may be too proud to accept. Besides, your noble feelings towards me have made you forget what you owe to others.
I owe nothing to anyone.
She walked suddenly away and fell rather than sat on her uncle's chair at the other side of the room. I was in the very acme of embarrassment. Seeing a stool, I plumped down upon it for something to do, playing with the guard of my rapier and wishing myself dead 1,000 times over. My eyes wandered round the room. There were wide spaces between the furniture, and the light fell baldly and cheerlessly over all. The dark outside air looked in coldly through the windows. The regular sobs of Blanche de Maletroit measured out the time like the ticking of a clock, to remind me that my last 2 hours were running out and death was on the march.
Can I do nothing to help you, monsieur?
Mademoiselle, if I've said anything to offend you, believe me, it was for your sake, not for mine. No, I'm sorry, mademoiselle. I wish there was something that I could do to help you. There can't be a man in all France who wouldn't gladly die to help you.
I know that you can be brave and generous. I want you to know that I am grateful for that. But is there no way that I can help you? Now or afterwards?
Of course there is. Let me sit beside you as if I were a friend, instead of just an intruder who's got mixed up in your troubles. Try and forget how embarrassing all this is to both of us. Let me enjoy these last moments with you, and you'll be giving me the greatest possible pleasure.
You are very gallant, monsieur. But somehow it hurts me more than ever. Come and sit beside me, if you like. And if you can find anything to say to me, well, at least you'll find a friendly listener. But, Monsieur de Beaulieu, how can I look you in the face?
Listen, I haven't very much longer to live, mademoiselle, so try not to make those last few moments unhappy. They will be unhappy if you make me feel that I can't do anything to help you, not even by giving my life.
I'm sorry. I'm very selfish. I will try to be braver and stop crying for your sake, monsieur.
There now. That's better.
But surely there must be something I can do for you. Something. There must be some friends that I could go and find for you, if only to give them your goodbyes. Ask me to do anything you can think of. The more, the better. For then perhaps I shan't feel so helpless. Put it in my power to do something for you more than weep.
Please, it isn't as bad as all that. Truly it isn't. My mother's married again and has another family to think about. My brother Guichard will inherit my fortune. I'll be surprised if that doesn't amply console him for my death.
You are cynical, monsieur, or bitter.
No, not really. I'm trying to be philosophical. When a man's in a fair way and sees all life opening up in front of him, he seems to himself to cut a very important figure in the world. His horse whinnies at him, The trumpets blow, and the girls look out of the window as he rides into town before his company. He receives many assurances of trust and regard, sometimes in a letter, sometimes face to face with persons of great consequence falling on his neck.
It must be wonderful and exciting being a man.
Oh, it's not surprising if his head is turned for a time. But once he's dead, if he was as brave as Hercules or as wise as Solomon, he'd soon be forgotten.
Not always.
I've only a few friends just now, and once I'm dead, I shall have none.
You are forgetting me, monsieur.
You're a kind girl, mademoiselle, but you exaggerate what I'm doing for you.
No, you mistake me if you think I am so easily touched by my own concerns. I shall remember you, because you are the noblest man I've ever met, and because you have a spirit that would have made even a peasant famous throughout the land.
And yet here I am, dying in a mousetrap, with no more noise about it than my own squeaking.
No, you mustn't think meanly of yourself. You, my champion, anyone who gives his life for another, as you are doing, will be met in heaven by all the heralds and angels of God. You have no cause to belittle yourself.
Neither have you.
Do you really think that I am beautiful?
Very beautiful.
Oh, I'm glad. Do you think there are many men in France who have been asked in marriage by a beautiful girl and who have refused her to her face? I know that you men would half despise such a triumph, but believe me, women know more of what is precious in love. There's nothing should set a person higher in his own esteem, and women prize nothing more dearly.
Oh, you're kind, mademoiselle, but you can't make me forget that I was asked in pity, not for love.
I am not so sure of that. Monsieur de Beaulieu, I know how you must despise me, and I feel that you are right to do so. I am too your mind, even though you are going to die for me this morning. But when I asked you to marry me, it was because I respected and admired
Mademoiselle,
you.
please, don't.
Yes, and loved you with my whole soul, from the very moment that you took my part against my uncle. If you could have seen yourself as I saw you, and just how noble you looked, you wouldn't despise me. You'd pity me.
But how can I?
Wait. Although I have laid aside all reserve and told you that, remember that I know your feelings towards me already. Believe me, I am not going to weary you with importunities into marrying me. I have some pride of my own, and I swear that if you are now to go back on your word, I would no more marry you than I would marry my uncle's groom.
It's a small love that shies at a little pride. Come over here to the window. Dawn is breaking.
Already? Well, the night has been long enough. Oh, what shall we say to my uncle when he returns?
What you will.
Oh,
Blanche, you've seen whether I fear death. You must know by now that I'd sooner jump out of that window and die down there under the ramparts than lay a finger on you without your free and full consent. But if you care for me at all, don't let me lose my life in a misapprehension. For I love you better than the whole world. And though I'll die for you gladly, it would be like all the joys of paradise to live and spend my life in loving you.
after all you've heard about me?
I've heard nothing.
The captain's name was Florimond de Chandivert.
I did not hear it. Blanche.
Oh, my love.
So, I see you've overcome your aversion, Monsieur de Beaulieu.
Monsieur.
Uncle.
Good morning, niece.
Good morning, Uncle.
And good morning to you, too, nephew.
Good morning, Uncle.
Father Paul.
Monsieur?
Let us go back into the chapel. I fear the candles may now have all burned out.
Oh, sir, but we shall see well enough.
Yes, Uncle. Look, it is a clear, sunny morning.
This is Laurence Olivier again. I would like to thank Robert Donat for his performance as Denis de Beaulieu and Renée Asherson, who played Blanche de Maletroit, together with the other members of the cast, in this week's play based on Robert Louis Stevenson's story, The Sieur de Maletroit's Door. Next week, I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you once again to our program, when I hope to have as my guest Trevor Howard. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier introduced Robert Donat in this week's transcribed program. The script was by Derek Patmore. The music was under direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royale is an NBC presentation produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
Listen to The Last Man Out tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribed, Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. Today we've chosen a comical piece by Nikolai Gogol. It's a famous story and has provided the bases for both plays and films. I myself shall be playing the part of Ivan Alexandrovich Yevstakov in Nikolai Gogol's The Inspector General. My name is Ivan Alexandrovich Yevstakov, and by profession I'm a clerk in the civil service at St. Petersburg. I was on my way back to my father's estate in Saratov province when I chanced to fall in with an infantry officer at Penza. It was at the inn there, where we were both stopping overnight, that he suggested a game of cards. I'm rather partial to a hand of piquet, and so down we sat. It was dawn before the game was finished, and by that time I had lost every ruble I possessed. And that was why I found myself in such a predicament at the next inn on the road. As I had no money left with which to pay for my night's lodging, I'd ended by staying on there for a fortnight, along with my servant, Ozip. Hey, Ozip, stop sprawling on my bed. See whether there's any tobacco left in my pouch.
There can't be. You finished it 4 days ago.
Oh, did I? Yes, I suppose I did. Well, go downstairs and tell them to send up some dinner. I'm starving.
So am I. But that doesn't mean we shall eat. The landlord's told him to send up nothing more.
Why, we're guests at the inn, aren't we?
He says he knows a rogue and a cheat when he sees one, and you haven't paid him a kopeck in over 2 weeks. He says he'll go to the mayor and have you arrested.
Go on, you idiot, that's enough. Tell him to send up some dinner immediately.
Oh, all right.
Immediately.
I'll tell him, but I can't see him doing anything about it.
I've never been so hungry in my life, or seen less likelihood of getting a good square meal. I wondered whether I should pawn some of my clothes, since I've lost my watch to the card-playing captain at Penza, which only goes to show how desperate I was, for I'd only the clothes I was wearing.
They're bringing your dinner, sir.
Dinner?
The master says it's for the last time, sir, until you pay him what's owed.
Yes. What have you brought? What, only 2 courses? Hey, do you call this soup? Why, it's like water.
The master said you needn't have it if you didn't like
All
it.
right. Leave it there, you idiot. This may be the way you go on with the other guests, but you can't get away with it where I'm concerned, you know. So I don't advise you to try it on. What on earth is this? Meat? It's so tough, I can't eat it. I can't even cut it. Why, it's like the bark of a tree.
Shall I take it away?
No. I'll eat it if it kills me, just to spite them all. And no sauce with it. No pudding to follow. What sort of an inn is this, anyway? Simply fleecing people. For 2 pins, I'd leave.
Oh, sir, the master does wish you would.
Well, that's how things were at the inn, in a pretty bad shape. With the landlord actually threatening to have me arrested to complain about me to the mayor. As a matter of fact, though I didn't know about it at the time, I was already very much on the mayor's mind. In fact, I was under discussion at that very moment, over at the mayor's house.
But whoever can he be, this government inspector? What's he come to pry into?
How do I know? There's always far too much that can be pried into. Far too much for anyone's good. We all know that.
Dear me, yes. But when is he arrived?
That's just it. We don't know. All that Schmiehoff would tell me was that an official had arrived in the province with instructions to go into the affairs of the whole district. Also that he passes himself off as someone quite ordinary. In fact, he's traveling incognito. Schmiehoff tells me that the inspector is a very formidable personage, and he advised us to set our affairs in order before it's too late.
But if we don't even know when he's coming...
That's just it. He might even have arrived already, without our knowing it.
Good heavens, do anything.
It's this confounded idea of traveling incognito which makes it all so terrible. He'll drop in on us all of a sudden, when we're least prepared for him, and he'll look round and say, I can just hear him, he'll say, "Oh, so this is how things are managed here, is it? Who is the judge here? Lyapkin, Tyapkin? Hand him over, please."
Oh, good gracious, you wouldn't give me away like that.
I should have no alternative. Then he's bound to inquire into the charitable institutions. Who runs them, he'll ask. Zemlyanika? Bring him here at once.
Oh, but this is absolutely terrible. What on earth can we do?
Oh, we must set the whole place to rights at once. Or at least make matters look as reasonable as we can. Somebody may have been complaining about us. Now, you, Ivan Kuzmich, you're the postmaster. Couldn't you unseal and read all the letters for a few days and see whether somebody isn't telling a few lies about us to the capital?
Well, of course, I always read the letters. But I've seen nothing so far, at least not about any government inspectors. Some of the letters are very interesting, of course, and very entertaining. There was one this morning. Now, where is it? I've got it in my...
Oh, we've no time for that sort of thing now. At any minute, the door may open and in come...
He's here! We've seen him! I was saying to Dobson...
No, let me tell him. I've got the whole thing in the plug road. I was saying to Bob...
Never mind who was saying it. What is it, man, for heaven's sake?
This government inspector, incognito, just like you said, and he's staying at the inn, a man from St. Petersburg.
He's here already? Oh, heavens, no, it can't be.
But it is. He's been here for a fortnight, never paying for anything, issuing orders left and right.
Been here for a fortnight? Oh, but this is appalling. Just think what he must have found out already. I must go and pay my respects to him at once. Oh, why did nobody tell me before?
Of course, I wasn't to know about that little scene, which was taking place in the mayor's house on the other side of the town. So that I was really quite alarmed, just after I'd finished that really execrable meal at the inn, when there was a knock on the door of my room and the waiter announced...
His worship the mayor.
Good heavens, that scoundrel of a landlord must have...
I humbly wish you good day, sir. It is my duty, as mayor of this town, to see that all visiting gentlemen of rank... I trust that everything is being done for your convenience,
It's not
sir.
my fault that I haven't paid. I'm expecting some money from St. Petersburg at any moment. It's all the landlord's fault. He gives me beef that's as tough as an old boot, and the soup's quite like cabbage water, and no sauce or pudding.
Oh, you must forgive me, sir. I'll see to it immediately. But if you'll be so good as to allow me, I will arrange for other accommodation immediately.
Other accommodation? I know what you mean. Prison. How dare you threaten me? You don't seem to realize who I am. I'm in the service from St. Petersburg.
Oh,
and,
dear, what a terribly violent man. He must have found out about...
This is an outrage. I'll write to the minister this very minute. He's a close friend of mine.
Oh, no, sir. Please, sir. My wife and children, sir. I beg you not to ruin
What do I
me.
care about your wife and children? Is that any reason why I should be put in prison?
Oh, forgive me, sir. It was my lack of experience, and my salary was hardly enough to pay for the tea and sugar. If I did take a few bribes, they were nothing worth mentioning. A few yards of cloth here, a few bottles of vodka and cigars. And if the sergeant's widow says I had her flogged, it's all a pack of lies.
You can't frighten me like that. Flogging. Just because I happen to be short of money for a moment.
Short of money? Oh, of course, of course. So if you would allow me to lend you 200 rubles, it would be a great honor. Oh, here. No, please. Let me make it 400.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. I see you're a gentleman, sir. Won't you sit down?
Sit down, sir? Oh, no, sir. I couldn't dream of it. But are you quite sure this room is to your liking, sir? It seems a little damp to me.
Damp? It's a ghastly room. I've never seen so many bugs in a bed in my life. They bite like dogs.
But this is terrible, sir. May I venture to suggest... Oh, no, it would be too great an honor.
Suggest what?
Well, I was about to suggest that you should accept my hospitality during your stay in our town, sir. I have a really excellent room entirely at your disposal. But, of course...
That's very kind of you. I shall be delighted.
Oh, this is exceedingly kind of you, sir.
Oh, no.
I will send word to my wife at once. You'll be overjoyed.
Oh, splendid. Well, I'll have my bags packed and sent over at once. Waiter, let me have my bill, please.
I gave it to you for the second time this morning.
I can't remember your idiotic bills. How much was it?
Oh, my dear sir, I beg you. Have the bill sent to me, my good man. Oh, we really can't have our guests bothered in this way.
Very good, sir.
I must admit I was rather surprised by the turn that events had taken, but I quickly adapted myself to them. Whoever it was that the mayor had mistaken me for, I was perfectly ready to play the part. Apparently, he seemed to imagine that I was a person of great consequence in the government. And when I tried to suggest that I was merely a gentleman passing through his town in a private capacity, he smiled in a very knowing way, as though he knew better than that. He showed me all over the town, took me back to his house, gave me a superlative dinner, and I must admit, it got me a little intoxicated. In fact, I began to play my part quite well, especially with his wife and daughter.
After St. Petersburg, you must find our country life very dull, I'm sure.
It has its compensations, you know. I'm a very simple man, really. I do my utmost to pass without notice, but I never seem able to get away with it. Someone is sure to say, there goes Ivan Alexandrovich. Everyone knows me, though I have been mistaken for the commander-in-chief at the Winter Palace. If any of you come to St. Petersburg, you really must come and visit me at my house. Anyone will tell you where it is. I give balls almost every week.
Oh, I can just imagine the taste and magnificence of them.
Oh, yes. There's 700 rubles for a single watermelon. I've given before now. Yes, quite a gourmet, they call me. My soup is brought in a saucepan by steamer all the way from Paris. After dinner, we often make up a whist party. The foreign secretary, the French and English and German ambassadors and I. Often enough, I find the minister himself waiting on me. Yes, of course. I write a lot of plays and novels in my spare time as well. I can't even remember the titles of many of them. Just dash them off, you know.
Oh, there now. I might have known that you were a celebrated author.
It's nothing, really. It all started when the director of theatres came to me and said, "Come, old chap, write something for us, will you?" Of course, I couldn't refuse, you know.
And novels as well, you say?
Yes, all that sort of thing. The Queen of, what was the thing I wrote a bit?
The Queen of Spades. I might have known.
Yes, that's right, the Queen of Spades.
It says in the book that it was written by
Don't argue, Maria. Oh, really, I'm quite ashamed of you.
Oh, yes, well, Pushkin wrote one Queen of Spades, and then I wrote another one.
Oh, I'm sure it was yours that I read. It was so beautifully written.
Of course, I don't get enough time for writing, really. But it was worse when I was the head of a government department. The director died, and after one or two generals had tried to run the job, they had to come and ask me. I was on the point of refusing, but then I thought it would be sure to get back to the Tsar, and I knew he'd never forgive me if I left him in the lurch. So, very well, gentlemen, I said, I accept the post. Only you'll have to mind what you're doing. You know the sort of man I am. When I arrived at the ministry, there might have been an earthquake. Everyone was shaking and shivering so much. I'm not a man to trifle with, you know.
Oh, dear. May I fill your Excellency's glass again?
Thank you, yes. I've given a few people things to remember me by. Even the Privy Council is scared of me, and so they might be. After all, I'm in and out of the palace every day. And of course they're going to make me a field marshal at any moment. But I've always taken my stand. I've always taken my stand. Taken my...
Merciful heavens! His Excellency has passed out!
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
NBC is all for it. We mean that great American institution, Sundays at Home. And to prove it, we've come up with an all-star listening review designed to promote comfortable, easy chair living. Tomorrow, talented conductor Guido Cantelli heads the list as he and the NBC Symphony Orchestra bring you another brilliant concert from Carnegie Hall, featuring stirring scores by Stravinsky and Beethoven. Sunday, also, you'll want to hear another discussion session on the latest in the fields of arts and sciences. That's on NBC's Mammoth Show, Collector's Item. And your Sunday newspaper of the air, Weekend, then brings you the latest news and commentaries with everything from cover story to feature page, under such famous bylines as Merrill Muller, Earl Godwin, Tex McCrary, and Elmo Roper. And then later Sunday, it's the Marriotts again, Ben and Liz, in The Marriage, another charming human adventure in matrimonial life. And tomorrow's production of the NBC Star Playhouse is that hilarious comedy of errors, The Major and the Minor, starring June Allison as the little girl who grows up fast when she finds that the handsome man with a uniform has developed a fatherly attitude. All this fine listening is just a sample of what's in store for Sunday stay-at-homers tomorrow, so why not take us up on it? Spend the perfect Sunday at home with the best in entertainment courtesy of NBC.
And now we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
Yes, I must admit that things have turned out very fortunately for me one way and another. Admittedly, I'd taken far too much to drink over dinner, and it was quite late the following morning when I came down from my room. I don't know how long he'd been waiting, but there was a gentleman to see me.
I have the honor to present myself, Tiapkin, judge of the district court.
Please sit down. So you're the judge here, eh? Do you find it profitable?
After 9 years of service, I was given the Order of Vladimir, 4th class, with commendation.
Excuse me, you've got something in your hand, I see.
In my...
Yes,
nothing at all, sir.
No, look, you dropped it. What is it, money? Why, it must be 300 rubles.
Dear, I really hadn't noticed.
I suppose you wouldn't mind lending it to me for a day or two, would you?
No, not at all.
Too kind.
An honor, sir.
Oh, no, thank you, really.
I wondered whether you had any orders to give me.
Orders?
I mean for the district court.
For the district court? No, none at all. Thank you. No, I don't think so.
Thank you, sir. Then I won't trouble you further. Your servant, sir.
Very pleasant fellow, the judge, I thought. 2 minutes later, I had more company.
I have the honor to present myself, speaking, court councillor, postmaster.
Pleased to meet you. Sit down, won't you? You live in this town, I suppose?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A nice town. I like it. Not so big as Petersburg or Moscow, of course.
Perfectly true, sir.
But one can be very happy in a small town as well. Don't you agree?
Yes, indeed, sir.
You know, a queer thing happened to me on my way here. Got completely cleaned out. I suppose you couldn't lend me 300 rubles.
I should regard it as an honor, sir. Allow me. Only too glad to be of service.
Thank you very much. No point in going short, is there?
No, indeed, sir. You've no observations about the post office?
The post office? No, none at all.
Thank you, sir.
Really, quite a pleasant fellow, the postmaster. Who's to be next, I wonder?
I have the honor to present myself, Zemlyanika, the Superintendent of Institutions and Court Councillor.
Oh, good. Do sit down.
You may remember I had the honor of showing you over our hospital yesterday.
Yes, of course. I knew we'd met somewhere. A nice place, well run, comparatively.
Always glad to do my best for the welfare of my country, sir.
Splendid. Then you can probably do me a favor. A queer thing happened on my way here. I lost all my money. You couldn't lend me 400 rubles or so, I suppose?
Oh, certainly, sir. You do me too much honor.
Not at all. Delighted, I'm sure. And so it went on. The inspector of schools, directors of various charities, and some of the most prominent citizens in the town. In all, 2,500 rubles. I was completely charmed by their open-handedness. After all, it wasn't as though they had anything to gain from it. None of them had ever seen me before. I doubt whether they'll ever see me again. What's more...
I think we'd better be moving on, sir. It's high time we were on our way again.
You think so? Whatever for?
Well, we've been very well entertained these last 2 days, but it can't go on like this forever.
Well, why not? Tomorrow will be time enough.
No, sir, really, you know. They've obviously mistaken you for somebody else. We'd better get away before they discover their mistake. They'll give us good horses to the next posting station, and then we'll be safely on our way.
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. But just take this letter to the post for me while you're collecting our traveling passes, will you? And be sure they give us the fastest horses they've got.
I certainly will, sir. You can be sure of that. Oh, to see His Excellency. Yes, come in, please, come in.
Hello, what's this? A deputation or something?
Yes, Your Honor, if you'll pardon.
Come in. Well, what can I do for you?
It's the mayor, sir. There's never been one like him here before. There's no words to describe his going on. What with billeting the soldiers on us and taking everything in the shops he can lay his hands on, and advising us to make him a present or other every time his name's day comes around, both of them, and threatening to put us out of business and having us flogged if we don't make the bribes large enough.
Dear me, the man sounds like a brigand.
So he is, sir, on my honor. And if you get across with him, he quarters a regiment on you to eat you out of house and business.
He does. Why, it all sounds most irregular. He ought to be sent to Siberia.
Wherever your excellency decides to send him, just so long as it's far enough. Begging your pardon, sir, we brought you our humble offerings. A sack of sugar and a few baskets of wine.
Thank you. I'm much obliged to you. For the thought, I mean, of course, I couldn't possibly accept them. Yes, no, you must realize I'm not in the habit of accepting bribes.
Oh, no, sir, no. Nothing was further from our thoughts.
No, I hope so. Of course, if you were to let me have a loan of, say, 300 rubles, that would be another thing. I might agree to accept a loan to oblige you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We are much indebted.
No, don't mention it, please.
And if your excellency could see fit to help us in the matter of sending the mayor to Siberia...
Oh, certainly, I'll do what I can for you. After a few more petitions of a similar order, I was feeling very pleased with the whole business. 4,000 rubles, to be exact. I looked forward to doubling it when I caught up with that captain of infantry who had cleaned me out at cards that night in Penza. But meanwhile, and while I was waiting for Ossip to fetch the post horses, what could be better than a little harmless flirtation? The mayor had a beautiful daughter, and even his wife seemed to be most forthcoming. The only trouble was I couldn't make up my mind which of the two I really preferred.
Oh, excuse me.
No, come in, my dear. How nice of you to come and keep me company.
Oh, no, really, I thought Mamma was here. I'm sure you're very busy, sir.
But your eyes mean more to me than any business. I'm quite delighted to have you come and sit by me.
I don't know. I really ought to be going.
What a beautiful scarf you're wearing.
You're making fun of me, sir, because I'm only a silly country...
No, how I wish I were that scarf, my dear, to embrace those lily-white shoulders.
I don't understand you, sir. What warm weather we've been having.
Your lips, my dear, are warmer than any weather.
Sir, you say such terrible things.
Your lips and your eyes have charmed me till I can offer you nothing but my love. How happy I should be to take you in my arms and kiss you. Yeah, like this.
Oh, really?
Oh, my darling, it's so beautiful.
So much. I shall tell my mother.
No. Oh, forgive me. I was completely carried away by your beauty. On my knees, I ask your pardon. It was love that conquered me. Confound it.
Your Excellency, on your knees to a silly little chit of a girl.
Your servant, madame.
What is the meaning of this, miss? Nice behavior, I'm sure.
Mamma, His Excellency was...
Leave the room at once. Really, Your Excellency, I must own I'm quite shocked.
Madame, I assure you. On my knees, I assure you.
What? On your knees again? Oh, pray, do please get up. The floor's not...
No, on my knees, I beg you. Is it to be life or death?
I don't understand. You are asking me for the hand of my daughter.
No, madam. It is you I'm in love with. My heart is consumed by the terrible fires of love. I am asking for your hand.
But you must know that in a sense I'm already married.
No, love cares nothing for such things, madame. We will flee the town together, anywhere, to some bower of bliss where we can be eternally happy together. On my knees, I beg you not to...
How dare you burst in on us like this? And why stand there looking as though you'd lost your senses? You might be a child of 3. Nobody would know you're 18. Have you no sense of propriety?
I didn't know.
Oh, you're always in a flutter. You should behave like I do.
Madame, do not oppose our happiness. Your daughter and I are passionately in love with each other.
What? You and Maria? But I thought it was me who said...
Shh, dear lady. What more convenient way can matters be arranged between us?
Oh, you pretty villain.
On my knees, I beg you. Is it to be life or death?
Oh, don't argue with His Excellency, Maria. For the sake of a silly girl like you, His Excellency is on his knees to me, and you rush in, interrupting as though you were out of your mind. Really, you don't deserve my consent at all. I vow you don't.
Oh, Mamma, you mean he really wants to marry me?
His Excellency... Of course he does. Don't you, Your Excellency? I must really ask my husband, of course.
Your Excellency, have pity on me. Those vile shopkeepers in their petition, not a word of truth in it. Lies, slanders, and lies, the lot of it. Even if I did take a few bribes now and again, purely for the dignity of my office, and if they did have the soldiers billeted on them now and again, and occasional flogging, oh, surely, Your Excellency, you wouldn't send me to Siberia for that.
Oh, husband, please control yourself. His Excellency has done us the honor to ask for our daughter's hand in marriage.
Oh, I don't care what they said, Your Excellency. It's a lot of lies. I beg you not to believe. His Excellency, what?
His Excellency wishes to marry Maria.
But, why, I can't believe it. It can't be true. Can it?
I'm desperately in love, sir. If you refuse, I shall shoot myself.
Oh, really? My head's in such a whirl. I beg you, Your Excellency, the shopkeepers are a lot of rogues and thieves.
Oh, bother the shopkeepers. Give His Excellency your blessing, you idiot.
What? Oh, yes, of course. May God bless you, Your Excellency. What the devil? It's true. Why, he's kissing her. Oh, dear. I do hope he doesn't send me to Siberia as soon as they're married.
Perhaps it was just as well that Ossip arrived at that very moment to say that the post horses were ready. Naturally, they were surprised to hear that I was leaving so suddenly, but I explained that it was only for a day at the most, while I went to put my affairs in order. Oh, dear, I'd certainly got myself into a devil of a tangle, and no mistake. And for the life of me, I don't know which of the two I should have fallen in love with, if I'd really fallen in love with either. As it was, I mounted my horse and left the town forever, to save myself making up my mind. Well, that's the end of the story, so far as I am concerned. How it really ended, I shall probably never know, but I have a very shrewd idea. The letter I'd asked my servant to post was a letter to a friend of mine in St. Petersburg, describing just what a capital time I'd had, and just what a parcel of idiots the mayor and the judge and the postmaster and the rest of them really were. It only occurred to me afterwards that the postmaster was sure to open the letter and read it.
Where is he? Where is the scoundrel?
Where is who? Oh, really speaking. Here are all our friends come to congratulate me on His Excellency's engagement to my daughter, and you burst in like...
He isn't His Excellency at all.
What?
The whole thing's been a terrible mistake. The man is a common adventurer.
What?
A complete scoundrel who lost his money playing cards at Penza. He wrote a letter to a friend in St. Petersburg, and I took the liberty of reading it over at the post office. Look! Read it for yourselves.
You mean he isn't a minister at all?
Read his letter, sir, and see what he says about us all.
My dear Triapitchkin, I have had a most wonderful adventure. I lost all my money to a captain at cards in Penza and arrived here completely broke. The innkeeper was going to have me locked up for the price of his lodgings when my Petersburg manners and get-up suddenly convinced the town that I was an inspector general or something traveling incognito. Since then, I have been treated like royalty. The mayor has invited me to stay with him in his home, where I flirt desperately with his wife and daughter. I wish I could make up my mind which to begin with. The whole town lends me money, they dine me and wine me, and everybody is scared to death of me, in case I have them sent to Siberia, I suppose. As for the mayor himself, he is as stupid as an old gray horse. An old gray horse? But I can't believe it. You mean he wasn't a government inspector at all?
No more than you or I. And I lent him the fastest post horses in the station to make his escape with all the money we
No, I won't have it. This is too much.
Are you the mayor of this town, sir?
Yes, I am. Is anything...
His Excellency, the Inspector General, has just arrived from St. Petersburg. He's staying at the inn and requires your presence immediately.
This is Laurence Olivier again. I should like, if I may, to thank the cast of today's adaptation of Nikolai Gogol's story, The Inspector General. They included Keith Pyatt, Roger Delgado, John Fraser, Daphne Maddox, Jeanette Stark, Stephen Jack, and Alexander Gage. Next week, I look forward to the pleasure of welcoming you once again to our program. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier starred in today's transcribed program. The script was by Derek Patmore. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royale is an NBC presentation, produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
Preceding was transcribed. Tonight, enjoy the big preview with Maury Amsterdam on the NBC Radio Network.
The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes, Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. We have before now introduced in this series stories by Robert Louis Stevenson. Today we have chosen perhaps the best-known tale he ever wrote, possibly the best-known Grand Guignol classic in literature. Also for me, it has the attraction of one of the most fascinating dual roles ever created. So now it is my pleasure to invite you to listen to Robert Louis Stevenson's story, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
My name is Henry Jekyll, or at least by that name I pray heaven to be remembered. By profession, I am a doctor of medicine, a fellow of the Royal Society, a doctor of laws and of civil law. Born to a large fortune, I think I can also say on my own behalf that I'm inclined by nature to industry. I'm fond of the respect of the wise and good among my fellow men, and was once, as might have been supposed, one with every guarantee of an honorable and distinguished future. If I can hope for that no longer, well, the future is not in my hands. As for the past, the immediate past, how am I to tell it to you? For the story of my undoing is not the story of myself alone. If you are to understand it aright, it must begin as the story of another. The story of Dr. Jekyll will end, and must now begin, with the story of Edward Hyde.
Hold him. Don't let him get away. Is the child badly hurt? Take your hands off me, you fools. Let me go.
Let you go. If there was a policeman here, I should have you given in charge. Don't you realize you might have killed the poor child?
Idiot got in my way.
Got in your way? Is that any reason for knocking her down and trampling on her? Are you out of your mind?
I've more important things to think about than children.
There's no reason for leaving them half dead on the pavement. Is the child badly hurt?
Her head's cut, poor little mite. He should be sent to prison, trampling on a poor little kid like that. Did you see what he did to her, sir? The ugly brute.
Yes, I saw the whole thing. And I happen to be a lawyer. You haven't heard the last of this young man. You're going to pay for it, believe me.
Let go of me. What do you want? Money?
I want to see some slight evidence of your humanity. The child may be badly hurt. She must be examined by a doctor. And as for you, I should be prepared to give evidence against you in the court.
If you choose to make capital out of an accident, naturally I'm helpless.
It was no accident.
Very well, name your figure. No gentleman wishes to get himself mixed up in a public scene. How much do you want?
If you wish to keep this out of the courts, You can pay the parents of the child £100. If not, I'll make your name known from one end of London to the other.
Have £10 with me, you can have that.
£100 was what I said. You can afford it from the looks of you. And unless you take steps to get it immediately, I shall hand you over to the police.
Very well, if you insist. I'll get the money. Come with me.
Right.
The young man led them to the door of a gloomy house not far away. He let himself in with a key, and in a few minutes reappeared with a check in his hand. He handed it over with a cynical smile.
Let me see that. £90 payable to bearer.
And £10 here in cash. Well, you satisfied now?
But this signature, I know it. Henry Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll. He's a client and friend of mine.
In that case, you'll know the signature's genuine.
Yeah, but where did you get it? Is Dr. Jekyll in that house?
The check is genuine, that's all that concerns you.
Then what is your name? Are you a friend of Dr. Jekyll?
Yes, I'm a friend of his. You may have even heard my name. Would you say that you're Dr. Jekyll's lawyer?
What is your name?
Allow me to give you my card. We may see more of each other. That is my address, and as you see, the name is...
Edward Hyde.
The name was Edward Hyde. As for the signature on the check, Henry Jekyll, that was genuine enough, for I had written the check myself. Nor was I surprised to receive a visit from the lawyer the following morning, for it was not the first time that the name of Edward Hyde had been discussed between us.
Once again, Jekyll, who is this Edward Hyde?
He's a friend of mine.
But this will that you've made out in favor of him, all that you possess, made over to him in the event of your disappearance. Why? And what's the meaning behind the phrase disappearance or unexplained absence for any period exceeding 3 calendar months? Why should you disappear suddenly?
I have my reasons for that clause, Utterson. You must forgive me for not disclosing them.
Look, Jekyll, there's something strange about all this. The only explanation I can think of is that Edward Hyde, whoever the fellow is, must have some hold over you. My guess is that he's blackmailing you.
Oh, I tell you, that's absurd. Edward Hyde is a friend of mine, and I'm simply indebted to him for things he's done for me.
Whenever I saw one, Edward Hyde is a scoundrel. What can there possibly be between such a creature and a man like you?
I prefer not to discuss him with you. If you like, you can say that my situation is a painful one. I don't deny that my relationship with Edward Hyde is a strange one. A very strange one. But it is one that cannot be mended by talking.
You still won't take me into your confidence, Henry.
No.
After all, we're old friends. You've nothing to fear.
No, believe me, I dare not. As for last night's incident, I'm deeply sorry for the child. So is Edward Hyde, who told me the whole story after you had gone. Believe me, I take a very great interest in him for all his faults. And if I'm taken away, I wish you to promise me that you will bear with him and get his rights for him. I think you would if you knew all. And it would be a weight off my mind if you would promise.
No, I can't pretend that I shall ever like him.
Oh, I don't ask that. I only ask for justice. I only ask you to help him, for my sake, when I'm no longer here.
Very well. I promise.
For a while, no more was heard of Edward Hyde. It was as though he had vanished off the face of the earth. If only he had done so indeed. As it was, his reappearance some few months later was the occasion of a terrible tragedy. And once again, I found myself involved in something over which I had ceased to have any control.
Jekyll, this is Inspector Newcomb of Scotland Yard. He's investigating the death of Sir Danvers Carey, who was found murdered in the street late last night.
Sit down, Inspector. Anything I can do to help you.
Thank you, sir.
I read of the tragedy in the papers this morning. It was a terrible crime. Is anything known about it yet?
Yes, Dr. Jekyll. A warrant has been issued for the arrest of a man that I believe you may be able to help us to trace.
Someone I know?
His name is Edward Hyde.
Edward Hyde? Oh, but no, there must be some mistake. He isn't here anymore. He's gone away, out of the country. What makes you think...
A letter was found by the murdered man. He had gone out to post it when he was attacked. The letter was addressed to Mr. Utterson here. That's how he came to be involved. He identified the body, and also this broken stick which was found on the scene of the crime. We have reason to believe it was the stick used by the murderer, that Sir Danvers was beaten to death with it, in cold blood. May I ask whether you have ever seen it before?
Yes, it belonged to me once. It was given to me some years ago by Mr. Utterson here.
That's what I told the Inspector.
Have you seen it recently, Dr. Jekyll?
No, not recently. I lost it some months ago. You see, it was found...
As you see, sir, the sticker's been broken in two during the attack. This half was found in the street beside the body of the murdered man. The other half, also bloodstained, was found in the room of Mr. Edward Hyde early this morning.
Oh, but surely there must be some mistake.
There is no mistake. The attack was seen by Sir Danvers' maid. It was a bright moonlight night, and she was looking from her window as Sir Danvers went out. She saw him talking to Hyde in the street. She recognized him, and she saw him strike Sir Danvers down. It was on her evidence that we went round to Hyde's rooms in Soho. As you know, he gave me his address the last time I saw him.
May I ask when was the last time you saw him, sir?
I don't remember. Not for some months. I was told he'd gone abroad.
You're sure he's not been here last night or this morning?
I would tell you if he had.
Well, if he should call here, you will inform the police immediately. He is a dangerous man, Dr. Jekyll. My men will be posted outside in case he shows up. As it is, you will be required to give evidence at the inquest.
Yes, of course. I will do anything I can. This has been a terrible shock to me.
Well, I'm sorry you should have been implicated, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Goodbye, Inspector. I will do all I can to help you.
Thank you, sir. Good day, Mr. Utterson.
Good day. Well, Henry, as you know, Sir Danvers was a client of mine, but so are you. Now that you've got mixed up in this terrible thing, I want to know what I'm doing. Will you swear to me that you're holding nothing back? You haven't been mad enough to help this fellow escape.
Utterson, upon my honor, I swear to heaven I'll never have anything more to do with him in this world. My friendship with him is over.
Oh, thank heavens for that. I tell you, Henry, I told you before, this man is a scoundrel, a dangerous maniac. Till he's put out of the way, none of us will be safe, least of all you.
Edward Hyde will never be heard of again. He's safely out of the way already.
Can you be sure of that? Well, if he's brought to trial, your own name will appear. As it is, you're dangerously involved.
I'm quite sure of him now. To be honest with you, I have received a letter from him.
Then why didn't you give it to the inspector?
Well, I needed your advice first. I didn't wish to get mixed up in the business any more than I am already. Read this.
Dear Jekyll, when you receive this, you will know what I've done. I can offer no excuse for myself, so I will trouble you with none. I have repaid you unworthily for your many kindnesses, but I shall never again give you cause to regret them. I am going away, and you need have no further fears for me. Where I am going, no one will ever find me. Goodbye, and forgive me. Edward Hyde.
There. If you advise me to do so, I will give it to the police.
Where's the envelope?
I burnt it before I realized what I was doing, but there was no postmark. The letter was handed in at the door.
Can Poole describe the man who brought it?
No, it was left in my surgery. He must have come round through the garden. What should I do with it?
I will take it. I want to think about it a little more. Tell me one thing. That clause in your will about your disappearing. It was Hyde who dictated that, wasn't it?
Yes.
I knew it. Oh, fool, Henry, don't you see it all? The man intended to murder you as well when it suited him. You make a will in his favor, leaving him your whole fortune. You insert a clause in that will that if you disappear for only 3 months, you're to be presumed dead, and all your fortune handed over to him without any further inquiry. You too must be out of your mind.
Well, there were reasons. I can't tell you.
These papers here on the table. Whose are they?
There's some notes I was making about an experiment.
May I look at them for a moment?
If you wish.
This is your handwriting, isn't it?
Yes.
And this is the handwriting of Edward Hyde, this note you gave me?
Yes, I think so.
Aren't you sure? Don't you recognize
well,
it?
Yes, of course. I know his handwriting quite well. But what are you doing?
I'm comparing your handwriting with the writing in this note that you say was written by Edward Hyde. I happen to know a certain amount about graphology. The writing of the note is different, obviously, in many ways. The slope of the letters are different. But the formation of the letters and the pressure of the hand is the same. This note is a clumsy forgery. I tell you that you forged it yourself. You don't deny it. Will you tell me why you wrote it? Why you, a man of honor, would turn to forgery to protect a murderer?
If only I could have told him. If only I'd had the courage. Even if I had had the courage, would he have believed me? Not unless I'd given him the proof of what I said. The proof which I dare no longer give. The proof which would have sent me to the gallows. The proof that Dr. Jekyll and Edward Hyde were one and the same being. Or rather, that Edward Hyde was the evil part of me.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier. You'll enjoy the parade of fine listening in store tomorrow on NBC, when noted Italian maestro Guido Cantelli returns to the podium of the NBC Symphony in another brilliant concert from Carnegie Hall. The famed conductor has chosen music of varied styles and periods with work by Haydn, Hindemith, and Wagner for tomorrow's music classics with the NBC Symphony. And remember to enjoy the latest edition of Weekend, your Sunday newspaper of the air, the only Sunday paper you can safely enjoy while driving in your car. You'll meet such notables as Merrill Muller, Elmo Roper, and Earl Godwin with the latest news highlights of the week from all corners of the world. Mel Allen covers the sports world, and Earl Wilson the Broadway beat. There's everything from cover stories to feature items on home, fashions, and people, all on Weekend on NBC. And later there's fine dramatic listening in store on the family comedy series The Marriage, when Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy, as the delightful Marriotts, find their household a trifle unsettled when Liz becomes a career woman again. And if you're a Western adventure fan, stay with NBC for another thrilling six-shooter drama, when Britt Ponsett discovers a lynching party has chosen the wrong man. James Stewart portrays your six-shooter hero in this exciting drama of the Western Plains on NBC. And now we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
The murder of Sir Danvers Carey remained unpunished, for the murderer could not be found. Despite the hue and cry, Edward Hyde had disappeared, as though he had never existed. Much of his past was unearthed, and all of it was criminal. Tales were told of him by those who had known him, tales of a callous and violent life lived among criminal companions, tales of the hatred and contempt he had evoked among all who had crossed his path. But as to his present whereabouts, not a whisper. Edward Hyde had vanished, and I alone could have solved the mystery.
Well, Jekyll, this is quite a reunion. How long is it since Lanyon and you and I spent the last evening together?
Far too long, I'm afraid. Yes. I'd begun to think that Dr. Lanyon would never have dinner with me again.
Well, if it's my fault, I'm sorry about that. Jekyll and I had a disagreement professionally some years ago. We agreed to go our separate ways.
Well, who shall affirm when doctors disagree? What was it all about? A wrong diagnosis?
No. Dr. Lanyon took exception to a line of research I was interested in. I think he disapproved of some of my experiments.
Well, frankly, I told him he was going in for a lot of unscientific balderdash. Better suited to an alchemist than a doctor.
I think I could still surprise you, Lanyon, if I wanted to. Those experiments were not so unscientific as you imagine.
Well, I still don't want to hear about it.
Oh, very well, then we'll change the subject. But one of these days, I may convince you. One of these days. If it had only stayed as indefinite as that. But Dr. Lanyon was to be convinced before the month was out, and the discovery was to bring about his death. One morning, later that January, Dr. Lanyon received a letter. The letter was signed with my name, Henry Jekyll, and asked him to do me a certain service in the name of our old friendship. At midnight, there was a knock on his door.
You come from Dr. Jekyll?
Yes.
Then come in, please.
Have you got it? Have you got it?
No, just a moment. You seem to forget that I don't know you.
I beg your pardon, as you say, but I'm here on behalf of Dr. Jekyll, and the matter is very urgent.
No doubt. From the tone of Dr. Jekyll's letter, I gathered it must be. The letter asked me to collect some drugs from a cabinet in his surgery, a drawer full of drugs, and bring them here. I was sworn to secrecy and was asked to deliver those drugs to someone who would call here for them at midnight. Are you that man?
Yes, give them to me. Where are they? Where are they?
Well, the drawer's on that table.
Give me a graduated glass, quickly.
There's one there on the desk. Would you mind telling me what all this mystery is about?
Now, you see. At first, the solution is reddish. As I add the crystals, it turns to a dark purple. It effervesces and gives off a slight vapor. And now, as the crystals dissolve, it is turning to a watery green. You see?
Yes, I see all that, but what I don't see is...
Well, Dr. Lanyon, which is it to be? Shall I take this little glassful of liquid away with me? Or is your curiosity too much for you? Will you be left as you are, neither richer nor wiser? Or shall I show you a sight to stagger the unbelief of Satan? Which is it to be?
After all this nonsense, I might as well see the end of it.
Very well, then. You're a doctor, and you remember your vows. What follows is under the seal of our profession.
You didn't believe in the virtue of transcendental medicine, did you? Well, watch me closely while I drink this little glassful off.
No. What are you doing? For heaven's sake, what have you done? Henry Jekyll! You, but I don't understand. I don't understand.
No, my dear Lanyon. You don't understand how Dr. Henry Jekyll can suddenly appear through the likeness of someone else. If you'd listened to me, believed in the experiments that I was so wrapped up in, well, perhaps you would have understood it better, well enough perhaps to be a partner in a strange and new crusade for the redemption of the human soul.
Henry Jekyll, I don't understand.
Just exactly what formula I've discovered, well, that must remain my secret. But you can believe in its power, for you have seen that power with your own eyes. Sit down, man, and listen. It was many years ago that I first learned to recognize the thorough and primitive duality of man. I saw that two natures were contending in the field of my own consciousness, which you may call, if you like, the good and the evil. I saw that if those two natures could be separated, life would be relieved of all that was unbearable. The unjust might go his way without remorse, and the just could do the good in which he believed without any fear of his own imperfections. Well, I succeeded in finding the secret of that separation.
But how? How?
It's not possible to trace the whole journey, but the drug that I discovered has power to control and shake the very fortress of our identity. I discovered that drug, and a year or two ago, I tried it on myself. I suffered the most racking pains. You saw me suffer them again just now. Grinding of the bones, a deadly nausea, and a horror of the spirit that cannot be exceeded at the hour of birth or death. Then the agonies began to subside, and I came to myself again. Myself, to one part of myself, a separation of the lower elements in my soul. There was something strange in my sensations, something indescribably new and incredibly sweet. From its very novelty, I felt younger, lighter, happier in body, reckless and wicked. Oh, yes, 10 times more wicked, a slave to my own original evil. I had shrunk in size, but I had gained in the exaltation of my senses. I looked in the mirror and saw what I had become. For the first time in the history of mankind, I saw a man who was compounded only of evil. There in the mirror I saw the likeness of Edward Hyde.
Edward Hyde? Edward Hyde, the murderer?
Yes, the murdered-be. But Edward Hyde did many things before he committed murder. From that day forth, I had the choice of my two characters. The one wholly evil, the other a compound of evil and good. The Dr. Henry Jekyll that the world respected.
And of those two, you chose the worse. The one that was wholly evil.
Occasionally, only in the character of Edward Hyde, I sought out the pleasures that were denied to me as a respectable man. I took rooms in Soho, made myself known to Jekyll's friends in the character of Hyde, even altered my will in Hyde's behalf. If anything happened to Henry Jekyll, Edward Hyde could still enjoy the pleasures of life.
You mean the drug could work both ways? It could overcome evil and bring you back to yourself?
As you see, by day I could live my proper life, compounded of good and evil as all of us are, and by night I could roam the city under the most impenetrable of disguises.
And Edward Hyde could commit his murders without any fear of detection?
No such idea in mind when I started the adventure. The pleasures I enjoyed may have been vicious, but it was in the hands of Edward Hyde that they soon began to become criminal. This familiar that I called out of my own soul was a being inherently evil. He was selfish, bestial, and relentless. At times I stood aghast before his acts, but the situation was apart from ordinary laws and seemed to relax the grasp of my conscience. When I realized what I had done, what Edward Hyde had done, I was horrified, and terrified. From that day forth, I've never taken the drug again.
And you expect me to believe that? When you come here, into this very room as Edward Hyde himself?
But I don't know what happened, but yesterday, in the park, I was sitting there on the bench, drowsing in the sunshine. Perhaps it was my conscience that was drowsing. Perhaps I was dreaming of all the things that I had done when Edward Hyde was alive in me. Suddenly a qualm came over me, a terrible nausea and the most deadly shuddering. I must have fainted. But when I regained my senses, I looked down at my hands. They'd changed. They were corded and hairy hands, the hands of Edward Hyde, the murderer. My whole body had shrunk. My clothes hung formlessly and grotesquely about me as they did about the man you saw here half an hour ago. I was in a panic. A hunted murderer, wanted by the police. The drugs that I had needed to regain my proper identity, they were back in my surgery, and I dare not go back to fetch them, for my own butler would have turned me over to the police. In despair, I wrote you that letter asking you to fetch the drugs for me here. You did so, and you've saved me.
I have saved you.
Yes.
I loathe you and despise you. To me, you're more evil than Edward Hyde himself, for it was only by your desires that he came alive at all. Why should I not denounce you to the police myself? Why should I take you on my conscience? What other crimes are you capable of committing?
Oh, London, I beg you. I've learned my lesson. From now on, Edward Hyde is dead. I shall never venture anywhere without the drugs that can keep him in his cage. Dr. Lanyon did not denounce me to the police. The shock of that discovery proved too much for him. And in a very short time, Dr. Lanyon was dead. From that day forth, I too have changed. It is no longer the fear of the gallows, it is the fear of being Edward Hyde that racks me. I still hate and fear the thought of the brute that sleeps within me. But never again shall he break out in all his horrible infamy. The drug shall be used only to purge his evil, never to set it free. As for this confession that I'm writing... What's happening to me? The nausea, the terrible pains. No, not again! No, not that! No, quick, the drug. Where's the drug? The solution, where's the crystals? Quickly!
Well, you've drunk it. Is there still no change? Has it lost its power then, this wonderful drug of yours? Does it no longer work its miracle?
Dr. Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll, are you all right, sir?
Yes, I'm all right. Go away.
Open the door, sir. You don't time.
Go away, you fool. There's nothing wrong with me.
Jekyll, open this door at once. Is Hyde there with you?
No. It's me, Henry Jekyll. Go away. I'm busy.
If you don't open this door, I'll smash it in.
Quickly. The drug. More of it. More. Before they get in. If they catch me like this, I'm done for. The drug. Why doesn't it work anymore?
Hyde! I can see you. Smash this door out and get away.
The drug! Why doesn't it work anymore?
He shot himself. Mr. Hyde has shot himself. Where's the doctor? Where's Dr. Jekyll?
He must have been here a moment ago. Look, this report on the table. In his writing, and the ink's still wet.
Dr. Jekyll! Dr. Jekyll!
Ah. True statement of Dr. Henry Jekyll touching the case of Edward Hyde. When this testimony is read, I shall be dead. And the discovery which I have made will have died along with me. For as this testimony will make too evident, my discovery was incomplete.
Dr. Jekyll! Where are you, Dr. Jekyll?
Yes, Henry Jekyll. If this is a true statement, where are you indeed?
This is Laurence Olivier again. This week, in our adaptation of Robert Louis Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, our cast included William Mervyn, Russell Napier, Campbell Singer, and John Fraser. I look forward to the pleasure of your company next week when I shall introduce another play. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier starred in today's transcribed program. The script was by Derek Patmore. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royale is an NBC presentation, produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
It's the big preview next on the NBC Radio Network.
The National Broadcasting Company present, transcribed, Sir Ralph Richardson in Theatre Royale.
This is Ralph Richardson. A short while ago in this series, we played for you some scenes based on sequences from Tristram Shandy by Lawrence Sterne. Today, for your pleasure, we have some scenes from the second of the two books upon which his fame rests, A Sentimental Journey. If we can succeed in capturing the spirit of that book, we shall deal in a measure of delight. For I find it one of the most charming books I know. 200 years ago, Lawrence Sterne paid a visit to France and anticipated much of the misfortune and the good fortune, too, which is attended upon generations of tourists, right up to the present day. Come with us, won't you, as we take a step back into the France of 200 years ago, and take, with Lawrence Sterne, A Sentimental Journey. The whole circle of travelers may be reduced to the following heads: idle travelers, inquisitive travelers, lying travelers, proud travelers, vain travelers, splenetic travelers. Then follow travelers of necessity, the delinquent or felonious traveler, the unfortunate and innocent traveler, the simple traveler, and last of all, if you please, the sentimental traveler, meaning thereby myself. And the reason for my sentimental journey through France? It all happened very simply.
Disgraceful, Mr. Yorick. I repeat, disgraceful, sir.
Yes, my lord, I am of your opinion.
Absolutely no flair for these things, the English.
No sensibility, my lord. They order this matter better in France.
You have been in France?
Well, my lord, no, I...
You mean, sir, you have not been in France?
No, my lord, but...
Then, sir, I have nothing further to say.
Strange that 21 miles sailing, for 'tis absolutely no further from Dover to Calais, should give a man these rights. I decided to look into them, and went straight back to my lodgings, put up half a dozen shirts and a black pair of breeches, took a place on the Dover stage, and the packet sailing at 9 the next morning, by 3 I'd got sat down to my dinner upon a fricasseed chicken, sentimentally but unequivocally in France.
If Monsieur is on his travels, he will need a carriage. I shall be happy to sell him one to suit his needs.
Thank you. I've seen one in your yard which rather took my fancy. A désobligeant.
Oh, but Monsieur, a désobligeant, it's too small. There is room inside only for the one.
But I'm traveling alone. Besides, it stands there looking so sad and neglected. It stands there swinging reproaches at you every time you pass by it.
If Monsieur will excuse me, I will get the keys of the coach house. You shall see something better by far.
I am more costly by half. I shall be overreached by 3 or 4 louis d'or. Yorick, Yorick, avarice, base passion. Thy hand is against every man, and every man's hand is against thee.
Heaven forbid, monsieur.
Madam, forgive me, I didn't see you. Heaven forbid, indeed. Allow me.
You have hold of my hand, monsieur.
Fair lady, this must certainly be one of Fortune's whimsical doings. To take two utter strangers by their hands and in one moment place them together in such a cordial situation as friendship herself could scarce have achieved for them had she projected it for a month.
And your reflection upon it shows how much she has embarrassed you by the adventure, monsieur.
Ah, madame, it is merely that I am an English philosopher. My heart knew it, but my brain couldn't let it alone. But you've been in London?
No, monsieur.
Then you must have come from Flanders?
Yes.
Perhaps from Lille?
No.
Nor Arras? Nor Cambrai? Nor Gand? Nor Brussels?
Yes, monsieur. I live in Brussels.
Ah, and you are going by the Paris road?
Yes, monsieur. As far as Amiens.
As far as Amiens. Then perhaps madame would...
Pardonnez-moi, madame. If monsieur will step into the coach house, I will show him a few of my carriages.
Thank you. After you, madame.
If monsieur intends to travel alone, I have here a désobligeant which...
No. I must have a coach for two, I think.
Monsieur would find a désobligeant very uncomfortable.
Yes, indeed.
Perhaps this carriage would suit monsieur.
That will scarce hold two. 'Tis altogether too small.
Have the goodness to step in with him, madame. It is larger than he believes. Excuse me, monsieur. I shall be back in a moment.
Another of Fortune's whimsical doings, monsieur. C'est bien comique.
There wants nothing to make it so but the comic use which the gallantry of a Frenchman would put it to make love the first moment and offer his person the second.
It is their forte, monsieur.
It is supposed so, at least. They have certainly got the credit of understanding more of love and making it better than any other nation upon earth. But for my own part, I think them arrant bunglers.
Indeed, monsieur?
What a want of knowledge of love-making a man betrays who ever lets the word come out of his lips till an hour or two at least after the time that his silence upon it becomes tormenting to a lady. A course of small, quiet attentions, not so pointed as to alarm, nor so vague as to be misunderstood, with now and then a look of kindness and a little or nothing said upon it, leaves nature for your mistress, and she fashions it to her mind.
Then I solemnly declare, monsieur, that you have been making love to me all this while.
I never finished a 10-guinea bargain so expeditiously in my life as I did in buying the carriage. And what a large volume of adventures may be grasped within this little span of life by him who interests his heart in everything that time and chance hold out to him as he journeyeth on his way. Indeed, I lost my portmanteau from behind the carriage, twice got out in the rain, and once up to my knees in dirt, to help the postilion tie it on before I got to Montreal.
But surely monsieur needs a servant. There is a clever young fellow here who would be very proud of the honor to serve an Englishman.
Well, let him come in then, by all means.
Lafleur! Lafleur! This is the English gentleman who needs a servant.
If monsieur would only give me the chance to prove myself.
Well, you suit me very well, Lafleur, I'm sure. I suppose I should inquire what you can do, but I shall find out your talents as I want them. Besides, a Frenchman can do everything. You can shave and dress a wig a little.
Oh, monsieur, I have all the disposition in the world.
It's enough for heaven, Lafleur. It ought to be enough for me. The next morning, Lafleur entered upon his employment. I delivered to him the key of my portmanteau, bid him fasten all upon the carriage, get the horses put to, and he cantered away down the road before me as happy and as perpendicular on his post-horse as a prince. And in such a sort we arrived before nightfall at Amiens.
Monsieur, the valet of the Comte de Lafitte has brought you this letter. It is from Madame the Comte's sister, whom you met in the coach house at Calais.
Whom I met where?
In...
Ah, Ah, yes. So he told you that, did he? Now, I wonder how he found that out now. It was a billet from the lady of the carriage in which she said she'd taken the liberty, having seen me arrive at the inn, to charge me with delivering a letter for her to a Madame Renaud, a friend of hers at Paris. There was only added that she was sorry to have no chance to wish me a bon voyage once more in person, but should I happen to find myself in Brussels...
If Monsieur will pardon the liberty...
Well, Lafleur, what is it?
I told the valet of Monsieur le Comte that you would want him to carry a reply to Madame.
Oh, but of course I'll write it immediately.
Here, pen, ink, and paper, Monsieur.
Thank you. Now, let me see. Chère Madame... No, ma chère Madame... I am... no.
1,000 apologies for the liberty, Monsieur, but I have a letter in my pocket written by the drummer in our regiment to a corporal's wife.
You have...
I dare say it would suit the occasion, Monsieur.
Then, pretty, let me see it.
La voilà, Monsieur.
Madame, I suffered most grievously, and at the same time was plunged into despair by the unlucky return of the corporal, which puts our meeting again this evening quite out of the question. But, vive la joie, all mine is thinking of you. Love is nothing without sentiment, and sentiment is still less without love. Let us not despair. Monsieur le Corporal mounts guard on Wednesday, and then it will be my turn. Chanceux et son tour. Till then, vive l'amour et vive la bagatelle. I am, madam, with the most respectful and tender sentiments, yours alone, Jacques Roch.
Monsieur thinks that the letter will serve?
Why not? 'Tis but changing the corporal into a count, saying nothing about mounting guard next Wednesday, and the letter will be neither right nor wrong. Let me take the cream gently off it, whip it up in my own way, seal it up, and send you off with it, and tomorrow be on our way to Paris. When a man can contest the point by dint of equipage and carry all floundering before him with half a dozen lackeys and a couple of cooks, then 'tis very well in such a place as Paris. He may drive in at which end of the street he will. But if a poor prince is weak in cavalry and whose whole infantry does not exceed a single man, he had better quit the field. I own my first sensations as soon as I was left solitary and alone in my chamber at the Hotel Moderne were far from being so flattering as I had prefigured them. I walked gravely to the window in my dusty black coat and looking through the glass saw all the world in yellow and blue and green running at the ring of pleasure. Alas, poor Yorick, cried I, what art thou doing here? Come in.
Monsieur has been inquired after by the lieutenant police.
The deuce take it, and I know the reason. I'll be back.
He spoke about you with the innkeeper, monsieur.
It was your passport that he required, Monsieur Yorick. I told him I would ask you for it. Monsieur has a passport, of course.
A passport? Not I, faith. I left London in such a hurry it never entered my mind that we were at war with France until I was at Dover. The Comte de Liege offered me a place in his packet, and so I embarked, and I never thought more of the matter.
Monsieur has no passport. Well, then he has perhaps friends in Paris who can procure him one?
Not that I know of.
But, Monsieur Yorick, you will be sent to the Bastille. Or the Châtelet, at least.
Ah, pooh, the King of France is a good-natured soul. He'll hurt nobody.
Cela n'impose pas. You will certainly be sent to the Bastille tomorrow morning.
I'm sorry, my dear sir, but I won't hear of it.
But, monsieur, if you have no passport...
I'm sorry, the Bastille is quite out of the question.
But, monsieur, how can you say such a thing?
You know perfectly well I've taken lodgings for a month, and I'll not quit them for all the kings of France in the world.
Oh, pardi. These English men are the most extraordinary people in the world.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royal, starring Sir Ralph Richardson. Keeping informed in this busy world of ours sometimes gets to be a problem, doesn't it? Events happen so quickly, you're often too busy to hear it all and to get the real story. Well, NBC solves that problem for you with a series of exclusive news features every Sunday, designed to bring you up to date with the headlines. And not only that, also to take you behind the headlines, where you'll hear the inside story and meet the people who are making news, all on Sunday, a day when you have the time to sit back and hear it all. For example, there's a 2-hour program called Weekend. Weekend is your Sunday newspaper, bringing you all the news from front-page stories to society page, fashion news and baseball news. You'll hear it all on Weekend, as reported by such expert newsmen and women as Tex and Jinx McCrary, Leon Pearson, Merrill Muller, and many others. This Sunday and every Sunday, let NBC Radio do the job of keeping you informed. The easy, the complete way. The NBC Radio way. We now continue Theatre Royale, starring Sir Ralph Richardson.
I had treated the matter of my passport quite cavalierly when first the innkeeper raised it, but it needed no more than the sight of a caged starling in the passage to his courtyard to remind me how sweet a thing is liberty. "I can't get out, I can't get out," said the starling, and mechanical as the notes were, yet so true in tone were they chanted, and so apt their comment, that in one moment they overthrew all my disregard of the Bastille. "I'll go directly," said I to myself, "to the Comte de Brissac." How the Count's name occurred to me is a story in itself. I had heard it that very morning in a bookseller's shop where I'd inquired for a set of Shakespeare's works.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Good day, monsieur. I should like to buy a set of the works of Shakespeare.
Monsieur. But I have not a set of the divine Shakespeare in all the world.
Comment? But there's a set here on your counter.
Oh, monsieur, they are not mine. They were sent me only to get bound, and I am to send them back to Versailles in the morning, to the Comte de Brissac.
Does the Comte read Shakespeare, then?
Ah, monsieur, c'est un esprit fort. He loves English books. And what is more to his honor, monsieur, he loves the English, too.
You speak this so civilly that it's enough to oblige an Englishman to lay out a louis d'or or two in your shop.
Have you the Wanderings of the Heart, monsieur?
The Wanderings of the Heart? Oh, certainly, mademoiselle. In 2 volumes for 3 livres.
Thank you, monsieur. Good day.
Good day, mademoiselle. Good day, monsieur.
Though I had often thought of the pretty little fille de chambre, it had taken the threat of the Bastille to remind me of the bookseller and his patron, the Comte de Brissac. But now, when a passport seemed more important to me than all but liberty itself, the Comte came again into my mind. And on the following day, with Lafleur to escort me, I made the journey to Versailles. And with more than a few misgivings, I presented myself to the Comte de Brissac.
And to what am I indebted for this pleasure, monsieur?
Monsieur le Comte, I've come to you with none to present me because I knew that I should meet with a friend of yours in your presence who would do it for me.
A friend? Here, monsieur?
He is at your elbow now, Monsieur le Comte. It is my countryman, Shakespeare.
Ah, Shakespeare. But of course. Please sit down, monsieur. What can I do for you?
In a word, Monsieur le Comte, I've come to France in such a hurry, I've forgot my passport. I'm told that I must apply to one to a friend of some standing in Paris, and I've no such friend. Unless I can find somebody to vouch for me, I shall be sent to the Bastille. But as I happen to hear that you were an admirer of our English genius...
C'est bien dit.
Well, your passport. Shakespeare is full of good things. He forgot only the punctilio of telling me your name.
My name is in Shakespeare, and if you'll pardon me, I'll show it to you. Lear, Macbeth, Hamlet. Aha! Here it is. Monsieur le Comte, me voici.
Yorick? You are Yorick, monsieur? I embrace you. Then I will write out your passport for you at once. To the lieutenant governors, mayors of the city, generals of the army, this is to bid you grant free passage to Monsieur Yorick, the King of England's jester, and his baggage.
Excuse me, Monsieur le Comte, but I'm not the King of England's jester, not even the King of Denmark's.
But you are Yorick, monsieur?
Yes, my name is Yorick.
And you make jests, monsieur?
Yes, Monsieur le Comte, I make jests. But I'm not paid for it.
Tant pis pour monsieur, so much the worse. But monsieur will get along just as well with this passport as any other. Goodbye, monsieur, and a pleasant journey.
Mr. Yorick, the King's jester. I own the triumph of obtaining a passport was not a little tarnished by the figure I cut in it. But there is nothing unmixed in this world, and while we can still afford to smile at ourselves, we shan't go far to the bad. Indeed, the courtesy of the Comte, no less than the good humor with which he had bestowed it, placed me once more in the debt of his country, which knows so well how to scatter the largesse of its genteel sentiments. And I will freely own that nothing puts me in debt to a kindness more than the free and sensible manner of its conferring. Hail, ye small courtesies of life, for smooth do ye make the road of it. Like grace and beauty, which beget inclinations to love at first sight, 'tis ye who open the door and let the stranger in.
Good day, monsieur.
Good day, madame. Would you have the goodness to tell me the way to the Hotel Moderne? I seem to have lost my way.
But of course, monsieur, most willingly.
I had given a cast with my eye into half a dozen shops as I came along the street in search of a face not likely to be disordered by such an interruption. Till at last, this one hitting my fancy, I had walked in. She was working a pair of ruffles as she sat in a low chair on the far side of the shop, facing the door.
Très volontiers, most willingly, monsieur. You must turn first to your left hand, mais prenez garde, there are 2 turns. And be so good as to take the second. Then go down a little way and you'll see a church. When you are past it, give yourself the trouble to turn directly to the right. And that will lead you to the foot of the Pont Neuf, which you must cross. And there, anyone will do himself the pleasure to show you.
I turn first to the right.
No. You turn first to the left, monsieur.
First to the left.
First to the left. But be careful to take the second to the left and not the first.
Second to the left, madame.
Then when you have passed the church, turn to the right, monsieur. Cross the Pont Neuf and then inquire again.
Thank you, madame. I am extremely obliged to you. I will not suppose it was the woman's beauty, notwithstanding that she was the handsomest grisette I think I ever saw. But I'd not gone 10 paces from her door before I found I'd forgot every tittle of what she had said. So looking back and seeing her still standing in the door of the shop as if to look whether I went right or not, I turned back to ask her the way once more.
Oh, is it possible?
It is very possible, madame, when a man is thinking more of a woman than of her good advice.
Wait, monsieur. The boy is taking a parcel into the same quarter, and if you will have the goodness to step inside till it is ready, he will show you the way. Will you come in and wait for him? He will be going in a moment.
And in that moment, madame, I would say something very civil to you for all these courtesies. Anyone may do a casual act of good nature, but a continuation of them shows it is a part of the temperament. And certainly, if it is the same blood which comes from the heart which descends to the extremes, I'm sure you must have one of the best pulses of any woman in the world.
Oh, you had better feel it, monsieur.
Willingly, madame. Pardonnez-moi.
It is nobody but my husband, monsieur. And monsieur is so good as to give himself the trouble of feeling my pulse, Jacques.
Oh, monsieur does me too much honor. Monsieur will be so good as to excuse me. Good day, monsieur.
Good day, monsieur. Dear me, I've been quite put out of my reckonings.
And how does my pulse beat, monsieur?
With all the benignity, madame, that I expected.
Monsieur is very kind.
The parcel is ready, madame. Madame Roland's gloves.
Oh, apropos, madame, I need a couple of pair myself.
Oh, certainly, monsieur. May I measure monsieur's hand?
Oh, please do, madame.
Monsieur has a very small hand. If he will do me the goodness to try this pair. Yes? Oh, no, they are too large for monsieur. Allow me to help monsieur. Perhaps then this pair would fit him better. If monsieur would be so kind. No, they are too big as well.
I must apologize for causing madame so much trouble.
Oh, but it is no trouble at all, monsieur. I am desolated that I have nothing which is quite right for monsieur. Monsieur has a very small hand.
Madame is right.
Shall I take the parcel to Madame Roland, madame?
Wait a moment, Pierre. I wish you to show this gentleman the way.
Yes, madame.
Well, madame, it's no matter. This couple of pair will suit me very well, I think.
If monsieur is really sure, that will be 5 livres, monsieur.
5 livres,
But
madame?
monsieur, do you think that I could ask a sou too much of a stranger? And a stranger whose politeness alone has done me the honor to lay himself at my mercy. Does monsieur believe me capable of that?
Faith, no, not I, madame. And if you were, you are heartily welcome. Oh, ye small courtesies of life, smooth do ye make the road of it, like grace and beauty which beget inclinations to love at first sight. 'Tis you who open the door and let the stranger out. Lefleur.
Yes, monsieur?
Pack my bags and saddle the horses at once, Lefleur.
We are leaving Paris, monsieur?
Aye, Lefleur, we are leaving Paris while we can do so in good order. And thou, great governor of nature, wherever else thy providence shall place me for the trials of my virtue, whatever is my danger, whatever my situation, let me feel the movements which rise out of it, and which belong to me as a man. And if thou govern them as a good one, I will trust the issues to thy justice, for thou hast made us, and not we ourselves.
Monsieur, perhaps, is in love?
With one princess or another, Lafleur, every moment of my life.
Vive l'amour, monsieur.
Aye, Lafleur, vive l'amour, et vive la bagatelle.
The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribed, Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. I've chosen today a story by one of our favorite modern writers in England, Graham Greene, which has been adapted as a radio play. It is, perhaps a little unexpectedly, and I think delightfully, a comedy. I'm going to play the part of Nicholas Fenwick. And so now let me tell you Graham Greene's story, When Greek Meets Greek. This is a story about Oxford University. Well, about Oxford, anyhow. And the story takes place during the last war. It takes a war to upset the routine at Oxford. Well, at Oxford University. And that's exactly what had happened. In fact, such a thing could never have happened at Oxford except in wartime. After all, the university's been there a long time. Even New College, which was new in 1379. As you probably know, 19 colleges go to make up Oxford University. There's Balliol, Brasenose, Harford and Magdalen, Lincoln and Queen's, Jesus and Oriel, and, 19 of them. But one college that's never been at Oxford is St. Ambrose's. At least, there was never a St. Ambrose College at Oxford until the last war. Ah, that'll be Prisket. Let him in, my dear, will you?
All right, Uncle Nick.
We trust that the enclosed syllabus... How the devil do you spell syllabus? S-Y-L-A... Looks funny sometimes. Oh, hello, Prisket. Come in.
Well, how's the college doing?
St. Ambrose's, splendid. Getting out the syllabuses at this very moment. Come into the common room, and you shall know all. Put your hat and coat on the sewing machine there. Rather cluttered up, I'm afraid. One of these days we must build, Prisket, plan and build a St. Ambrose's worthy of our ideals.
That's right. I brought you some more of my pills.
Invaluable, Prisket. If only you'd taken a degree, the Society of Apothecaries would have been enough.
Enough for what?
I would have appointed you resident medical officer of St. Ambrose's.
Oh, I am a chemist.
It won't do, Prisket. It'd look bad on the syllabus.
Oh.
Could we be introduced, Uncle?
Oh, yes, of course. This is my niece, Elizabeth Prisket.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm going to train her to act as bursar to the college. This strain of being both bursar and president of the college is upsetting my stomach.
Oh, well, that's really why I brought her.
Yes, the pills. Thank you.
And what do you think of the college, Miss Fenwick?
My name's Cross. Oh, I think it's a good idea. I'm surprised my uncle thought of it.
In a way, it's partly my idea.
Oh, I see.
You see, I said to your uncle, with all these colleges being taken over by the military and the tutors having nothing to do, they ought to start teaching by correspondence.
A glass of audit ale, Prisket.
Thank you. Of course, I hadn't thought of all this. The common room, I mean, and St. Ambrose's.
My niece knows very little of the setup. I've merely given her a general picture of our activities.
Yes, as I see it, Uncle's running a swindle called St. Ambrose's College, Oxford.
Not a swindle, my dear. The advertisement was very carefully worded. Every phrase was checked against every man his own lawyer. Useful book, Prisket. I hope you know it.
Well...
As the brochure says, war conditions prevent you going up to Oxford. St. Ambrose's, Tom Brown's old college. A nice touch there, don't you think? St. Ambrose's, Tom Brown's old college has made an important break with tradition. For the period of the war only, it will be possible to receive tuition by post wherever you may be, whether defending the empire on the cold rocks of Iceland or on the burning sands of Libya, in the main street of an American town or a cottage in Devonshire.
No, you've overdone it, Uncle. You always do. That hasn't got a cultured ring. It won't catch anybody but saps.
My dear, there are plenty of saps.
Oh, go on.
Well, I'll skip that bit. Degree diplomas will be granted at the end of 3 terms instead of the usual 3 years. That gives a quick turnover. One can't wait for money these days. Gain a real Oxford education at Tom Brown's old college. For full particulars of tuition fees, battels, etc., write to the bursar.
But do you mean to say the university can't stop that?
Anybody can start a college anywhere. I've never said it was part of the university.
But battles, they mean board and lodging.
In this case, it's quite a nominal fee to keep your name in perpetuity on the books of the old firm. I mean the old college.
And the postal tuition?
Prisket here is science tutor. I take history and the classics. I thought that you, my dear, might tackle economics.
I don't know anything about them.
Well, of course, neither will our undergraduates. As a matter of fact, I'd already thought of keeping the examinations on the simple side, within the capacity of the tutors. There's an excellent public library here, you know. And another thing, the fees are returnable if the diploma degree is not granted.
You mean...
Oh, nobody will ever fail.
And you've actually started? You mean you're beginning to get results?
Well, of course. I waited until I could see the distinct possibility of at least 600 a year for the 3 of us before I wired you, my dear. And today, beyond all my expectations, I have received a letter from Lord Driver. He, Lord Driver, is entering his son at St. Ambrose's.
But
how can he come here?
That's just it. He can't. He's in the army. Oh. The drivers have always been a military family. I looked them up in Debrett's period.
So there you are, Miss Cross. What do you think of it?
I think it's rich. Only one thing missing. You haven't arranged a boat race.
There you are, Prisket. I told you she was a girl of ideas. And now the scene shifts to London, where a figure of obvious, almost painfully obvious gentility is busily spreading spent tea leaves round the roots of a spotted aspidistra in a rented sitting room off the Marylebone Road.
Lovely plant, my dear. How it thrives.
Now, you can't get round me with a bit of soft soap like that, Mr. Driver. Look at this letter that's just arrived. See what it says on the envelope? Lord Driver. What's this Lord Driver business?
My Christian name, my dear. Lord Driver, like Lord George Sanger or Duke Ellington.
Then why don't they put Mr. Lord Driver on the envelope?
Ignorance, my dear, just ignorance.
Oh, I don't want any hanky-panky from my house, Mr. Driver. It's always been honest.
Well, perhaps they didn't know whether I was an esquire or just a plain mister, so they left it blank.
Whoa, it's sent from St. Ambrose's College, Oxford. People like that ought to know.
Yes.
In any case, what are the likes of you corresponding at Oxford College about?
My dear, I may have been a little unfortunate. It may even be that I spent a few years in Chokey, but I have the rights of a free man.
And a son in quad, like father, like son.
Please, not in quad, my dear. Reform school. Boston is quite another institution. It is a kind of college.
Like St. Ambrose.
Well, perhaps not quite of the same rank, but if you please, just let me have my letter.
Oh, well, there's your letter, Lord Driver.
Yes. Oh, good.
Well, never mind the What's it say?
My son has been accepted for St. Ambrose College, Oxford. This is a letter from the president. He writes, it will be my great pleasure to pay personal attention to your son's career at St. Ambrose's. In these days, it is an honor to welcome a member of a great military family like yours.
Great military family. Oh, excuse me. The only army you've been near is the Salvation Army on the receiving end.
Please. After all, it's only fitting that my son should go to Oxford.
But how can he go? He won't be out of jail. Reform school for another 6 months, will he?
Well, no, but when I say he'll go to Oxford, that is a figure of speech. The course for which he's been enrolled is a correspondence course. What do they call it here? Oh, yes, a postal tuition course.
Oh, one of them. Oh, I didn't know they did that at Oxford.
A wartime emergency, my dear.
Oh, yes, it will be, won't it? But won't they let him do his lessons in postal? I mean, fill in his forms and things?
I hardly suppose they would. I suppose as a sort of college themselves, they'd feel it was a sort of breach of professional etiquette for one of their students to correspond even with a college like St. Ambrose's.
Oh, would look a bit funny, wouldn't it? Them having to write to postal.
In any case, it's the degree I'm thinking about. An Oxford degree. I thought of it as sort of welcome home for the boy when they let him out.
Well, then, who's going to take the course for him? You're not.
No, not me exactly. No, I remember the first straits I was serving, 3 years in Wormwood Scrubs. There was a man there they called Daddy. I've always kept in touch with him. Reverend Simon Milan, his real name was. Oh, well, quite a scholar.
What, he would? A clergyman?
Oh, only a short time prisoner, of course. We all were, the Scrubs. Come to think of it, a prison is almost a university in itself. With the knowledge you find there, doctors, financiers, clergy.
And you're going to let him take the course in your son's name?
Oh, I'll pay him, of course. Marvelous man. I can still hear him now, talking Latin to the warders.
And so, yet another illustrious name was entered in perpetuity on the books of the old firm, St. Ambrose's College, Oxford. For the 3 terms of the academic year, papers were received from the Honourable Fred Driver, papers which showed a deep and uncommon understanding of Latin, at least.
I've been thinking, as this is my 3rd term here, it's about time I had arrived.
Now, my dear
I
Elizabeth,
should like another £3 a week.
We are such stuff as dreams are made on.
What?
Yes, surrounded by sleep. And these, our cloud-capped towers...
You're misquoting.
...vanished into air. Into thin air.
You've been correcting the English papers.
Unless you allow me to think rapidly and deeply, there won't be any more examination papers.
Oh, trouble?
I've always been a Republican at heart. I don't see why we want a hereditary peerage. Now, this man, Lord Driver, why should a mere accident of birth...
You mean he won't pay his fees?
No, not that. A man like that expects credit. He's right that he should have credit. But he's written to say that he's coming down tomorrow to see his boy's college. Fat-headed, sentimental old fool.
Well, this is it. I knew you'd be in trouble sooner or later.
That's the sort of damn fool, comfortless thing a girl would say.
Why, it just needs brains, in fact. It's quite simple as soon as you begin to think.
Glad you find it so.
Well, of course. I'll meet him at the station with a taxi and take him to one of the real colleges, say Balliol. Lead him straight through into the inner quad, and there you'll be, just looking as if you'd come out of the master's lodging.
No, it won't work.
How do you mean it won't work?
Well,
of course it'll work.
No, he'd know it was Balliol.
Nonsense. If he knew the first thing about Oxford, he wouldn't be sap enough to enroll his son at St. Ambrose's, would he?
Well, if you put it like that, no, I suppose he wouldn't.
Very well, then. If I tell him Balliol, St. Ambrose's, how should he know the difference?
Of course, these well-known military families are a bit crass.
It'll work like a charm. Now, there you'll be in the inner quad. You'll be in an enormous hurry, consecration or something. You'll whip him round the hall, the chapel, the library, hand him back to me outside the master's. Nobody will be there to make any trouble. They'll just think you're a couple of sightseers. Then I'll take him out to lunch, because you're far too busy, and see him back onto his train. It's simple.
You know, Elizabeth, sometimes I think you're a terrible girl. Terrible. Is there nothing you wouldn't think of?
Well, I wouldn't have thought up St. Ambrose's in the first place, probably.
Oh.
Anyhow, now we've got it on our hands, we've got to make the old place look good. Well, it couldn't possibly look better than Balliol, could it?
No. Come to mention it, my dear, it couldn't.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
There's more fine dramatic listening in store tonight when husband and wife team Frederick March and Florence Eldridge interpret the leading roles of Arthur Miller's prize-winning Death of a Salesman. That's on NBC Star Playhouse. And a new dramatic feature, Inheritance, presents the story of Oliver Pollock, an American businessman who played a significant but little-known part in the American Revolution. Hear this entry in the regular Sunday night series presented in cooperation with the American Legion, a feature designed to highlight turning points in American history and the freedom that is our heritage. That's Inheritance, tonight. Meet the Press then comes to you with the evening's prominent guest, Eleanor Roosevelt, who answers the barrage of questions fired by a panel of top newspaper reporters. Lawrence Spivak is moderator. All ahead tonight on NBC. And now is as good a time as any to note the Monday through Friday regular listening treats. Every weekday morning, there's your favorite comedy man, Bob, the housewife's friend, Hope, this week with lovely guest Ann Miller of dancing and acting fame. She and the ski-nosed connoisseur will debate the comparative merits of soft shoe and the Miller dancing style. And the screen lovely will also tell Hope and the listening audience about her film debut and how her youth detoured her on her path to stardom. All this plus the Hope choice for Woman of the Week on the Bob Hope Morning Show. Listen tomorrow. Also among the regulars is the outstanding commentator Pauline Frederick with facts on national and international doings. And your newsman on the go, Alex Dreyer, plus a host of experts who join Jim Fleming in bringing you the heart of the news. Then you won't forget your homey friends, Fibber McGee and Molly, who frolic through another week of misinvolvements and pay their usual chatty visits with all the neighbors in the little town of Wistful Vista. Yes, there's some fine listening in store tonight and another good week ahead on NBC.
And now we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
The next day, Elizabeth met Lord Driver at the station and brought him into the town by taxi. There could be no mistaking him as he stepped out of his first-class carriage. That air of slightly decayed gentility, the monocle hanging on its cord, the baggy trousers and the rather shabby hat. He looked like any eccentric peer in the land. Certainly nobody could have suspected that he wasn't a peer. Or could they, perhaps? Something about him worried Elizabeth slightly. It was almost as though he were afraid of her. He was so ready to fall in with her plans.
It's really unfortunate that you should have chosen today of all days, Lord Driver. My uncle, the president, was most upset that he'll be able to see so very little of you. He asked me to make his apologies for him in advance.
Oh, I don't want to be any trouble right here. No trouble at all. Very good of the president to receive me at all.
Well, he'll be able to give you a very quick look around the college, of course.
Yes.
You've never been over St. Ambrose's, I gather?
No, I'm afraid I never have. I don't want to cause him any bother, of course. It's just the bricks of the dear old place, you know. You mustn't mind me being a sentimentalist, my dear.
Oh, of course not. Were you at Oxford yourself?
No. The drivers, I'm afraid, have neglected the things of the mind. A family of soldiers, you understand. One generation to the next. Soldiers, all of them.
Well, I suppose even the soldier needs brains.
Well, we believe so in the Lancers.
What a pity there aren't any Lancers anymore.
Oh, yes.
What about your son? What's he in?
My son. Oh, yes, my son. Well, he's undergoing a sort of military training.
At Sandhurst?
Sandhurst? No, not Sandhurst. More tactical, I gather.
You mean battle school?
Yes, that'll be it, no doubt. Of course, I hear very little about it. Top secret, you know.
Yes, of course. Well, here we are. St. Ambrose's College. It's a fine old place, isn't it? The very heart and soul of Oxford.
Gad, yes. So this is St. Ambrose's. You know, it's exactly as I pictured the dear old place.
Obviously, your lordship has a vivid imagination. Oh, here's my uncle.
Ah, here you are, Elizabeth. This is our distinguished guest.
Yes, Uncle Nick. This is Lord Driver, Dr. Nicholas Fenwick.
Delighted to meet you, my lord.
A great honor, sir. Mr. President, how do you do?
Well, Uncle, if you'll excuse me, I'm sure you'll have a great deal to show Lord Driver. I'll be back to take him for lunch in half an hour.
Thank you, my dear. Don't be any later than half an hour. That's a good girl.
Charming girls, how your niece.
I'm glad to hear you say that, my lord. She's very home-loving. Yes. Yes, far more to her than most modern girls, I think. Our famous elms, my lord. St. Ambrose's rooks.
Crooks?
No. Rooks. In the elms, over there.
Ah, yes. Rooks in the elms.
Yes. Those wonderful elm trees. One of our great modern poets wrote about them. St. Ambrose elms, oh, St. Ambrose elms. And he went on to mention St. Ambrose rooks calling in wind and rain.
Pretty, very pretty.
Yes, nicely turned, I think.
Turned? Oh, the poem you mean, yeah. I was talking about your niece.
Oh, my niece? Yes, indeed. This way to the hall, my lord, up these steps. So often trodden, you know, by Tom Brown.
Tom Brown? Who was he, the poet?
No. The great Tom Brown, one of Rugby's famous sons. Tom Brown's school days, remember? Yes. Yes, she'll make a fine wife and mother.
Young men are beginning to realize that the flighty ones are not what they want for a lifetime, Dr. Fenwick.
True, my lord. Whoever wins her can feel proud. She'll make a fine hostess. You can take my word for that.
I've no cause to doubt it, sir. I and my son have talked very seriously about marriage. He takes rather an old-fashioned view. He'll make a good husband, believe me.
I might have deduced as much from his examination papers. Our founder, sir. No, the portrait there on the wall. Some of our guests have done me the honor to notice a slight resemblance between us, allowing, of course, for the wig.
Yes, allowing for the wig, perhaps. Yes, I could see it myself. No relationship, of course.
Oh, no relationship. Just, we say, a happy coincidence. The great poet Swinburne.
Swinburne. Yes, indeed.
We sent him down.
You mean expelled him? From St. Ambrose? Good.
Bad morals.
I'm glad to hear you're strict about those, sir.
Your son is in safe hands at St. Ambrose's, my lord. In safe hands.
It makes me very happy, yes. Fine brushwork, that.
Very fine.
Now, religion. I believe in religion. Basis of the family. Backbone of the nation.
My own sentiments, my lord, with which I'm glad to say my niece cordially agrees.
Excellent. You know, our young people ought to meet Dr. Fenwick.
It's a perfectly splendid idea. Yes, indeed, I agree.
That's to say, I should have explained. They ought to meet if my son passes his examinations and obtains his degree.
Oh, you can set your mind at rest there, my lord. He'll certainly get his degree. I'd almost go so far as to give you my word on that.
Well, that's most gratifying. Really very gratifying indeed. He'll be on leave in a week or two. Why shouldn't he take his degree in person? I mean, come here to receive it.
My lord, I'm sorry. I deeply sorry. But there'd be certain difficulties.
Difficulties? Why, isn't it the custom for degrees to be received at the college?
Not for postal graduates, my lord. The Vice-Chancellor likes to make a small distinction. But, my Lord Driver, in the case of so distinguished an alumnus, I suggest that I should be deputed to present the degree to your son personally in London.
Well, I'd have liked him to see his college, Dr.
Oh, so he shall, in happier days. After all, as you can see for yourself, so much of the college is shut at present. I'd like him to visit it for the first time when its glory is restored. Allow me and my niece to call upon you in London.
Well, I'm afraid we're living very quietly. No, the war, of course.
Not serious financial trouble, I hope.
Oh, Debbie, no.
I'm so glad. And now, after this all too brief glimpse, let us rejoin my dear girl. There could be no doubt about it. The Honourable Frederick Driver was St. Ambrose's most notable undergraduate. The college had not been fulfilling expectations of late, and the postman was paying only irregular calls at the master's lodging. Mr. Fenwick seemed to be far less anxious about the fact than Elizabeth had expected. Indeed, it almost seemed as though he had begun to regard the college as only a step towards something else. Exactly what, she couldn't make out.
Well, it's lucky that somebody still sends in his papers regularly.
Yes, that dear boy. I've just marked the Honourable Frederick 100% for classics. Extraordinary. I need quite a good crib to keep up with him. It's not often that Latin and Greek go with military genius. A truly remarkable boy.
Well, he's not so hot on economics.
Well, we mustn't demand too much book learning from a soldier, my dear.
I suppose he really is a soldier.
Of course he's a soldier. Lord Driver told me so himself.
That's what I mean. Oh, well, we'll soon see anyhow.
Yes. Only another week, and I shall have the pleasure of taking you up to town to hand him his diploma personally.
You know, one thing struck me as rather funny.
What's that, my dear?
This idea of Lord Driver meeting us at Paddington Station instead of our going round to his house.
What's funny about that?
Well, nothing, except that we met him on the station here at Oxford.
The two cases are absolutely different. We met him on the station for a very good reason. He's meeting us at Paddington because his house has just been bombed. He told us that in his letter.
I suppose it must have been a delayed action bomb.
Delayed action bomb? Why?
Because there hasn't been a raid on London for the last 6 months.
Oh.
In a moment, we continue with Theatre Royale.
How many of us pause at this time before Easter, the season of hope and joy, to dwell upon our blessings bestowed by a divine power? And as we lift our hearts in gratitude, do we wonder what it would be like suddenly to be stricken by a crippling disease or to be crippled by an accident? Many are, including little children. And it is from us, the whole and hearty and humble, that help must come. Let us show by our purchase of Easter seals from the Society for Crippled Children that we do think of our fellow man as our brother, and of helpless children who depend upon us as our own to help. In the true spirit of Easter, let's give a real Easter gift to crippled children, bringing to them the chance for new life and joy. Let's send our contribution now to the Easter Seal Society for Crippled Children.
And now we return to Theatre Royale.
But Mr. Fenwick preferred to retain his trust in human nature. In due course, he packed a Bachelor of Arts gown and mortarboard in his suitcase, along with a Bible and the specially printed diploma which had been rolled off for him by a friend with a firm of Anglo-Catholic printers. And with Elizabeth at his side, he duly arrived at Paddington Station. From there, the party of four retired to a private room at one of London's great hotels.
Oh, Frederick, I hope you're fully conscious of the honor that's being bestowed upon you.
Yes, Dad. Just as long as we can get it over with.
No, I hadn't an elaborate ceremony in mind, my boy. No, not in these dark wartime days. Merely by virtue of the powers in me vested and in recognition of your abilities as fully proved to our examiners, may I have the pleasure of handing you this degree diploma. And in token of your admission to our roll of Bachelors of the Arts, this cap and gown, which have never, I may say, been more richly deserved by one of our new graduates.
Oh, well, thanks, Dr. Fenwick. I don't exactly know what I've done to deserve it. I don't seem to have done anything at all. Sorry, Dad. Anyhow, do I have to put them on?
Oh, yeah, I think you owe your distinguished father that little gratification, my boy.
All right. It'll fit better when my hair grows again.
The Honourable Frederick Driver certainly did wear his hair uncommonly short. Almost a crew cut, or almost a prison crop. Also, he had a scar on his cheek, and a rather suspicious and sullen scowl on his face. Even so, he had a certain charm to him, and Elizabeth found him quite good-looking. The way that Lord Driver and her uncle, the President, left them alone together confirmed her deepest suspicions. There could only be one thing at the back of everybody's mind.
Well, Fred, what's the idea?
Search me.
I suppose they're planning a wedding.
I wouldn't mind.
You'd have to get leave from your CO, wouldn't you?
From my who? CO? What's that?
Never mind. How do you like the army? If they keep you at it like your father says, it must be like being in prison.
It is, rather.
Oh, come clean, Fred. Your father's not Lord Driver.
Oh, yes, he is.
Oh, no, he isn't. Any more than my uncle's the president of a college.
As a matter of fact, I'm just out of reform school, Borstal. What about you?
Oh, I haven't been to prison yet.
Ha. You'll never believe me, but that ceremony and all that, it looked phony to me from the start. Of course, Dad swallowed it.
My uncle swallowed your father and you. I couldn't, quite.
I'm not surprised. I told him he'd never get away with it, but that's Dad all over.
Uncle Nick's exactly the same, just too silly for words and twice as gullible. By the way, what did they send you to Borstal for?
Oh, nothing that I did, just trying to cover up for the old man. You've probably had to cover up for your uncle before now.
Oh, have I? Poor dears, the things we have to do for them.
That's right. Only next time he'll have to get himself out of the mess. Once is enough, so far as I'm concerned.
Me too. I'll let you be a warning to me.
They fell in love, for no reason at all, in the park, on a bench to save tuppences. planning their fraud on the old frauds they knew they could outdo.
Well, too bad the wedding's off. I'm sorry in a way.
But it doesn't have to be off, does it? I'm still free.
Well, we might discuss it, mightn't we?
Why not? My uncle would certainly put up 500 odd to marry me off to Lord Driver's son.
He would? Well, come to think of it, I'll bet Dad would cough out as much to marry me off to the President's niece.
You know what?
What?
I think we ought to make both the old dears happy.
And do you know what?
What?
So do I.
Then they went back. They almost felt sorry for the old fools as their faces lit suddenly, simultaneously up because everything had been so easy, and then darkened with caution as they squinted at each other.
This is very surprising. My goodness, young people work fast.
All night the two old men planned their settlements, and the two young ones sat happily back in a corner watching the elaborate fencing, with the secret knowledge that the world is always open to the young.
Every minute of every day, someone somewhere calls on the Red Cross for help. Chances are that during the next year, you or your family, a friend or a relative, will receive direct assistance from this great servant of humanity. For instance, if a disaster strikes your neighborhood, the emergency service of the Red Cross will come to your help. If a wounded soldier or an accident victim needs blood, the Red Cross answers the call. Now, these are only two of the many services we depend on the Red Cross to provide. Sometimes we take these services for granted, but each of us must realize that the Red Cross functions only by our support. You can't put a price on the lives saved or the human misery prevented by the Red Cross, but we do know that they need at least $85 million to carry on their work this year. The Red Cross always answers the call, so during this month of March, be sure to answer their call. Give to the 1954 Red Cross Fund.
This is Laurence Olivier again. Our cast in today's play, based on Graham Greene's story, When Greek Meets Greek, included Paul Whitson-Jones, who played Lord Driver, together with Cecile Chevreul, David Jacobs, Keith Pyatt, and Susan Richards.
The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. Today's play is based on a short story by Guy de Maupassant. I myself shall be playing the part of Joseph Renardet, who tells the tale. The story takes place in France. As we have no wish to disconcert the citizens of the capital city of Arkansas, we have altered the title, which it is heretofore gone by, Little Rock. Here then is our play, based on one of Guy de Maupassant's best-known stories, a tale of crime and retribution, which we've called Little Louise. My name is Joseph Renardet, but to the villagers of Carvelin, I am always Monsieur le Maire. The Renardet family have lived at Carvelin going on for 300 years, and our house, Fox's Tower, is one of the landmarks of the neighborhood. It stands in a wood which overlooks the river Brindelle, almost a little fortress, and from the tower itself, the whole countryside stretches away like an enormous estate, though actually my family owns no more than a couple of 100 acres. I was standing on the terrace one morning a few months ago when my housekeeper came up to me, obviously very distressed.
Oh, excuse me, monsieur.
And what is it, Marie? Is something wrong?
It's Médéric, monsieur. He'd like a word with
What,
you.
Médéric the postman? All right, Médéric, what's the matter? You look upset.
I'm sorry, Monsieur le Maire. Down there in the wood by the bridge, I was on my rounds, coming up to the tower, and I came upon it suddenly.
Came upon what?
It was a body, Monsieur le Maire. It was lying there under the trees.
A body? Whose body, man?
I don't know, monsieur. It was lying there on the moss in the bushes. First, I found a needle case, then a thimble, and then a penknife. They were glittering in the sun, just as though they'd been dropped by someone. I picked them up, and I thought, someone has lost these. I'll give them to Monsieur le Maire. So I went on, keeping my eyes open for anything else. And then suddenly I came upon it. The feet were just in sight from the path.
What a body, you say?
It looked like a young girl, monsieur, only partly dressed. It was lying there by the bushes on the moss with a handkerchief over its face. At first I thought, she's asleep. Then I thought, no, that's funny. Asleep at 8 o'clock in the morning, in the woods like that. And then I went up to look who it was. And I couldn't see for the handkerchief over the face. So I touched her hand to wake her. The hand was cold as ice. And I thought, she's dead. And I ran up here all the way to tell you, monsieur.
You did quite right, Médéric. Only you say you don't know who it was.
No, monsieur, I didn't like to lift the handkerchief.
Oh, monsieur, perhaps it's her, little Louise. I heard this morning early that she was missing. Madame Roque's daughter. She hasn't been home all night. Madame Roque was very upset and told the milkman.
What, little Louise Roque? Surely not. All right, Médéric, come and show me at once. Now you have the bailiff, the doctor, and yes, the clerk come out to the woods immediately. Tell them I'm going down there now with Médéric. I want them to come at once, you understand? At once! I went off with the postman there and then. He led me down through the trees to a thick clump down by the riverside, not far from the bridge. It was a short cut that he took each morning with the letters down by the side of a broad stretch of river that we call the pool. The poor man was very excited, and it took him a few minutes to find the place. When I saw it, I refused to touch anything until we'd been joined by the others. At last they arrived, and the doctor knelt down beside her. He lifted the handkerchief from the face.
Oh, dear. Look at that. Little Louise Roque. But what? Her face. It's all blue and swollen.
She's been strangled. You see the marks on her neck? Strangled, but who could do such a thing? I mean, she's been murdered.
Obviously. She's been dead, I don't know, maybe 12 hours or more. The body is cold.
But why? Who would want to murder her?
That is for the police to say, Monsieur le Maire. Somebody must have attacked her yesterday.
Where are the rest of her clothes? Her dress and her shoes and stockings?
Médéric, go and call the magistrate, Monsieur Putois, and ask him to call the police at once.
Yes, Monsieur le Maire.
But who could have done such a thing? Little Louise Roque. Look, her dress must be somewhere about. Perhaps she's been bathing in the river, or was just going to bathe. A lot of people in the village do. I shouldn't really, of course, not on my land this side of the river, but I never objected. Why should I? Princette, go and look along the riverbank. Perhaps you'll find her shoes or something. But little Louise Roque, who could have done such a ghastly thing? Why, she's almost a child. The four of us searched the bushes and the long grass down to the water's edge for the next hour, but we found nothing at all. The magistrate arrived, and we told him how the body had been found. And then 3 gendarmes arrived from Rueil-la-Tour. By now, the news had spread all around the neighborhood, and the villagers had gathered in a little crowd on the river bank. At last, the moment came which I had been dreading. We were told that the girl's mother was there. We led her to the spot, and she knelt beside the body of her daughter. Madame Roque, when did you last see your daughter?
Oh, she went out for a walk yesterday afternoon, Monsieur le Maire. We had been working in the fields, and it was very hot. I went back home to make the supper, and Louise went on by herself. She promised she would be home by 7. When she never returned...
Madame Roque came to see me early this morning, Monsieur le Maire. She said that her daughter had been out all night, and I began to make inquiries for her in the village. Then we got your message, and I came up here with the doctor right away.
It happened sometime yesterday evening, I think. The girl must have been dead since about 6 o'clock yesterday.
About 6 o'clock. I was down towards Villaume, taking a look at the wood felling there. I was on the way back when you called me over, Vernet.
Yeah, that's right, Monsieur le Maire. That must have been shortly after 6. The man just finished for the night. Monsieur le Maire was coming up the lane from Villaume. I called out to him to ask him about a large beach that we've been having trouble with. Have any strangers been seen in the district? May have been a tramp or gypsy.
I haven't heard of any. We must ask. Princep, ask in the village if anyone has seen any strange men around here these last few days.
Half the village appears to have come out here already.
It must have been a tramp or someone. I simply can't believe that anyone in the village...
Poor old woman. She's a widow, isn't she?
Yes, her husband died a few years ago. It was just her and the girl.
Right, who could have done such a thing? I can't understand how anyone could kill a harmless girl like that. What had she ever done?
You can't always find a motive for murder, Monsieur le Maire. At least, not a personal motive. Sometimes people kill in anger. Sometimes they kill in fear.
Whoever it was, I'll send him to the guillotine if it's the last thing I do. What are the police doing about it anyway? Have they finished searching yet?
We're going through the whole wood, monsieur. Maybe the man dropped something as he ran away.
This penknife and needle case and thimble, I found them over there about 20 yards away.
Oh, Louise, Louise. Ah, yes, they're hers.
The penknife as well, madame?
Oh, yes. She had them in her pocket. She used the knife
they
to cut
dropped out of her
Osseous.
pocket as she ran away.
I don't think so. I don't think she was wearing her dress at the time. I'd say she was going in to bathe, or had been in to bathe and was getting dressed again. You see, her hair is uncombed, so she must have been bathing. She was getting dressed when someone came up to her.
Yeah, perhaps she screamed, and he strangled her to keep her quiet.
Very likely.
Well, in that case, what about the penknife and the rest? Why should they have been found over there?
If they were in the pocket of her dress and the murderer was taking her dress away with him to hide it, they may have dropped out of the pocket without his noticing them.
Why should he want to hide the dress and the shoes and the rest? Why hide those and leave the body here in the open for the first one who came this way to find?
Maybe just to mislead us. We'll find out that when we've got our hands on the man.
Monsieur le Maire.
Yes, madame, what is it? We'll do everything we can to bring him to justice, whoever he is.
Where are her shoes? Her wooden shoes?
Her wooden shoes, her sabot, as she was wearing them.
Where are they?
Well, he must have taken her sabots along with her dress to hide them.
Listen, madame, you must tell us exactly what she was wearing when you last saw her.
Oh, please, monsieur. Please give me back her little wooden shoes. I have nothing at all to remember her by. My poor little Louise.
We all know them, Monsieur le Maire. Old Jacques in the village made them for her last spring. We should know them anywhere.
Yes, monsieur. Everybody in Kavlan knows them.
All right, all right. When we find them, madame shall have them back. I promise. But what are all these people doing hanging about here? Half the village must be here. Go on, move away. Get back to the village. You're only getting in our way. Go on, all of you.
Some of them can help carry the body back to the house. You don't mind, monsieur?
No, of course not. But you mean up to the tower?
Yes.
Oh, no, really. Can't you take her down to the village? You know what it is. The servants will be terrified. You know how superstitious they are.
Yes, of course, of course. Now, come along, all of you. Médéric, take Madame Rock back home. The rest of you come with me. I must get my report made out. You too, Monsieur le Maire, if you're free.
Of course, anything you wish, monsieur, but I still can't believe it. Who could have done such a horrible thing? Poor little Louise. After the taking of one or two depositions, we all sat down to lunch. The magistrate, the chief of police from Louis-le-Tour, the doctor, and myself. Needless to say, the murder of Louise Rock was the sole topic of conversation, and all manner of theories were put forward as to who could be responsible for the crime. As a matter of fact, we all ended with the same opinion. The murder must have been committed by some tramp who happened to find the girl as she was dressing after her bathe and who strangled her to stifle her cries. But the next day proved that the theory was wrong.
Ah, Joseph, the most extraordinary thing has happened.
What do you mean, about the murder?
Yes. You remember Madame Rock yesterday, how she kept harping on the fact that she wanted her daughter's shoes to remember her by the little wooden sabot?
Yes. They found them?
Yes, they've been found. Guess where?
By the riverside, floating in the river somewhere?
No, they were found this morning on Madame Rock's doorstep. When she opened the door at 6 o'clock, there they were, side by side on her step.
Is she sure they're her daughter?
Absolutely certain. Not only the old woman, they've been positively identified by some half a dozen other people, including old Jacques, who made them.
I see. Well, what do you make of that?
Isn't it obvious? They can only have been left there by someone who heard her say that she wished she had them for a memento.
Dozens of people heard her say that. Half the village was standing there listening to her.
Yes, indeed. But there was only one man who could possibly have known where they were hidden.
You mean the murderer?
Yes, the murderer. Everyone had spent the day looking for them. They must have been carried away from the scene of the crime by the man who committed it. Therefore, he was the only man who knew where they were.
Come. Someone may have found them, wherever it was that he hid them.
Then why leave them like that, anonymously? Why not come forward and say, I found the sabot, maybe the missing dress as well. They were, whatever they were.
I see, yes. So?
It can mean only one thing. The man who committed the murder was there yesterday when the old woman was asking for them. Therefore, he must be one of the people of this village.
Who do you suspect?
I don't suspect anyone yet. But we know that the field has been narrowed down considerably. There can only be about 50 people who could have committed the crime, and nearly all of those people must have some reasonable alibi. We've now got to find the one who hasn't.
Very well, let's go through the whole list, starting with me.
My dear Joseph, this is no time for jokes. In any case, you said yourself. You were over towards Viome at the time, and the bailiff confirmed the fact. No, we can rule both of us out of it to start with, for I was over at Rueil-le-Tour.
Yet that is where the magistrate was completely wrong. He had been in Rueil-le-Tour at the time, but I had committed the murder.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
There's a special treat in store tomorrow on NBC when noted maestro Arturo Toscanini conducts the world-famous NBC symphony in the opera Un ballo in maschera. A host of distinguished operatic artists will follow the baton of the famed conductor in Verdi's brilliant melodrama. Tomorrow's concert from Carnegie Hall will present the first act of the opera, which will be continued at next week's performance of the NBC Symphony. Keep posted on what's new in the world of arts and sciences on Collector's Item, a complete and up-to-date review of culture all over the world, followed by the new dramatic series on the rebirth of the South, Heritage Over the Land. In this program, a host of top NBC newsmen join to bring you the drama of America's South, with on-the-spot reports on every area of progress in this land of tradition. Later, there's fine comedy drama in store with Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in the warmly human series The Marriage, when Liz Marriott acts as a substitute parent to one of her daughter's friends, only to have her interest boomerang with a hilarious twist. And then you'll want to join another NBC first on the inspiring Sunday morning show Never Walk Alone. You'll hear vital talks by noted American clergymen, along with some of the world's greatest music. So remember, tune in for the lineup of fine entertainment tomorrow on NBC.
The search for the murderer of Louise Roch lasted nearly all summer, but the crime could be laid at nobody's door. First, one of the villagers found himself under suspicion, then another. But all of them managed at last to prove their innocence, and the police could get nowhere. Whenever the evidence began to point convincingly in any direction, I managed to help the poor unfortunate man to clear himself. I had no desire that the horrible crime should ever be charged against an innocent man. But as the months passed by, gradually the hue and cry subsided. For after all, the life of a country village must go on.
Well, nobody can say that it's been a bad harvest. In fact, I can remember only one as good in the last 35 years.
It must be a good one. Even the peasants are admitting.
Well, I must say I can't complain. I've taken more bushels to the acre down towards Viome than I ever remember before.
And then timber must be fetching a very good price.
Timber? Why timber?
Oh, you needn't trouble to look so innocent. News gets around the country, you know.
You mean the timber that I'm cutting down by the river?
Of course.
Oh.
I heard from Duchesne at the sawmill over at Rueil-le-Tour. After all, we know how proud you are of your beeches. And those down there by the river are the finest trees on the whole estate.
Well, I suppose they are, but I haven't been offered very much for them.
Why are you selling them? Why strip your land and spoil a really wonderful view from the terrace?
Well, I don't deny that I've a few regrets about it. And the view always was a favorite of mine. But somehow, since the murder, I've never been able to forget what happened down there. I remember that if there had been no trees, Louise Roch would never have gone bathing there, and if she hadn't gone bathing, she would probably never have been strangled.
True enough, I suppose.
Well, ever since I realized that, I've been able to take no pleasure in them, the trees, the view, or anything. I suppose you think I'm just being foolish or sentimental or something. Anyhow, I decided to have the trees cut.
Oh, I wouldn't say you were sentimental, Joseph. Just a bit more sensitive than the rest of us, that's all.
In a way, perhaps, Monsieur Pietoin, the magistrate, was right when he described me as hypersensitive. For the last few months, I had known no peace of mind. My thoughts and dreams had been haunted by the terrible memory of that day in the woods, the evening when I had suddenly come upon her, had lost my head, and had killed her. As the fear of discovery began to lessen, a new, a far more terrible fear began to take its place. It was the fear of always seeing the girl's twisted and agonized body lying there on the ground at my feet. That was why I had decided to strip the woods in the hope of losing her ghost among the fallen leaves.
Well, Monsieur le Maire, another good day of it?
Good.
Very fine timber, all of it. Pity to cut it in some ways.
Yes, in some ways it is.
We've been having a bit of trouble with this one. Quite a giant, isn't she? We've been working on her since 7 o'clock. Well, we're nearly through with her now.
Good, I'll stay and watch you fell it.
It won't be long now, Monsieur le Maire. By the way, wasn't it somewhere around here they found that girl in the summer? What was her name? Louise.
Louise Rock. Little Louise. Yes, it was somewhere around here, as far as I remember.
A bad business. Unbelievable that anyone could do such a thing. There's a man who must have a lot on his conscience.
Yes.
He deserves to die, if ever a man did.
Look out, monsieur, she's nearly going.
Oh, better get back a bit, monsieur. She's a big piece of timber. Come over here a few yards.
I'm all right. I want to see her fall.
Look out, she's coming down.
No.
Get back, monsieur le maire, get back.
Monsieur, come back. Come back. Oh, is he all right?
No, I was not killed. As the tree fell, a branch struck me and knocked me off my feet, but it flung me clear of the rest. I lay there stunned, gradually returning to a consciousness of the fact that I must still go on living. I had deliberately stepped into the path of the falling trunk, hoping to die in my turn where I had brought death to that poor girl. But I was not to die so easily.
Monsieur le Maire, are you all right? Are you badly hurt?
Thank you. I'm not hurt. I'm not hurt at all. Only a bit shaken.
Mon Dieu. I thought you were killed for a moment. You seemed to move towards it as it fell.
I must have lost my balance. I was watching the tree falling, and then
Let me help you back to the house. You're as pale as though you'd seen a ghost.
Am I?
Here, take my arm. As pale as a ghost.
As pale as a ghost. The ghost of a young girl who lay there dead on the moss under that very tree 5 months before. I knew that I could go on no longer. Wherever I turned, I saw her stretched out there at my feet, her face horribly blue and swollen, the sound of her last strangled cry ringing in my ears. Well, I had tried to give my life in retribution, but it was not to be. There was no such easy way out. A dozen times I'd tried to take my life, ever since I knew that I should never be able to sleep again, that the sight of that poor twisted body would haunt me until I confessed my crime at last. I'd sat there night after night with a loaded pistol on the table before me. Time after time, I'd forced my fingers to curl round the trigger and taken the barrel between my teeth. But it was no good. I lacked the courage to die. Sooner or later, I should have to confess my guilt to the world. Come in.
Can I get you anything further, monsieur?
No, thank you, Marie. That'll be all.
Have you any letters for the post in the morning, monsieur?
No, there are no letters. Good night.
Good night, monsieur.
A letter. Yes, that was it, a letter. A letter in which I could confess, could tell the whole story, or such of it as I dare tell. If I were to write my confession in a letter and post it to Putoin the magistrate, confessing everything, telling him that it was I who had murdered her, that I had made up my mind to kill myself, that he was to burn the letter when he heard of my death and tell no one, then I should have to find the courage, for there would be no way out once the letter was posted. My dear friend, it has taken me many months to write this letter, and only a sincere remorse for what I have done could bring me to write it at all. Ever since that terrible evening, the evening when little Louise Rock died, I have been haunted by the overwhelming knowledge of my guilt, for it was I who killed her. I came upon her suddenly down there in the woods. She had been bathing in the river and was getting dressed again. I had a foolish idea to give her a fright, to creep up and catch hold of her without her knowing who it was. I crept up to her, but she turned round and saw me and screamed.
I caught hold of her, but she was terrified and wouldn't stop calling for help. I utterly lost my head. My hand closed over her throat, and before I could help myself, she was dead. I was in a panic, for I suddenly saw what I had done. I laid her down on the moss and covered her face with her handkerchief, with which she had been drying her hair. Then I took her dress and little wooden shoes and buried them under some dead leaves. Then I took the shoes round to her mother's house and left them there. It was all I could do. My dear friend, when you read this, I shall be dead. If the good name of the Renardes means anything to you at all, I beg you to let my secret die with me. I can never atone for what I have done, but at least my death will prove to you that my repentance is sincere. Try to forgive me in your heart. Joseph Renardet. When I'd sealed and stamped the letter, I took it down to the letterbox myself, there in the wall by the entrance gate to the drive. The moon was brilliant above the trees, and the fallen timber down by the river lay there like so many rigid and tortured ghosts. But I was afraid of ghosts no longer. In the morning, I should have killed myself. A fall from the tower that should be made to seem like an accident. And that last night, for the first time in 4 or 5 months, I slept without any fear.
Good morning, monsieur. It is 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Mary. What sort of a morning is it?
A beautiful morning, monsieur. Did you sleep any better last night?
Yes. Yes, I slept perfectly. By the way, what time does Médéric come to collect the post from the box?
9 o'clock, monsieur, on his way to the village.
Thank you. I want a word with him. I must hurry.
Shall I have the boy fetch him up to the house, monsieur?
No, thank you. I'll walk down to the drive and wait for him. The walk will do me good, I think. Suddenly I saw quite clearly what an utter fool I had been. The death of little Louise was over and done with, forgotten, and nothing that I could do would ever bring her back to life again. Why was I making this confession when nobody in the world suspected me? Nobody in the world need ever know. I'd acted like a fool, given way to a fit of nervous exhaustion which had already passed. If I got the letter back, there would still be no harm done. I dressed and hurried down the drive to the letterbox. But Médéric was there before me. Good morning, Médéric.
Good morning, Monsieur le Maire. A fine morning.
Médéric, I posted a letter last night to Monsieur Putois. I find I forgot something. Let me have it back, will you?
Oh, that's all right, Monsieur le Maire. It's in my bag somewhere. You all right, Monsieur le Maire? You look strange.
No, perfectly all right. I hurried down the drive, that's all. Come along, the letter.
The letter?
Yes, the one you're to give me back.
Addressed to Monsieur Putois, the magistrate.
Yes, man, it must be there somewhere. Give it to me.
Well, I'm not supposed to give back letters that have been posted. Once the letter is posted...
Give me a fool. Open your bag at once. Here, let me look for it.
No, Monsieur le Maire. Let me go. I can't have anyone touching the letters that have been posted. It's against the regulations, as
But
you
I
know
tell you,
very
the
well.
letter is mine. I don't want it to go. I want it back. Don't you understand? Give me that bag.
I can't do it, Monsieur le Maire. It's as much as my job's worth. Once a letter...
Give it me, you idiot! Give it me!
I can't do it. Let go of that bag, monsieur.
Listen, Médéric, this is absurd. You know my writing. I'm not trying to conceal anything or take anything that doesn't concern me. If you open your bag, you find the letter there. Now, let me have it. There's a good fellow.
I'm not allowed to do it, monsieur.
Now, look, Médéric, nobody need know anything about it. Here's 100 francs for you if you do as I say.
I'm not allowed to take bribes.
1,000 francs, Médéric.
No, monsieur, I'm taking that letter to the post office. If you care to come and see the
Don't
postmaster...
do that, Médéric. 5,000 francs I'll give you for that letter.
Not for 1,000,000 francs, monsieur. I'm an honest man.
Don't give me that letter. I'll take it from you by force.
Here, Monsieur le Maire, I shall call for
You
help.
fool! Give me the letter!
No! Help! Help! Help!
Give me... Médéric! Are you all right, man? What on earth is the matter?
Monsieur le Maire, he's gone mad. He attacked me because I wouldn't give him his letter.
Mine.
It's addressed to you.
Give it to me, please.
Mine, give it to me. Did I do right, sir? Not to let him have it back?
Yes, Médéric. You did quite right.
My letter.
Come along, Renardet.
No, give me...
I'm afraid that I, too, know my duty.
My letter. Give me the letter. Give me back. Give me back. My letter.
again from Sir Laurence Olivier. Here's a reminder to stay tuned to NBC's lineup of fine Sunday listening. You'll hear everything from cover stories to feature news on NBC's exciting 2-hour edition of Weekend, your Sunday newspaper of the air. The only paper you can safely enjoy while driving in your car. Enjoy accurate commentary on all phases of world news headlines with such notables as Merrill Muller, Elmo Roper, and Earl Godwin. Tex and Jinx McCrary keep you posted on personalities and fashions in the news. And Mel Allen will be on hand, too, to cover the world of sports, in company with a host of other top names. That's Weekend, tomorrow on NBC.
This is Laurence Olivier again. I should like to thank the cast in this adaptation of Guy de Maupassant's story of Little Louise, who included this week Robert Rietti, Daphne Maddox, Alexander Gage, Donald Bissett, Russell Napier, and Harry Taub. I shall next week again have the pleasure of introducing another play. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier starred in today's transcribed program. The script was by Derek Patmore. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royale is an NBC presentation, produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
It's the big preview next on the NBC Radio Network.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Sir Laurence Olivier, your host in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. I'm speaking to you from the stage of the Theatre Royal Haymarket, in the heart of London's theatreland. This is one of London's oldest theatres, and it is appropriate that I should introduce the first of this new series of programs from here. I am at this time rehearsing a new play with my wife, Vivian Lee, and after a short tour, I shall be opening in London early next month. Because of this, although I shall be introducing the program each week, I am for the first few of this new series inviting some of my own good friends of the theatre to join me and appear in subjects of their own choice. My first guest is a very old friend of mine. A good few years ago, I had the pleasure of appearing as his guest on his own program from New York, and that is why it gives me particular pleasure to return the compliment and to reintroduce you this week to Orson Welles. Orson has chosen a famous story by Alexander Pushkin, which you may know. It is a tale of excitement and suspense, which I think you'll like. Here he is, then, Orson Welles, in the role of Hermann in The Queen of Spades.
Three, seven, ace. 3, 7, ace. 3, 7, ace. 3, 7, queen. Queen. So, they say I'm mad, do they? They say I'm out of my mind. Here in their book of hospital, room number 17. Just as though I were out of my mind. Listen, my friends. Listen. I'm no more insane than you are. No more insane than I was. That evening at Noromov's. Noromov of the Horse Guards. The night of the card party.
And how did you make out to him? Did you win?
No,
Did you
I
win?
lost, just as I always do. I always have been unlucky at cards. I play carefully. Never raise the stakes, keep my head, never let myself be put out. Yet I always lose.
And you've never been tempted into putting your winnings back onto a sequence? All on one card, double on the second, double again on the third?
Not me, I'm afraid.
You surprise me. I wish I'd got your temperament.
What about Herman here? He's never had a card in his hand in his life. Yet he sits here till 5 in the morning just watching us play.
Why not? Play fascinates me. Just to watch.
And you never want to join in and try your luck?
No. I'm in no position to throw away what I've got in the hope of winning more than I need.
Well, if you never start gambling, I suppose you never acquire a taste for it. But you know, there's one person I can't understand.
Oh, and who's that?
My grandmother, the Countess Anna Fedotovna. She never touches a card.
Your grandmother, the Countess?
Uh-huh.
But why should she want to gamble? She's over 80 years old.
True, but that only shows you've never heard the story.
No? And what is her story then? Come on, Tomsky, you cannot leave us all in the air like that.
Well, it's very simple, really. The Countess knows an infallible system.
Oh,
she could win every time she played. True.
Nonsense, my dear Tomsky. There's no such thing as an infallible system. There's always a chance of losing. That's why I always refuse to play.
There is an infallible system, Herman, if you know it, and the Countess does know it. Now listen to this. About 60 years ago, she was in Paris, beautiful, rich, and she had a passion for cards. She had a run of bad luck. She lost every time she played. And she ended up, after one particularly bad evening, by owing the Duke of Orleans a very tidy sum. Now, you've heard of the Count Saint-Germain, haven't you?
Wasn't that the charlatan who said he was the wandering Jew and pretended to have found the elixir of life?
Well, he may have been a charlatan in some ways, but he had extraordinary powers, supernatural powers, apparently. And he was the one who taught the Countess her infallible system.
Nonsense. Nonsense, Tomsky. I tell you, there's no such thing.
Very well, then. How do you explain this? The Countess asked Saint-Germain to lend her the money. Instead, he told her the secret system. She went back to Versailles that very night, and on just 3 cards, doubling and redoubling the stakes, she won back the fortune she had lost.
But, my dear fellow, that was just a lucky coincidence.
No.
If she had played again, she'd have lost her fortune again.
Oh, no, not when she knew which 3 cards to play.
Nonsense.
You see, it had been one of the conditions, by the way, I didn't tell you, that after she'd played them just the once, she should never touch a card again in her life. And she never has done.
You mean to say you've a grandmother with a secret like that, which could make you millions, and you've never managed to wheedle it out of her?
No, nobody ever has, not even her own sons.
Well, I wish the Countess would take pity on me sometime. 3 infallible cards like that, and once would be enough.
Nonsense.
I should retire a wealthy man from that single game.
Oh, I had scoffed at the tale, pretended to disbelieve it, but in my heart, I knew it was true. There is such an infallible system. There are 3 cards that will always win. Every gambler knows that there are, knows that there must be. Once in a lifetime, someone discovers the secret, and then their fortune is made. And it was just those 3 infallible cards that I had always been trying to discover, watching game after game, never playing until I knew which the secret sequence really was. Well, now I know. All night long I had lain awake, thinking about the secret and the one old woman who knew it. Next morning I took a walk through the streets of the city. I stopped before an imposing mansion. Excuse me, sir. Whose house is that over there?
On the corner?
Yes.
The Countess Fedotovna's. A great lady, sir.
The Countess? The Countess Anna Fedotovna?
That's right, sir. The only one. She's an old lady now, sir. 87, they say.
And who is the young lady? The young one sitting at the window?
At the embroidery frame, sir.
Yes.
Oh, that will be the Countess's young ward, Lizaveta Ivanovna.
Lizaveta Ivanovna. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So the Countess has a pretty young lady to look after her, has she? Well, maybe that will prove to be the answer. Yes, she was to be the answer, all right. Lizaveta Ivanovna. Day after day, I went back to the house, standing there in the street, gazing up at the figure in the window, wondering what went on between her and the Countess. Did she know the story of the old woman's secret? No, not until I finally told her. They talked about other things up there in the Countess's dressing room.
What are you gazing out of the window for, child? Is it so interesting down in the street?
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking.
Not thinking. You looked as though you were lost in thought. Maybe you find it far too dull, reading to me.
Oh, no, my lady. Shall I get the book that Prince Burwell sent you yesterday?
No, I don't feel in the mood for being read to. The novels they send me are a lot of ridiculous nonsense. Is the carriage ready?
Yes, my lady. It is waiting at the door to be required.
Then I shall get dressed and we will drive to the park. Please be ready to start when I am dressed.
Yes, my lady. Natasha.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Do you know that man down there in the street? He's been standing there all the morning.
The officer, mademoiselle? No, I never saw him before.
What uniform is he wearing?
Well, I am not sure, mademoiselle, but... Yes, he is a captain in the engineers, I think.
It is very handsome. The uniform, I mean.
Yes, mademoiselle.
I knew that she had seen me, standing there each morning. I had seen her blush and pretend to turn away to her embroidery. But always her eyes stole back to me, and I knew that sooner or later I should succeed. And then one day, as she was helping the old Countess into her carriage,
Careful.
I slipped the note into her hand. I saw her start of surprise, her indecision, whether to throw it away or not. Then I saw her hide it in her glove as the carriage drove away.
Know then, my adored one, that you are more to me than life itself. Though I have only had the exquisite happiness of gazing at you from afar, I live for the day when I shall hear your voice, and when I shall have the courage to declare myself your devoted slave, Hermann. But what am I to do? Whatever would the Countess say if ever she were to find out? The man is far too bold. I shall have to return his letter.
Yes, she returned my letter, just as I knew she would, with a brief note of her own. Sir, it said, I am sure that your intentions are honorable and that you have no wish to offend me, but I cannot begin an acquaintance in such an imprudent manner. I return your letter and trust you will never give me cause to complain of your disrespect. No, I would give her no cause to complain of disrespect, but neither would I give her cause to complain of neglect. For I had reason to believe that my boldness was not entirely unwelcome.
So, Hermann, you know Lizaveta Ivanovna, do you?
I know her by sight. I hear of her occasionally through a mutual friend.
And can you, by any chance, be the officer that she seems to be thinking about these days?
Of course not.
No?
No, we've never met. What made you think that?
It was rather amusing. I was asking the Countess's permission to present a friend of mine. A fellow officer, I called him. Actually, it was Naramov. Then when Lizaveta and I are alone together, up she comes and whispers, who is the officer you wish to present to the Countess? Is he a captain in the engineers?
And Naramov's in the cavalry.
Of course he is. But who is the captain in the engineers that seems to be Lizaveta Ivanovna's thought?
How should I know? At least you can be sure it isn't me. Oh, yes, I was in her thoughts. I had every cause to be, for never a day went past now without my sending her another note smuggled into her sometimes one way, sometimes another.
Please, be good enough not to bring any more letters, and tell the person who sent you that he ought to be ashamed of himself.
But of course, mademoiselle, of course. Even though he is devoted to you.
Even though I was devoted to her, day after day I begged her, implored her to let me visit her, and it was not long before I was receiving her replies, before she was telling me that she too was in love, before she was ready to do everything I asked of her. And then at last, The letter for which I had been waiting was thrown down to me from the Countess's window. Ah, what a letter that was.
This evening there is a ball at the German embassy. The Countess will be there. This is our only chance of meeting alone. As soon as the Countess and I have left for the ball, the servants will be going out and the porter will be in his lodge. Come to the house at 11:30. Walk straight in. If anybody happens to stop you in the hall, go straight upstairs. If you meet anyone in the anteroom, ask for the Countess. They will say she is out. Then you will have to leave. But probably you will be seen by no one. If so, turn to the left through the anteroom. You will reach the Countess's bedroom. There you will find 2 doors. The one on the right leads into a study which is never used. The one on the left leads to a corridor, at the end of which is a staircase. It leads to my room. I shall have returned by 2 o'clock.
No, there was nobody to challenge me. The porter was asleep in his lodge, and the servants were not about. By 11:30, I was safely inside the Countess's apartments. But it was not the left-hand door I opened, the one that led on to Ivanova's room. No. It was the door into the empty study, next to the bedroom of the Countess. There I waited until 2 o'clock. And in my pocket, there was a pistol.
In a moment, we shall return to Orson Welles in Alexander Pushkin's transcribed story, The Queen of Spades. And now we return to Orson Welles, starring in Alexander Pushkin's famous story, The Queen of Spades.
I waited for nearly 3 hours. I waited in the deserted study, waited for the return of the Countess and the chance to force the secret from her. The secret of the 3 cards. 3 cards and the order in which to play them. 3 cards that could not lose. It was 2:30 before she returned, and I heard them enter the bedroom, just beyond the door where I was hiding.
Good night, my lady.
Oh, so you are going to bed? Already, my dear.
If you will excuse me, I'm very tired.
Very tired, she says. A girl of her age. Aren't I tired as well?
I thought that Natasha would be attending your ladyship.
Oh, to be sure, to be sure. Don't bother about me, my dear. Nobody cares for an old woman like me. Go to bed then if you are so tired. Why stand there arguing?
I'm sorry, my lady. Good night.
Good night. Girl. Natasha, unlace me.
Yes, your ladyship.
Oh, be quick about it. Mademoiselle is not the only one who is tired, huh? Oh.
I watched the old woman through a crack in the door. I watched the whole repulsive scene as wig, paint, patches, and every finery was stripped away, and the gaunt, unlovely features emerged that fashion and artistry had done so much to conceal. At last the maid retired.
Does your ladyship wish to retire, or shall I place the chair by the window?
The chair is well enough where it is. Take away the candles. I will have light enough from the icon lamp.
Good night, my lady.
Good night, good night. What a paltry affair it was tonight, the ball. It seems they have forgotten what social occasions ought to be, just as the modern world has forgotten how to deport itself. What days there used to be when Princess Daria Petrovna and I...
Who are you?
Don't be alarmed, madam. Don't be alarmed. I am not going to harm you. I have come to ask you a favor.
Who are you? What are you doing
It does
here?
not matter who I am. But it is in your power to make me happy for life. And it will cost you nothing.
What do you want?
Madame, I know that you can name 3 cards. 3 cards that are to be played in sequence. 3 cards that cannot fail to make the fortune of anyone who knows them.
No, but only a jest? I swear, only a stupid jest.
It is no jest to me, madam. I want you to name those cards for me.
I do not know any card.
Why should you keep your secret? Who for? For your grandson, Stomsky? They are all rich enough already. They don't need to know your secret. Besides, they have no idea of the value of money. They would squander it away in a year. With me it will be different. I know the value of money. I live simply. I am not a gambler. I have never touched a pack of cards in my life. I will only touch 3 cards. Tell me which they are.
I do not know any card.
Madame, if you have any feelings at all, by all you hold dear in life, tell me your secret. No. If you have ever known what it is to be in love, if you have ever known human suffering or sympathy or rapture, by all you have ever felt or longed for, I beg you, tell me.
I do not know any card.
You old witch! I'll make you answer. See, I have a pistol.
Oh, no.
Tell me. Tell me, you hag. Tell me. Unless you tell me those 3 cards, I shall... But she's dead. She's dead. Dead! The secret is... No. No! No! It was only then that I remembered Lizaveta Ivanovna waiting for me in her room at the head of the little staircase down the corridor.
Herman, where have you been?
I've been in the Countess's bedroom. I've just left her. The old woman is dead.
No.
Yes.
What are you saying?
I am saying the Countess is dead. What's more, I'm afraid that I was the cause of her death.
Oh, no. Yes. Tell me, what terrible thing has happened?
She died of fright. It was an accident. She had a secret that I had to know. 3 cards. A secret that can make the fortune of anyone who knows it.
But, Herman...
That was all I wanted, just 3 cards. I let myself in just as you told me. I hid myself in the study next to her bedroom. I waited till she had got undressed and dismissed her maid. And then I came out and asked her.
So that was why you wanted me to let you into the house. And I thought, oh, what have I done? What have I done?
The old fool. I begged her to tell me. I begged her on my bended knees, but she refused to be reasonable. And what would it have cost her? Nothing at all. But the old witch was obstinate. So I pulled out my pistol and threatened her with it.
You monster!
Don't worry, I didn't intend to kill her. The pistol wasn't even loaded. It was an accident, a pure accident. But she died. She died. And the secret has died with her. Just 3 cards. 3 cards that would have made a fortune.
What a fool I've been. What an utter fool to believe all your life, to believe that you really loved me, that it was me you were even interested in.
3 cards that were worth a fortune.
Yes, 3 cards. And I was the one who was going to help you find them. Oh, what a fool I've been. What a wicked fool. But for me, she would never have died. It was I who killed her. I, her own woman.
The old woman deserved to die.
She didn't. She was kind to me. I killed her.
Nobody killed her. The old woman died because she was an obstinate old fool. What is far more important, her secret died with her. 3 cards. Just 3 simple cards. Now, shall I get out of the house? There seems little point in my staying any longer.
I was going to show you down the secret staircase.
Then show me.
It leads down from the Countess's bedroom.
Well, come on, show me.
No, I'm afraid. Afraid of seeing her there.
Then give me the key. Tell me what it is. I'll make my own way out. The old Countess was dead, and her secret had died with her. Though I hated her for it, her death was on my hands. And the thought began to obsess me. She had died with hatred in her eyes. Hatred as well as fear. And who can say what hatred is liable to do? Even the hatred of the dead. Perhaps you will say that I am superstitious, for I have no faith. But suddenly I knew that I must pay my last respects to her and ask her forgiveness.
Poor lady. She died 2 nights ago. She'd been to a ball at the German embassy, and the excitement must have proved too much for her. She died in her bedroom, peacefully, in a chair beside her bed.
I am sorry.
Yes, I'm going to the funeral tomorrow at the convent of Our Lady.
What time is the funeral?
9 o'clock in the morning.
At the convent of Our Lady. I shall be there.
You are a good friend, Herman. Thank you.
The church was full of mourners, for the old woman had many friends, many acquaintances. Anyone who had lived as long as she had must have had many acquaintances, even if they were only waiting for her to die. The coffin stood on a catafalque under a velvet canopy. The body was laid within it, hands crossed upon the breast, wearing the lace cap and the satin gown. When her relatives had paid their last respects, I, too, approached the coffin. Forgive me, old woman. Forgive me. I meant you no harm. No. No! Say that I am mad, if you like. But the old woman's eyes were open, and they were mocking me. I heard her chuckle horribly, and I was afraid of her. I fought my way out of the church and hurried away to lose myself in the noise and bustle of the streets. All day I wandered about the town, trying to forget all that I had seen. I dined alone, and when I got back to my room, I locked the door behind me. At last, I fell asleep. When I woke up, suddenly, the moonlight was coming through my window. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I heard a distant clock chiming the hour.
Who is it? Who's there? Who is it?
The Countess.
Countess Fedosnova.
I am here through no will of my own, young man. I am here because I have been told, compelled to grant your request. 3, 7, 8 will win for you if played in that order, but only on this condition, that you play them once and never play again in your life.
Yes. Yes, Countess. Countess, I beg your forgiveness.
I forgive you my death, but if you gamble more than once, I shall return.
Yes, I accept the condition.
Good evening, Count. I wish you luck at the table.
Why, Herman, you here at Jekyll and Mr? You come here to watch the play as well?
I have come to play, Naramov.
To play? Oh, I thought you never did play.
I shall play this once. May I take a card, sir?
But of course.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations on your fall from grace, my dear fellow. I shall watch this. Oh, the best of luck to you.
Thank you. This is my card. This is my stake.
Pardon me, sir, but what is the stake? I cannot see quite what you've written.
47,000 rubles.
That's a very high stake, sir. A great deal higher than usual.
Well, you accept my card or not?
Naturally. I must only point out that here we play only for cash. Oh, for my part, your word is more than sufficient, but my part...
There is the cash.
Oh, thank you. If you are ready. The 9. And the 3.
The 3 it is. I win. I will play again and double my stake. And this is my card.
As you will, sir. At your pleasure. The knave and the 7.
The 7 is my card. I win again.
You are remarkably lucky, sir.
I will play once more while my luck holds. I stake everything. Everything on this card. A queen. And an ace. An ace. The ace wins. Pardon me, sir. That card is not the ace. It's the queen.
The queen?
Your queen has lost for you.
The queen? The queen of spades. But it wasn't the queen that I played. It was the queen of spades. The queen of spades. It is the cursed old woman. The old woman. She has tricked me. Tricked me. 3, 7, ace. 3, 7, ace. 3, 7, queen.
This is Laurence Olivier again. First, I should like to thank Orson Welles for that fine performance in The Queen of Spades, and the other members of the cast who included Ellen Pollock as the Countess and Cécile Chevreux as Lizaveta. I'm looking forward to next month when I shall have the opportunity of appearing myself in the plays, which we shall bring you each week. Until then, I will have the pleasure of introducing some more of my good friends of the theatre, including in the weeks to come, Michael Redgrave, and next week, Ralph Richardson. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier introduced in today's transcribed program Orson Welles. Alexander Pushkin's story, The Queen of Spades, was... The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes, Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. Some weeks ago, I introduced for the first time in this series a play based on a short story by Bret Harte. Today, I've turned to the same author and chosen another of his famous stories of the West. I'm going to play the same role I played before, that of Oakhurst the gambler. So now I'm going to tell you Bret Harte's story of The Luck of Roaring Camp. There was commotion in Roaring Camp. It couldn't have been a fight, for in 1850 that was not novel enough to have called together the whole settlement. Not only the ditches and claims were deserted, but Tuttle's grocery had even contributed its gamblers. The whole camp was collected before a rude cabin on the outer edge of the clearing. Conversation was carried on in a low tone, but the name of a woman was frequently repeated. It was a name familiar enough in the camp, Cherokee Sal.
Say, I reckon it's kind of tough on poor old Sal coming on her like this. Not another woman to help her this side of Red Dog, you know.
Ain't no better than she ought to be, that's true, but doggone it, somebody ought to do something for her. You go in there, Stumpy, and see what you can do. You've had experience of them.
Yeah, go on, Stumpy. It's up to you. Just can't leave her lie there. Go on in and see what you can do.
Well, if you think that's right.
Of course it's right, man. It's your plain duty to go and help her. You're the only married man among us.
Well, if that's what you think.
Yeah, sure, he's a man. You go on in.
Well, gentlemen, any bets on the result? I'll lay a 5-3 Sal pulls through. Any takers?
Done, Oakhurst, the same odds on a kid.
5-3, sir. Any side bets on the sex of the child?
2-1, it's a boy.
Now, let's hope it isn't that. One female's more than enough for Roaring Camp. What about the color of its hair?
I'll lay you 5-1 as black as your hat, Oakhurst, like Cherokee Sal.
I'll take that. $20. It's fair, like Kanaka Joe was.
Well, we shall soon know, gentlemen. You hear that?
Good old Cherokee Sal, she's done it.
The camp rose to its feet as one man. It was proposed to explode a barrel of gunpowder, but in consideration of the situation of the mother, better counsels prevailed, and only a few revolvers were discharged.
It was just as well, for whether owing to the rude surgery of the camp or for some other reason, Cherokee Sal was sinking fast. Within an hour, she had climbed that rugged road that led to the stars, and so passed out of Roaring Camp, its sin and shame, forever.
Poor old Sal. She made a good fight of it, but I guess the cards was just stacked against her.
Yeah, I reckon that's right. But what happens to the kid now? Guess it'll die, won't it?
It has an even chance, I'd say. What do you think, Stumpy?
I don't know. Hey, maybe we can pull it through on milk.
But there ain't no cows here about, as I know of.
There's an ass down the gully just to give 'em milk. Maybe that'll do. Well, it ain't nothing else.
Say, Stumpy, could we go and see him now?
Well, no reason why not. You won't be disturbing Sal anymore. I was thinking that maybe we ought to take a collection for the kid or something.
A good idea. And if everyone who wants to take a look at the child must put something in the hat. This way, gentlemen, and have your contributions.
The door of the hut was opened, and the anxious crowd of men who had already formed themselves into a queue entered in single file. Beside the low bunk or shelf on which the figure of the mother was starkly outlined below the blankets stood a pine table. On this a candle box was placed, and within it, swathed in staring red flannel, lay the last arrival at Roaring Camp. Beside the candle box was placed a hat.
Now, one at a time, if you please, gentlemen. No crowding back there. Now, gentlemen will please pass in at the front door, round the table, and out the back door. And them that wishes to contribute anything towards the offering will find a hat handy. Take your hats off there, please, gentlemen. One at a time, if you please.
Thank you, sir. Very generous of you.
Is that him?
That's him, sir. An unfortunate orphan.
Mighty small specimen, ain't he?
We hope he'll grow bigger with time, sir. They frequently do.
And got more than the color.
Dark hair, you'll notice. Somebody owes me $5. You, sir. Put in the hat, please.
Ain't any bigger than a Derringer.
Thank you, sir. A diamond breast pin. Very generous.
Here, take this ring. I'll go 2 diamonds better.
Any advance on 3 diamonds? Has nobody got the 5?
Well, this here's a Navy revolver, silver mounted.
So the collection went on. A silver tobacco box, a doubloon, a gold nugget, a very beautifully embroidered handkerchief from Oakhurst, the gambler, a slingshot, a Bible, contributor undetected, a golden spur, a silver teaspoon, the initials were not the givers, a pair of surgeon's shears, a lancet, a Bank of England note for £5 and about $200 in loose gold and silver coin.
Well, I reckon that's about the lot of them. How's the collection, Oakhurst?
Pretty varied, I'm afraid. Still, give him a start in life, poor little beggar.
Hey, look at this here now. Look at him.
What's the matter? Look at Kentuck.
He's gotten a hold of my finger. What a dang little cuss. What, you see, he's a-wrestling with my finger. The dang little cuss.
It was 4 o'clock before the camp sought repose. A light burned in the cabin where the watchers sat, for Stumpy did not go to bed that night. Nor did Kentuck. He drank quite freely and related with great gusto his experience, invariably ending with the same description of the child. When everyone else had gone to bed, he walked down to the river and whistled reflectively. Then he walked up the gulch to the lighted cabin.
Who is it? Oh, it's you, Kentucky.
Yeah. How goes it, Stumper?
All serene.
Anything up with the kid, I mean?
No, nothing.
You know, he wrestled with my finger. Wrestled with it. The dang little cuss. Well, good night now.
Yeah, good night, Kentucky. Good night.
Cherokee Sal had such rude sepulchre as Roaring Camp afforded. After her body had been committed to the hillside, there was a formal meeting of the camp to discuss what should be done with her infant. A resolution to adopt it was unanimous and enthusiastic. But an animated discussion in regard to the manner and feasibility of providing for its wants at once sprang up.
We can't possibly look after a kid in the camp. It ain't right to expect it of us. We should send it somewhere where there's women.
Oh, nonsense. We'll manage all right.
Why not send it down to Red Dog, where they can look after it?
Keep it here at Roaring Camp.
Gentlemen, order, please. We all seem to be agreed that the child should be kept on here at the camp.
That's right.
Them fellers at Red Dog would swap it and ring in somebody else on it.
How about bringing a nurse up to the camp?
Why, no decent woman would come here, and we don't want any more of the other kind.
What do you say, Stumpy? You're the one that's been looking after the child so far. Oh, me and Ginny will manage.
Who's Ginny?
Ginny's the ass that's been acting as a foster mother. Is the child taking the milk?
Lapping it up.
And you think you'll be able to play the hand out?
Ain't never throwed in my cards this far.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, it seems to me that the child's in very good hands. Are we agreed that they'd be left to Stumpy here to look after it?
Leave it to him. He's ours.
Well, that seems the best solution. Stumpy and Ginny between them.
Well, what about duds and things?
I was coming to that. As everybody knows, yesterday's collection turned out very well. It ought to be quite enough to buy a few of the things that we need for the child, and the express man here can buy them for us back in Sacramento. Now, I must confess, as a bachelor, that I'm not rightly sure what we'll need to buy. Perhaps some gentleman could help us?
Oh, I got the list here. It's the whole outfit.
I guess. Yeah, of course. Yeah, all very necessary. Well, gentlemen, I can see that Stumpy has the whole thing taken care of. As treasurer of the fund, I move that we leave these details to his discretion. Is that agreed?
Yes, Stumpy. Sure.
Very well, then. Where's the express man? There you are, Nick. Here's the list, and here's a bag of gold dust that ought to cover the lot. Mind you, we want the best that can be got. Lace, you know, and filigree work, and frills.
Oh, you leave it to me, Mr. Oakhurst.
Yep.
Anything else?
Yeah, dang the cost.
That's right.
Strange to say, the child thrived. Perhaps the invigorating climate of the mountain camp was compensation for material deficiency. Nature took the foundling to her broader breast. In that rare atmosphere of the Sierra foothills, he may have found food and nourishment, or a subtle chemistry that transmuted ass's milk into lime and phosphorus. Be that as it may, the child grew sturdier and stronger every day.
Now, I'm telling you, me and the ass has been father and mother to him. Yes, and don't you ever go back on us there, young'un.
I tell you what, Stumpy, it's time we found a name for him. We can't call him young'un when he's grown up, you know.
Oh, guess that's right.
Most of the fellas call him the kid or Stumpy's boy. That ain't no better.
No, when he won't quit hollering at nights, I've heard him call him the coyote.
Guess you'd holler if they filled your corn jug with ass's milk.
I'm telling you, he's a dang little cuss. A fair dang little cuss he is.
Well, don't reckon any of those names will stick. Not when he gets to walking and running around.
Guess that's right.
Tell you one thing. The kid's brought luck to Roaring Camp. We made better strikes since he came here than they ever did before. Ain't that right?
Sure. Look at that strike down by Red Pine Gap.
Well, you got no farther, and we never knew Sal's real name. So why not call him Luck?
Why, that's the dangdest name I ever heard. What about his given name?
How about Tommy? Tommy Luck.
Sounds all right to me.
After all, better to take a fresh deal all around. Call him Tommy Luck and start him fair. The day was accordingly set apart for the christening. What was meant by that ceremony you can only imagine when you remember the reckless irreverence of Roaring Camp. The master of the ceremonies was one Boston, a noted wag, and the occasion seemed to promise the greatest facetiousness. This ingenious satirist had spent 2 days in preparing a burlesque of the church service, with pointed local allusions. The choir was properly trained, and Sandy Tipton was to stand godfather. But after the procession had marched to the grove with music and banners, and the child had been deposited before a mock altar, Stumpy stepped before the expectant crowd.
All right, boys, you've had your fun. But it ain't my style to spoil fun. But it strikes me that it ain't exactly on the square. It's plain to put a low down on this baby to ring in the fun on him that he ain't going to understand. And if there's going to be any godfathers around, I'd like to see who's got any better rights to them than me. But we're here for a christening, and we'll have it. Now, I proclaim you Thomas Luck, according to the laws of the United States and the state of California. So help me God.
It was the first time that the name of the deity had ever been uttered in the camp, otherwise than profanely. The form of the christening was perhaps even more ludicrous than the satirist had conceived.
But strangely enough, nobody saw it and nobody laughed. Tommy was christened as seriously as he would have been under a Christian roof, and cried and was comforted in as orthodox a fashion. He had become the Luck of Roaring Camp.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
Tomorrow is a day for all lovers of the arts. Just lend a listening ear to the brilliant lineup ahead on NBC. Music? There's a special treat in the hour-long broadcast of Verdi's La Traviata, as performed by the Kansas City Philharmonic Association. Licia Albanese, Thomas Hayward, and Walter Castle have the leading roles, and Hans Schweiger conducts, while Maestro Arturo Toscanini follows with this week's NBC Symphony offering Tchaikovsky's Pathétique and the stirring overture to the Barber of Seville by Rossini. Then it's Collector's Item, the program tailored to the tastes of the art lover, bringing you William Schumann, head of the Juilliard School of Music in New York, with some words on music and the dance, plus a mammoth masthead of speakers on anything you can think of in the cultural realm. Literature, drama, you're treated to a taste of the best on tomorrow's classical offering, Dickens' Great Expectations. Cyril Richard, noted British actor-director, portrays dual roles in this time-honored tale, the tale of an orphan who acquires a fortune and is plunged into a strange mystery as a result, on tomorrow's NBC Star Playhouse. And just in case the marital arts are your forte, we have The Marriage with your favorite always-in-love couple, the Marriotts. Somewhat ruffled tomorrow when daughter Emily decides her father is not the Sir Galahad she thought him to be. All part of your Sunday listening, so relax and enjoy the best tomorrow on NBC.
And now we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
Tommy Luck had been christened, and from that day forth, the work of regeneration began in Roaring Camp. Almost imperceptibly, a change came over the settlement. The cabin assigned to the Luck, as he was generally called, was the first to show signs of improvement. It was kept scrupulously clean and whitewashed. Then it was boarded, clothed, and papered. The rosewood cradle, packed 80 miles by mule, became the first of a new sort of furniture. The men who were in the habit of lounging in its stumpies to see how the Luck got on seemed to appreciate the change. Even Tuttle's grocery had to import a mirror and a carpet out of self-defense. Nor were the men allowed to go shouting and yelling round the camp as they used to do. The Luck might be asleep and must never be disturbed. The men began to converse in whispers and spoke with Indian gravity. Profanity was tacitly given up in the sacred precincts. Even in Tuttle's grocery, the card-playing was affected.
All right, Oakhurst. I'll double you.
All right, 50. What do you got?
3 ladies.
Well, too bad, then. 3 kings.
Oh, dang the luck.
Mr. Tipton, please. I thought we'd agreed never to use that expression anymore.
Oh, well, curse the cards.
And no cussing, Mr. Tipton, if you please.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
On the long summer days, the Luck was usually carried to the gulch from whence the golden store of Roaring Camp was taken. There, on a blanket spread over pine boughs, he would lie while the men were working in the ditches below. Latterly, there had been a rude attempt to decorate this bower with flowers and sweet-smelling shrubs. And generally, someone would bring him a cluster of wild honeysuckles, azaleas, or the painted blossoms of Las Mariposas. The men had suddenly awakened to the fact that there were beauty and significance in these trifles.
Say, look here, Stumper.
What you got there?
A flake of mica. Pick it up in the holler. Thought it'd do for the look. You see? Oh, look here, Thomas. See how it glitters in the sun?
Well, thank you, Kentuck. That's mighty kind of you. We're much obliged, ain't we, son?
Pretty flowers you got here, too, Stumper.
Oh, just some flowers that the boys brought in for him. He's kind of fond of flowers.
I'll bring him some next week when I'm out this way.
Well, thanks, Kentuck. And thanks for minding them yesterday while I was over at the store.
Oh, no trouble at all, Stumper. You know what? I left him for a minute. Sander called me over, and when I come back again, you know what? Darn my skin if he went talking to a jaybird as was sitting on his lap. There they was, just as free and sociable as anything you please, a-jawing at each other just like 2 cherry bums.
Oh, he's cute, all right. You see, she always never out of temper with herself. quiet as a rabbit every blessed minute of the day.
Yes, that's right. Ever since he quit hollering at night with his teeth.
Say, remember that time he crept out of his corral and dropped over the bank on his head in the soft earth?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I sure remember that.
Dropped on his head and stayed there with his legs in the air for at least 5 minutes, must have been. Never yelled out or nothing. Quietest thing in Roaring Camp.
That's right. He's the luck, all right.
Such was the golden summer of Roaring Camp. There were flush times, and the luck was with them. The claims had yielded enormously. The camp was jealous of its privileges and looked suspiciously on strangers. No encouragement was given to immigration, and to make their seclusion more perfect, the land on either side of the mountain wall that surrounded the camp they duly preempted. This, and a reputation for singular proficiency with the revolver, kept the reserve of Roaring Camp inviolate.
No, you're right there, Mr. Oakhurst. Let a man keep his own to himself. That's what I always say.
Mighty sound principle, Nick. There's no room for strangers around here. Not with the strikes like we've been having them lately.
Yeah, that's what I heard. You've had a good summer, then.
Well, let's just say we've no cause for complaint. No cause at all.
Oh, you got the luck over here, then. They could do with a bit over in Red Dog. It's been petering out lately.
Well, as you say, we've got the luck over here. Little Tommy Luck. He's been worth more than his weight in gold to us already.
Those things all right that I brought over for him?
Excellent. Nothing but the best, which he deserves. We always like to do the best we can for the luck.
So you do. I was telling them back there in Red Dog, they've a street up there in Roaring, I was saying, that it'd lay over any street in Red Dog. They've vines and flowers around their houses, and they wash themselves twice a day. But they're mighty rough on strangers, and they worship an Indian baby.
An Indian baby?
Sure, that's what I tell them, just so they'd keep away.
With the prosperity of the camp came a desire for further improvement. It was proposed to build a hotel the following spring, and to invite 1 or 2 decent families to reside there for the sake of the luck, who might perhaps profit by female companionship. The sacrifice of this concession to the sex cost the men can only be accounted for by the very highest affection for the child.
What, women? Here in Roaring Camp?
Well, why not if there's decent women?
Women.
Of course, we'll have to clean the place up for 'em a bit. But we've done plenty in that direction already. Besides, people are good for business.
Good for your business, perhaps. A lot of tenderfeet with money to throw away. What's wrong with our money? You win that regular enough, don't you?
I have my share in the luck, of course. But anyhow, we can't do anything till after the winter. The trail will soon be closed till the spring, like enough, if we get bad weather.
Yeah, it's that North Fork that I'm worried about. Guess we'll have a pack of trouble out of that before we're through.
Come. What's wrong with the river?
Nothing wrong with it, yet. But I have a feeling in my bones that river's going to rise when the rain gets down.
Well, what of it?
Yeah, I've been studying the lie of the land, that's what. And I tell you, water put gold in them gulches, and it's been here once, it'll be here again.
All right, let it come. Maybe it'll put a bit more gold into them. We could use a bit more over on my claim.
It's not the gold I'm worried about. It's how much water comes with it, and how fast.
Roaring Camp lay in a triangular valley between the river and 2 hills. The only outlet was a steep trail over the summit of the hill that faced his cabin, so Stumpy's fears were not without reason. But during that early fall, the fears were all a trifle unreal. The luck was with Roaring Camp, and the luck was happy, whether creeping over the pine boughs or lazily lying on his back, blinking at the leaves above him. For him, the birds continued to sing. The squirrels chattered, and the late flowers bloomed. To him, the tall redwoods nodded familiarly and sleepily. The falling leaves still rustled, and the rooks continued to call.
Winds are getting up, Stumper.
That's right.
The air had quite a nip to it early on, turning colder.
You'd have had snow 2 nights back over on the other side.
Oh, sure, but that's plenty higher up. Won't get no snow down here in the valley.
I guess that's right. But there's plenty snow up in the Sierras.
Keeping the luck warm at nights, are you?
That's right.
Don't want him coming to no harm. Starting a cold or that sort of thing.
That's right. Oh, he's doing fine.
Found this old spur. Thought he might like to play with it. filed the points down so he can't go and hurt himself.
Well, thanks. Yeah, you like that.
Yes, the fall was nearly over. And after the fall came the winter. That winter of 1851 will long be remembered in the Californian foothills. The snow lay deep on the Sierras, and as the snow began to melt, every mountain creek became a river, and every river a lake. Each gorge and each gulch was transformed into a tumultuous watercourse that descended the hillsides, tearing down giant trees and scattering its drift and debris along the plain. Red Dog had been twice underwater, and Roaring Camp had been forewarned. At first it looked as though the valley might still escape. The water was running away to the south. And then, on one tempestuous night, the North Fork suddenly leaped over its banks and swept into the sheltered valley.
Oakhurst, that's you? You all right?
Oh, it's you, Sandy. Yeah, thank the Lord. I got away up the bank here when the water came to the bend. Where are the others?
Some of them up there over the Red Pines. There seem to be plenty missing.
Half the camp will be missing by morning if it don't stop coming.
Yeah, you seen anything of Stumpy? Is he here?
Ain't seen him. Has he caught his cabin?
Yeah, caught it and swept it clean up the valley. Hope you got time to get clear.
Lord, I hope so. What about the luck?
Nobody seems to know. Where Stumpy is, the luck will be.
There seemed no end to the terrors of that night. In the confusion of rushing water, crushing trees, and crackling timber, and the darkness which seemed to flow with the water and blot out the whole of the valley, nothing could be done to collect the scattered camp. When the morning broke, the cabin of Stumpy, nearest to the river bank, was gone. Higher up on the gulch, they found his body. But the pride, the hope, the joy, the luck of Roaring Camp had disappeared. All day they searched through the tangled mass of uprooted pines, the chaos and unearthly confusion that one short night had wrought in the valley. Men climbed up among the pine woods, calling endlessly, while hope could still be entertained. They were returning with sad hearts when a shout from the river bend recalled them. It was a relief boat from down the river.
About 30 missing, so far as we can tell.
Oh, I guess you got the full force of it up here. Washed right down to beyond Horseshoe.
Any of our people downriver at all?
Oh, I don't rightly know. We came across a man and a kid about 2 miles back.
A kid? A young kid? A baby?
That's right. Well, the fella said his name was Kentuck. Just about all in from the looks of him.
Oakhurst, they found him. 2 miles downstream. Come on, quick.
Yes, they had found him. It needed but a glance to show them Kentuck lying there, cruelly crushed and bruised, but still holding in his arms the luck of Roaring Camp. As they bent over the strangely assorted pair, they saw that the child was cold and pulseless.
He's dead.
Dane.
Yeah, Kentuck. And you're dying, too.
Dying? He's taken me with him.
That's right, Kentuck.
Tell the boys I've got the luck with me now.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll tell him, Kentuck. And the strong man, clinging to the frail babe, as a drowning man is said to cling to a straw, drifted away into the shadowy river that flows forever to the unknown sea. This is Laurence Olivier again. This week in our play, based on the short story by Bret Harte, The Luck of Roaring Camp, our cast included Jack Ralph, Arthur Hill, Lionel Merton, Stuart Nichol, and Charles Irwin. I look forward to the pleasure of your company next week, when I shall introduce another play. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier starred in today's transcribed program. The script was by Derek Patmore. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royale is an NBC presentation, produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers. The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. Today's play is based upon one of my own most favorite stories, written by an author who in his day foretold many of the miracles which today we treat as commonplace, H.G. Wells. This particular story deals, like so many of his others, with the world of his imagination. I shall play the part of Nunez, the man who tells the story. Here, then, is H.G. Wells, The Country of the Blind. 300 miles and more from Chimborazo, 100 from the snows of Cotopaxi, in the wildest wastes of the Ecuador Andes, there lies that mysterious mountain valley cut off from the world of men, the country of the blind. Long years ago, that valley had been accessible. Indeed, it had been settled and farmed by Peruvians who had fled there from the tyranny of their Spanish ruler. But then, in the 17th century, a violent volcanic eruption had brought down one whole side of Mount Arauca. The landslide had completely cut off the valley from the outside world. And ever since that day, the country of the blind had been no more than a legend. The legend was known to me, and I told it to the party of mountaineers to which I was acting as a guide in the attempt to climb Parascatopotel, the so-called Matterhorn of the Andes.
And you say the valley is somewhere down there?
Somewhere. Nobody remembers exactly where it lies. Nobody's been there for nearly 300 years.
But why the country of the blind?
One survivor of the original settlers escaped. He was out of the valley when the earthquake occurred. He said that the valley had everything that man could desire: sweet water, pasture, good climate. The settlers had done very well there, despite the height and the wildness of the mountains that hemmed them in. But a strange disease had broken out and made all the children born there blind. It was to seek some antidote or charm against this that he had left the valley and made his way down to the coastal belt. He'd come down to the coast to fetch some holy relics for his people by which they might be cured. Then, after the earthquake, of course, he was unable to get back to his people. He died in the silver mine. And the story he had brought back to the coast became a legend.
Quite a pretty one. I dare say his people had contracted snow blindness, if it's as bad down there as it is up here.
Oh, I don't think they had any snow to bother about. The valley must be several thousand feet below us, down there, under the mist, somewhere. Climate was supposed to be very temperate.
Well, that's more than I can say for this ridge. Perhaps the mist will clear in the morning and we'll get a sight of the place.
Perhaps so. But the peak seems to act as a sort of cloud trap, clear on this side of the ridge, misty on the other.
Are there supposed to be people still living there?
According to the legend, yes. Nobody knows, as nobody's ever been there since.
We might try and get down there after we've made the summit.
No chance of that, I'm afraid. Beyond the ridge, there's a sheer precipice, 1,000 feet or more. Nobody knows what lies below that.
Oh, well, I'm going to turn in. We've got a stiff day ahead of us.
Well, good night, senor. I'll just have a word with the porters before I turn in, too.
Watch how you go near the ridge.
Right.
Snow's a bit loose, I noticed. Good night.
Good night. Our camp was at the foot of the last leg of the climb, on a sheltering shelf of rock just over the ridge by which we had come up. I checked our equipment with the porters and went on 20 or 30 yards to the edge.
was bright moonlight, and below me the clouds lay silent as a vast and glittering snowfield. Suddenly I felt a tremor in the hard snow under my feet. I jumped back, I slipped, and I felt myself falling over the sheer edge of the shell. How far I fell, I shall never know. From the shelf to the ridge and beyond it, down the sheer white slopes, the loosened snow thundering along beneath me, down the slope to the precipice, then falling through space till I lost all consciousness, down further slopes till at last the avalanche came to rest, miraculously leaving me only half buried in the soft white snow that had saved my life. How long I lay there insensible, I can only guess. But at last I came to my senses and struggled free. Bruised, but otherwise unhurt, I staggered down beyond the snow line, dropped beside a boulder, and fell into a stunned sleep. When I awoke, it was broad daylight. The birds were singing in the trees below me. I dragged myself to my feet and gazed about me. Behind, the sheer white wall of the mountain towered up to the clouds. There was no hope of climbing back to safety that way. My only hope was to go on, down by the screes and corries to the trees, down through them to the hidden valley. The climb might be difficult, but at least it was possible. By midday, I had reached the valley floor. About me were green fields, carefully cultivated in little walled-in patches. And there before me were clustered the huts of a village.
Hello there. Hi!
3 men were there beyond the stream. When I shouted, they turned and peered in my direction. I waved to them. They did not appear to see me. They turned towards the mountains and shouted away to my right. I scrambled down towards the little bridge which led into the village, and when at last they could hear me approaching, they turned their blank and sightless faces towards me. And then I knew. This was the country of the blind. All the old stories and legends came back to me, and as I came toward them, the proverb came into my mind: in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
My name is Nunez, Jose Nunez, the guide from Bogota, beyond the mountains. I fell with an avalanche from the ridge up there. It's a miracle I wasn't killed.
Where does he come from, Brother Pedro?
Down out of the rocks. From over the mountains, the country beyond there, where men can see. You can't see me, I know, but I can see you all right. I come from near Bogota, where nobody has lost their sight.
Lost their sight? What is sight? Let me feel you, stranger. Let me feel your face. Why are you afraid to be felt?
Well, mind my eyes, carefully.
Eyes? He's a strange creature. Feel the coarseness of his hair, like a llama's, and the roughness of his chin. Oh, rough as the rocks that begot him. Oh, well, perhaps he will grow finer.
Carefully, don't prod my eyes like that.
He speaks. Certainly he is a man. And you have come into the world.
Out of the world? Over mountains and glaciers, right over there. The world beyond the mountains. The real world that goes down 12 days' journey to the sea.
Let us take him to the elders.
This is a marvelous thing. Take my hand.
Take your hand? But I tell you, I can see.
See?
Yes, see. I can see perfectly well, and it's quite a... Oh, sorry, but I...
His senses are still imperfect. He stumbles and talks unmeaning words. Lead him by the hand.
Look, just because I trip over a pail that you leave in the way, it doesn't mean... Oh, very well. Take my hand, then.
I found it taxed my nerves and patience more than I'd anticipated, that first encounter with the population of the country of the blind. As we entered the village, the people came out of every cottage, mud huts with never a window among them, held on to me, touching me, smelling at me, listening to every word I said. And I could make none of them understand that I came from the great world beyond the mountains and that I had eyes and could see. At last, I was told to wait outside the hut of the elders while my 2 blind guides explained all about me. Then I was told to enter. Inside, the hut was as black as night. I'm
sorry. It's so dark. I can't see. I fell over somebody, I'm afraid.
Dark?
I'm sorry.
See? What does he mean?
As we said, he's a wild man out of the rocks.
Bogota. Bogota, over the mountains.
His mind is hardly formed yet. He's only the beginnings of speech. He is called Bogota, and he is but newly formed. As you hear, he stumbles as he walks and mingles words that mean nothing with his speech.
Once again, I find myself trying to explain the great world out of which I had fallen, and the sky, and the sun, and such like marvels. And they would believe and could understand nothing whatever that I told them. It was beyond my power to make them understand what sight and seeing really were. Finally, they began to explain the world to me.
The world was first an empty hollow in the rocks, and then came first inanimate things without the gift of touch, and llamas and a few other creatures that had little sense, and then men, and then, at last, angels, whom you can hear singing and making fluttering sounds, but whom no one can touch at all.
Singing and fluttering? Oh, you mean the birds?
Birds?
Yes.
There is no such word as birds. If you continue to talk nonsense...
Oh, excuse me.
You come among us when our people are sleeping, stumbling and uttering words of no meaning.
People sleeping? But you surely don't sleep during the daytime when it's light?
Nonsense again? It's natural that people sleep when it is warm and get up to do their work when it is cold.
Day and night. I never thought of it like that, warm and cold. So your day is our night.
It is obvious that you were created to learn from us and to serve the wisdom that we have acquired. The night is nearly over. Eat and sleep. And tomorrow we will try and teach you some wisdom and understanding.
The exasperation of those first few days were almost more than I could bear. It was impossible to make them understand, to admit that I possessed any faculty that was denied to them. I spoke of the beauties of sight, of watching the mountains, of sky and sunrise, and they heard me with amused incredulity. To them there was no sky. Their valley was the entire world, walled in with the rocks from which sprang a cavernous roof, which they believed to be smooth and solid, from which dews and occasional avalanches descended. I was imprisoned with them in a kind of cosmic casserole. One day I could stand it no longer.
You say that people who can see know what is happening a long way off.
Yes, I can prove it to you. We're outside the village, aren't we? It's out of earshot.
Well, not really.
But I can see what is happening there. Now, if I tell you what I see, things that you can't hear at all, will you believe me then?
Perhaps. What are the elders doing?
The elders?
Yes, the elders of the village. What are they doing in their hut?
But if they're in their hut, how can I see what they're doing? I can tell you what the people in the street are doing.
Oh, I can hear what they're doing. When we get a little closer, I can hear what the elders are doing as well. I don't have to go into the hut. I can hear through the walls. Can't you see through the walls?
Of course I can't see through the walls. Nobody could.
In fact, nobody can see. And don't walk on the grass.
I can't stand it any longer.
Put that spade down.
What is Bogota doing? Why has he raised the spade over his head?
He's behaving very oddly.
Why has Bogota walked across the meadow and not gone by the path as he should have done?
I'm going to do what I like in this valley. Do you hear? I'll do what I like and go where I like.
Hold him, Brother Pedro. He's going to do something foolish.
Bogota, put that spade down and come off the grass.
I'll hit the first man who tries to touch me. I'll hurt you. I'll kill you. Leave me alone.
Put that spade down. Hold him, brother.
No! Oh, there. I told you, didn't I? I can see you. I can hurt you. Now try and stop me. Try and find me. I shan't come back till you acknowledge me as your king. In the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Well, I'm better than that. I'll prove it to you. Try and find me now. I stayed outside the wall of the Valley of the Blind for 2 days and nights without food or shelter. I thought of ways of fighting and conquering these infuriating people, but there was clearly no way of doing so. I had no weapons, and though I could make myself a club from the bough of a tree, I knew that it was impossible for me to attack them singly and in cold blood. I tried to find food among the pines, even to catch a llama and kill it. But it was no use. Hunger proved too much for me, until finally I crawled back to the village to try and make my peace with them. I was mad.
But I'm only newly made. Forgive me.
That is better, Bogota. Do you still have the foolish illusion that you can see, as you call it?
No. That was all a mistake. The word means nothing.
Yes, you are recovering your senses. And what is it that is overhead? Is it the sky, I think you called it?
No, that was wrong, too. About 10 times the height of a man, there is a roof above the world of rock. And very, very smooth. But before you ask me any more questions, give me some food or I shall die.
Brother Pedro, give Bogota some llama milk and some bread. He's beginning to learn at last.
I had expected dire punishment, but these people were capable of toleration. They regarded my rebellion as but one more proof of my general idiocy and inferiority. And after they had whipped me, they appointed me to do the simplest and heaviest work in the fields. And seeing no other way of living, I began to do as I was told. Time passed, and I began to regard myself by degrees as a citizen of the country of the blind, while the world beyond the mountains became gradually more and more remote and unreal. The man for whom I was put to work was called Jacob, the brother of Pedro, and his daughter was a young girl called Medina. She alone, of all the people in the village, listened to me kindly and tried to understand what I said. By degrees, we began to see more and more of each other. Or rather, I began to see more and more of her. You look very beautiful, Medina, sitting there spinning in the moonlight.
You use so many strange words. It is hard for me to understand what you mean.
Yet you do, Medina, don't you?
Sometimes. When you tell me about the moon and the stars and the sunlight and mountains, I try to imagine what the words could mean.
You understand what beauty means?
Yes. It means smooth.
You are beautiful, Medina.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
But my face isn't smooth at all. Not nearly so smooth as some girls' faces are. How can I be beautiful?
You're beautiful to look at. Your eyes look as though you were sleeping only. They're not red and sunken like the eyelids of the others. And you have beautiful, long black lashes.
You should not flatter me like this, Bogota.
It's not flattery, Medina. It's the truth. To me, you are the one beautiful girl in the valley. I love you. And I'm going to ask your father, Jacob, to let me marry you.
Oh, no, Bogota. You mustn't. My father will be terribly angry.
What?
You must promise not to, please.
Why should he be angry? Don't you love me? A little?
I like you very much. I am happy all the time we're together. But you behave so strangely. I cannot always understand you.
I will teach you to understand, Medina.
And I will try and teach you to understand.
It was one of Medina's sisters who told old Jacob about our love. And her whole family were bitterly opposed to any idea of marriage. Not because they thought very much about her, but because they despised me so much. To them, I was a being apart, a serf, an idiot, an incompetent, clumsy thing below the permissible level of a man.
I cannot give my consent. It is impossible. Bogota is but newly formed. He cannot become one of us, or any better than a menial, while he still has these strange delusions about sight and seeing. You must try and forget about him. Perhaps after a few years he may improve. We will think about it then, if you persist in your foolishness.
We were both of us in despair, for Medina refused to go against her father's wishes, even if it had been possible for us to escape from the village together. But there was nowhere else for us to go. The village was the whole world. Then one day, one of the elders had an idea. He was the greatest doctor in the valley, the medicine man. And he was renowned for his inventive and philosophical mind. The idea of curing me of my peculiarities appealed to him. One day, he broached the subject to Jakob.
Your daughter still claims that she's in love with Bogota?
Yes, though I have told her that the marriage is quite out of the question.
Even if he could be cured of his peculiar ideas?
But can he be? We have all tried hard enough.
I've examined him, Jakob, and the case is now clearer to me. I think very probably he might be cured.
I have always hoped that he could be.
As we know, his brain is affected. Now, what is it that affects it?
Ah, what indeed?
This. Those queer things that are called eyes, and which exist to make an agreeable, soft depression in the face, are diseased, in Bogota's case, in such a way that they affect his brain. They are greatly distended, he has eyelashes, and his eyelids move. Consequently, his brain is in a state of constant irritation and distraction.
Yes, yes.
And I think I may say with tolerable certainty that in order to cure him completely, all that we need to do is a simple and easy surgical operation, namely to remove those irritant bodies.
And then he will be sane?
Then he will be perfectly sane and quite an admirable citizen.
Thank heaven for science. Bogota, did you hear what Brother Doctor says?
Yes. Yes, it's outrageous. Monstrous suggestion. The doctor's out of his mind.
One might think that you did not care for my daughter by the way you are behaving.
Of course, the idea of losing my sight, of willingly surrendering the most precious of all gifts, was more than I could bear. I refused even to entertain the idea, to discuss it with Jakob or the doctor or the village elders, all of whom begged me to realize that their only wish was to help me, to make me as normal and blind as themselves. To them, the very idea of sight was meaningless. Never having enjoyed the blessing, they could regard it only as some disorder of the brain. It was Medina who persuaded me at last to reconsider the matter, for without her, my loneliness was even more bitter than blindness itself.
Please, Bogota, for my sake, won't you at least discuss it with the doctor? Just once more.
Medina, do you want me to lose it? My gift of sight?
I do not want you to be unhappy, dearest.
I can only make you understand. There are the beautiful things that I know so well. The beautiful little things. The flowers, the lichens among the rocks. The lightness and softness on a piece of fur. The far sky with its drifting down of clouds. The sunsets and the stars. And there is you. For you alone it is good to have sight, to see your sweet, serene face, your kindly lips, your dear, beautiful hands folded together. It is these eyes of mine that you won, these eyes that hold me to you, that these idiots seek to deprive me of. Instead of seeing you, I must touch you, hear you, imagine you. I must come under that roof of rock and stone and darkness, that horrible roof under which your own life is lived. Surely you wouldn't have me do that for no reason at all, but the ignorance and bigotry and prejudice of your people.
I wish...
Yes, Medina.
I wish sometimes you would not talk like that.
Like what? I don't understand.
I know it's pretty. It's just your imagination. I love it. But now...
Now?
I mean...
You mean you think I should be better? Better, perhaps?
Oh, Bogota.
Dearest, if I were to consent to this...
Oh, if you would. If only you would.
For a week before the operation that was to raise me from my servitude and inferiority to the level of a blind citizen, I knew nothing of sleep, of course. All through the warm, sunlit hours, while the others slumbered happily, I sat brooding or wandering aimlessly, trying to bring my mind to bear on my dilemma. I'd given my answer, given my consent. Still, I was not sure. And at last, work time was over. The sun rose in splendor over the golden crests of the mountains. And my last day of vision began. I had a few minutes with Medina before she retired to sleep. My darling, tomorrow I shall see no more.
Dear heart, they will hurt you very little. And you are going through this pain. You are going through it for me.
Only that could make me submit to it at all.
Dear, if a woman's heart and life can do it, I will repay you. My dearest one with the tender voice, I will repay.
You've never looked more beautiful than you do this minute, as the sun rises over the mountains behind you. Can you feel its warmth on your hair?
Yes. It is getting late. I must go in to sleep.
One last kiss, my darling. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye. I walked slowly down to a lonely place I knew, where the meadows were beautiful with white narcissus. There I would remain until the hour of sacrifice should come.
Keep to the pathway, Bogota. Don't walk on the grass.
I waited till the whole village was asleep, then stood there in the cool, moist grass to watch the morning. The morning like an angel in a golden armor marching down the steeps. And as I watched that blaze of light, it seemed to me that before such splendor, I and this blind world in the valley and my love and all were no more than a pit of sin. I did not turn aside as I'd meant to do, but went slowly on across the bridge, through the circling wall of the valley, and out upon the rocks. And my eyes were always upon the sunlit ice and snow above me. I saw their infinite beauty, and my imagination soared over them to the things beyond. I thought of that great free world I was parted from, the world that was still my own, and I saw in imagination those further slopes, distance beyond distance with Bogota, a place of multitudinous, stirring beauty, a glory by day, a luminous mystery by night, a place of palaces and fountains and statues and white houses lying beautifully in the middle distance. And there, unpent by mountains, I saw the sky. Not such a disk as one saw it there in the valley, but an arc of immeasurable blue, a deep of deeps in which the circling stars were floating. I glanced back at the village, then turned right round and regarded it steadfastly. I thought of Medina, and she had become small and remote. I turned again towards the mountain wall, down which the day had come to me. Then quietly and confidently, I began to climb. Next day I was high, but I had been higher. I had escaped forever from the valley of the blind. This is Laurence Olivier again. I should like to extend, as usual, my thanks to our cast, who included this week Gabrielle Blunt, Keith Pyatt, Stephen Jack, Donald Bissett, Anthony Carey, Roger Delgado, and Robert Rietti. Au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier starred in today's transcribed program. The script was by Derek Patmore. The music was under the direction of Sidney Todd. Theatre Royale is an NBC presentation. The National Broadcasting Company presents transcribed Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. Today's play is adapted from a story by Alexandre Dumas of the Three Musketeers and the Count of Monte Cristo, and many more which I'm sure all of you will know. I myself am going to play the role of Captain Zodomirsky in the story called Zodomirsky's Duel. This is the story of a group of Russian officers just after the Napoleonic Wars. They were quartered in a little Austrian village of Valins, and the date was the spring of 1825. There were 5 of them invited for dinner and cards by the aide-de-camp. They'd been talking over all the topics which made for conversation in the regiment, not forgetting dueling. For all of the officers were convinced there was no better way of losing one's life than over a point of honor, especially when armed with a pistol. But there was also another matter which one or two of them had on their minds.
Without being indiscreet, could you tell us what the colonel called you in for this morning, Mikhailovich?
I think so. An officer is joining us to replace Captain Baronov.
Oh,
Captain Zodomirsky.
Zodomirsky, huh?
That's right. Some of you probably know him. He's engaged to Mariana Ravensky.
Oh, good, good. When's he due to arrive?
He's here already.
Oh.
I met him over at the colonel's place. He's very anxious to meet you all, gentlemen. So I took the liberty of asking him over to dine with us.
Splendid. What sort of a fellow is he?
And I think you know him fairly well, Captain Stevanovich. You were in the same regiment at St. Petersburg, weren't you?
That's right. We were students together. He was a brave, good-looking fellow, much liked by everyone, but a little on the impulsive side. Quick to pick a quarrel.
Mademoiselle Ravensky tells me he's by way of being something of an expert at dueling himself. But he ought to do well enough in this company. If he wants to pick a quarrel with me, I'll try and take the edge off his ardor for it.
Why has he left the guards, by the way? Is he ruined?
On the contrary. I hear he's just inherited some 20,000 rubles.
Well, come along, gentlemen. I suggest we move into the other room for cards.
Yes.
Koloff can bring in the food while we're playing. After you, Major.
Too bad, Stum. In a moment, I thought it was going to be your game.
Well, Captain, this obviously is not my lucky day.
Unlucky at cards and unlucky in love, eh, Stum? Isn't it true that you also have an eye to Mademoiselle Ravensky?
I advise you to mind your own business, Captain.
Oh, I'm sorry. As you say, it's none of my business.
Well, that makes 60 rubles, I believe.
There you are, Captain. 20, 40, 60.
Too bad, Stam.
Before we start the next round, Stum, may I remind you there is another little matter to be settled?
Another matter? What do you mean?
Have you forgotten the money I loaned you last night?
My purse is empty tonight, but I've always honored my debts in the past. Are you suggesting otherwise?
Captain Zodomirsky.
Ah, here you are at last, Zodomirsky. Come in and meet the others. Major Belayev.
Captain.
Captain Stevanovich.
My dear Zodomirsky.
Captain Pravdin.
Captain.
Lieutenant Stam. Cornet Naletov.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm proud and happy to join your regiment. Hello, Captain. So we meet again. You've not forgotten your old friend, I hope.
Certainly not. It's good to see you again, Zodomirsky.
You going to be with us for long, do you think?
I hope so, as long as possible. I've taken a house near my old friend Ravensky. I knew the family in St. Petersburg. I've got my horses here, a good cook, passable library, a garden that's exactly right for target practice.
Target practice?
Yes.
So you're fond of shooting?
Yes, I fire 12 balls every morning. It's a hobby of mine.
Indeed. You must be fond of it then. Personally, I can't see any point in shooting, apart from hunting.
I certainly don't regard it as time wasted. Pistol is a very useful weapon at times.
Well, I suppose that is a matter of opinion.
Exactly. I find that garrison life occasionally leads to sharp words. A man who's known to be a good shot is less likely to be bothered.
As I see it, in duels and everything else, something ought to be left to chance. It is not my idea of honorable conduct, taking so many precautions.
Could you tell me exactly why not?
Certainly. Do you play cards, Captain?
What has that got to do with it?
I'll try to explain myself. As we all know, there are some card players that have a special knack of shuffling a pack of cards so that they get a winning hand. Well, personally, I can see no difference between a man who robs another of money and one who robs him of his life.
Gentlemen, now,
Of
please.
course, I'm not saying this in a personal way, Captain. I'm merely speaking in general terms.
You're insulting me either way, sir. Captain Stefanovich, I must ask you to act for me in this. I feel my honor has been impugned. May I count on you?
My dear Zodomirsky, I'm sure that
If you please,
something
Captain. Captain Zodomirsky has explained to us how he practices shooting every day. Personally, I practice merely when I fight. So I presume that a man of honor would wish to level the odds.
Captain Stefanovich will act for me, sir. I'm happy to leave the details to him.
Very well, then. We will equalize the chances. And I will settle the details with Captain Stefanovich. Good night, gentlemen.
gentlemen. We really can't let them fight like this.
Excuse me. I am a newcomer among you. None of you know me. I have an obligation to defend myself. It's quite impossible to let this pass without fighting. I don't know what I've done to annoy the man, but it seems that he has some grudge against me.
Truth is, Captain, I think Stamm is jealous of you. We happen to know that he's in love with Mademoiselle Ravensky.
The devil he is. Well, that explains it, I suppose. Anyway, gentlemen, you see I have no option in the matter. I look to your forbearance.
Very well, Captain. The matter must be settled between the two of you.
Thank you. I appreciate your sympathy.
Well, tomorrow will have to take care of itself. Meanwhile, may I suggest a little dinner, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Go out, serve the soup.
Remember that everybody put a very bold face on the business. Stamm had left and was soon forgotten. He was far from popular, I gathered, at the best of times. He had the reputation of being cold and taciturn, and was said to keep more or less aloof from the rest of them. As for me, I think I could claim to have behaved quite adequately. They drank my health, and before we parted, Captain Stefanovich had agreed to call on Lieutenant Stamm and learn his plans for the following morning.
My proposal is a very simple one, Captain. 2 sabers are to be planted at a distance of 1 yard apart. The opponents are to stand behind each saber, each with a pistol. On the count of 1, 2, 3, they are to fire.
1 yard apart? Are you mad? Both will be killed.
On the contrary.
If both fire at once, when it's impossible to miss.
I was about to explain. Only one of the pistols will be loaded.
But heavens,
I will
man.
bring the pistols with me. The choice will be Zodomirsky's.
Come now, Stamm. We're both men of the world. I understand your desire to carry this matter through, but to propose conditions which are unacceptable even to a man of honor like Captain Zodomirsky...
May I remind you, Captain Stefanovich, that it was your man of honor who issued the challenge.
But no...
And in the presence of several more men of honor, he left the conditions of the duel to me. Therefore, I have every intention of satisfying my desire, as you yourself put it, to see this little affair through.
But what you suggest is sheer murder. Or suicide.
Excuse me. It is a matter of chance, as it would be in a game of cards.
In cards, you stand to lose only your fortune. Here, a man's life is at stake.
But whose? You talk as though only Captain Zodomirsky's life was endangered by my proposal. What about mine?
Lieutenant Stamm, I beg you to reconsider.
Captain Stefanovich, I'm not offering Zodomirsky a victim, one more target. I'm offering him an opponent. Either he agrees to fight as I suggest, which he has already agreed to do, or I shall refuse to fight him at all. In that case, I shall have proved that he is only a brave man when he is morally certain of his own safety.
Lieutenant Stamm, as a senior officer...
Forgive me, Captain. This duel is to be fought with pistols, and pistols know no differences in rank.
Those your last words?
They are.
Very well. As Captain Zodomirsky's agent, I shall have to accept.
Good. Please tell him that I shall expect him under the Imperial Oak Tree in the park at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning.
When Stefanovich arrived back at my rooms to tell us the terms of the duel, he found me with Captain Pravdin, who'd also agreed to act for me. As briefly as he could, he told us what he had just agreed with Lieutenant Stamm.
But, my dear Stefanovich, this is an outrageous plan.
So I told him.
Well, I must admit that I rather expected something of the sort. After all, he pointed out that he intended to equalize the chances.
All the same, this is like no duel I ever heard of. In fact, you might as well toss up which is to blow out the other man's brains.
Exactly. Well, Stefanovich has agreed to the terms.
I had no alternative. You gave me your orders in the matter before I went to see him.
Certainly, and I should be the last to blame you for carrying them out. You've acted perfectly correctly.
So you mean to go through with it?
Naturally. You can hardly expect me to start hedging at this stage. As the lieutenant says, it will be purely a matter of chance.
Boris! Oh, Boris.
Mariana, what on earth has happened? What are you doing here?
Boris, they told me. What am I doing here? How can you ask me that when I may never see you again? Why do you think I'm
my
here?
dear.
There's only an hour since you left me, and yet you said nothing about...
Well...
How could you do that to me, Boris?
I had no intention of distressing you, Mariana, but who told you?
Never mind who told me. I know everything. But tomorrow you may be killed. Are certain to be killed.
Mariana, we're not alone. Think of your reputation coming here to me like this. My dear, you must leave.
No. I don't care about anything but you.
Gentlemen, may I present Captain Pravdin and Captain Stefanovich,
Mademoiselle Ravensky, my fiancée.
Ah, enchanté, mademoiselle. Now, if you will excuse us...
Please stay with us, gentlemen.
Yes, please stay. You've seen me here, so I have nothing more to hide. Perhaps you may be able to help me.
As you wish, mademoiselle, but I beg you to calm yourself.
Boris, I beg you.
Mademoiselle, you seem overwrought. Are you unwell?
No. Boris, please don't fight this duel. I ask you. I forbid you. If you do it, it will kill more than you. It will also kill me. Your life belongs to me now. It is no longer yours to throw away like...
My darling, please don't torture me like this. I must fight. How can I possibly refuse? I should be disgraced if I drew back now. It'd be cowardly. I should die of shame far more surely than I'm likely to die of Stamm's pistol.
Captain Pravdin, you are a man of honor and respected for it. You understand affairs of honor. Please, Captain Pravdin, tell him he can refuse this duel. Make him understand. It's not a duel at all. It's murder. Captain, he won't listen to me. Tell him...
Mademoiselle, I would lay down my life for you, gladly, to spare you anything, but I cannot honorably do this. It would not...
Captain, I beg you...
It would not be worthy of him, mademoiselle, or worthy of his uniform. Captain Zodomirsky is known to be a skillful duelist. If he were to refuse to fight on Lieutenant Stamm's conditions, well, he would be accused of being a coward.
Now, don't you see what you're trying to make me do? Do you wish me to dishonor myself? Could you ever love me again if I did?
No. No, I see it's hopeless to go on. It's not that I should ever stop loving you. It's that you would begin to hate me.
No.
So I'll say no more.
My darling.
Kiss me, Boris. Perhaps we shall never see each other again. Good night, Boris. Captain Pravdin.
Good night.
Captain Stavanovich.
I'll take you home, Mariana. Gentlemen, you'd better both retire. When I get back, I shall have some letters to write. Have you ordered the horses for the morning?
They will be ready by 4:30.
Thank you. Please don't wait up for me.
As you wish, Captain. Good night.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
We'd like to take just a moment to preview the great lineup of listening entertainment in store tomorrow on NBC. You'll want to join noted Italian conductor Guido Cantelli as he returns to the podium to lead the NBC Symphony Orchestra for his 6th consecutive season. The brilliant maestro opens his concert from Carnegie Hall, offering music of Barber, Debussy, and Ravel, featuring the work Two Inventions by the Italian composer Bettinelli. So be sure to enjoy this hour of music with the NBC Symphony. Later, you're invited to hear high comedy drama with the brilliant acting of Rex Harrison and Anna Lee when the NBC Star Playhouse presents The Second Man. You'll enjoy S.N. Behrman's delightful comedy dealing with the dual nature of man. And for more adventure on the Western Plains, James Stewart stars as fast-shooting, slow-talking Britt Ponsett when your six-shooter hero helps a runaway boy to learn the true meaning of the Yuletide. And for more of NBC's great lineup of dramatic entertainment, hear how a stroke of fate might have altered the entire course of a nation. In fact, this imaginative drama series shows how a single event may even have changed the history of the world. That's Stroke of Fate, tomorrow on NBC. Later, join that brilliant pair, Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy, in another amusing episode of the comedy series, The Marriage. You'll enjoy hearing how Ben and Liz Marriott handle all the realistic everyday problems in this delightful family drama. And remember to keep informed on the latest news of the week in review on Weekend, your Sunday newspaper of the air. It's the only Sunday paper you can safely enjoy while driving your car, when a host of top notables join to bring you everything from cover stories to feature items on home, fashion, and sports. Top newsmen Merrill Muller, Elmo Roper, and Earl Godwin offer accurate commentary on news headlines from the nation and the world, while Tex McCrary keeps you up to date with personalities in the news. All fine listening tomorrow on NBC.
And now we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
The dawn was just beginning to break when we set out for our rendezvous in the park. Captain Stefanovich rode in an open carriage with Captain Pravdin and myself. The others rode ahead of us. The road led us past the house of Vorobensky's, and as I looked up, I caught sight of Mariana at the window. She was as pale and motionless as a statue. Neither of us gave any sign as our eyes met. By 5 o'clock, both parties were at the rendezvous.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Who is to give the word to fire?
Major Balayev, will you do me the favor?
Very well, Captain.
You know the conditions, I believe. Here is my saber. If Lieutenant Stamm...
If you please, Major.
Thank you.
Be good enough to mark out our places for us, Major. Then perhaps you would load.
Very well, Captain.
Loading will not be necessary, Major. I've brought the pistols with me. One of them is loaded already. The other has only a gun cap.
Do you know which is which, then?
What does it matter? Captain Zodomirsky has the choice of pistols.
Is that agreeable to you, Captain?
Perfectly.
It is agreed that the sabers be planted 1 yard apart. The opponents will stand behind them. Captain Zodomirsky, here are the pistols. The choice is yours.
Thank you, Major. This one will suit me admirably.
Lieutenant Stamm.
Thank you.
Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yes?
I shall count up to 3, gentlemen. On the word 3, both of you will fire. Is that clearly understood?
Yes.
Gentlemen, present your pistols. 1, 2, 3.
Who fired? Zodomirsky. He drew the unloaded pistol. Stamm has still not fired.
No, this is sheer murder. Silence, gentlemen, please.
Fire, Lieutenant.
It is not your place to instruct me, Captain. I shall decide for myself whether to fire or not. And that depends how you answer me.
All right, then, but for the love of heaven, speak quickly.
Don't worry. I shan't abuse your patience. You see, I didn't come expressly to kill you, Captain Zodomirsky. I came here with a perfectly open mind. I'm not very well off, and I have nothing very much to lose by dying. You, on the other hand, are far more fortunate. Life must be far more dear to you. Well, fate seems to have decided against you. It appears that you are the one who must die.
Is that all you wish to tell me?
No. Give me your word of honor that in future you will not be so hasty with your challenges, and I will let you live.
I have never been hasty, Lieutenant. You insulted me with a disgraceful comparison. I was compelled to challenge you. I've nothing more to say to you. So fire.
There's nothing dishonorable about my conditions. Are they reasonable, Major? I'll abide by your judgment. Perhaps Captain Zodomirsky will do the same.
Captain Zodomirsky has proved his courage, I think. If he's not killed, he can hardly be blamed for it. Can he honorably accept the conditions, gentlemen? Yes, of course he can. The captain consents. In future, he will be less ready to take offense.
You are his second, Captain Pravdin. I wish to hear Captain Zodomirsky.
Will you confirm what I've said, Captain Zodomirsky?
Very well. In future, I will be less ready to take offense.
Well, that's good. Thank you, Captain. I am gladder than anyone. It has ended as I wished. Well, Captain, I've shown you that when you have courage, mere shooting in a duel amounts to very little. When the chances are equal, a good shot is no better off than a bad one. In any case, I had no desire to kill you. I merely wanted to see how you'd face up to death. You've proved your courage. I congratulate you. Oh, it may amuse you. Now, to know that neither of the pistols was loaded, you see? You were no real danger at all.
Neither pistol loaded? Confound your insolence! This is a new insult, worse than the other. You think it's ended, do you? Oh, no, far from it, monsieur. We shall fight properly this time, and one of the pistols will be loaded if I have to load it myself.
Pardon me, Captain. I've given you your life. I'm not going to take it back again.
You've insulted me, treated me like a scoundrel, and I insist that you give me satisfaction.
You can insult me as much as you like. I've told you I do not intend to fight with you.
Then you will have to fight with me, sir. I'm under no obligations to you, I think. Zodomirsky's right. Your behavior has been outrageous. Not only to him, but to all of us. If you haven't paid for it in the next 5 minutes with your life...
Captain Pravdin, I have no quarrel with you, sir. This is a matter for me and Captain...
If Pravdin doesn't kill you, Stamm, I shall.
I have every inclination to kill you myself.
Devil take it, I can't fight all of you. Very well, then, if you insist. Choose one among yourselves, and I'll fight with him if I have to. So far as I can see, you don't want a duel so much as an assassination.
You can set your mind at rest, sir. We'll do nothing that a man of honor could fairly complain of. We are all insulted, for you wear our uniform and then you behave like a blackguard. You can't fight with all of us. In my opinion, you're not fit to fight with any of us. You behave like a cowardly wretch.
I fail to see why. If I had not proved to you that the second pistol was unloaded, who would have been any the wiser?
We do not expect to be tricked by a gentleman.
You seem to be quite unaware of how a gentleman should behave. Well, if you want me to be explicit, I shall have to point out to you that you deliberately set out to humiliate a fellow officer. Yes. You made him suffer all the feelings of a man condemned to death. You went out of your way to prolong those feelings, while you yourself knew perfectly well that you had nothing at all to fear, that you couldn't possibly come to any harm. And if that wasn't enough in itself, then you refused to give him satisfaction after you had insulted him mortally twice.
Well, I suggested that he should not be so anxious to pick his quarrels in future.
And I suggest that you hold your tongue, sir.
All right, then. Load the pistols. I'll fight with anyone who feels like it.
Feels like it? Lieutenant Stamm, you have insulted not only a fellow officer, but every one of us here. I insist on the right of defending the honor of the regiment.
I have no quarrel with you, Captain Pravdin. But I'm ready to accept your ridiculous challenge.
Ridiculous? Major Belayev, this matter must be honorably concluded. I agree to forego the first opportunity to fight Stamm in favor of Captain Pravdin. But Stamm will have to fight me as well if he succeeds in disposing of his first opponent. Oh, no. You'll fight with none of us. You've disgraced your officer's uniform, so nobody will fight with you. What's more, nobody will even serve with you. I suggest that you resign your commission on the grounds of ill health. I think the surgeon will sign any certificates that may be necessary. A month from now, we expect you to have left the regiment.
Major Belayev, I cannot agree with you in this matter. But if that's your final word, I am sure I'm speaking for every officer present in saying that in no circumstances would we continue to serve another day with Lieutenant Stamm.
Very well, then. I shall be delighted to resign. Not to oblige you, any of you, but simply because I shall be only too glad to see the last of you, Captain Zodomirsky in particular. This is my saber, I think. Goodbye, gentlemen. I hope you enjoy your dueling.
Gentlemen, why did you force me to accept such humiliating conditions? I should never have listened to you.
You have nothing to reproach yourself with, Captain. We take full responsibility for the whole thing. You have acted impeccably throughout. I think I can speak for all of us when I say you've proved yourself to be a man of honor.
Yeah,
of course you have. Well, gentlemen, we have nothing more to detain us. Now, the colonel will have to be told all about this. Also about the resignation of Lieutenant Stamm.
I shall make myself responsible for that, Major.
Very well, then. I suggest we get back to the village.
We climbed back into our carriages. Only this time, Pravdin rode with Mikhailovich, and Stefanovich and I were alone. I remember catching a glimpse of Stamm before we set out, far away down the road, galloping up from the village to the distant hillside beyond. Well, we were rid of him. We followed the road back to our quarters, the same road by which we had set out in the light of dawn, some half an hour ago. Stefanovich, I don't know what's the matter with me.
Why don't you feel well?
I feel well enough, but I've got a sort of horrible fear. Sort of presentiment.
What about? It's probably just a reaction. After all, it's not very surprising after an ordeal like that.
Well, all I know is I wish that Stamm's pistol had been loaded. And I wish that he'd fired.
Nonsense, man. You're
Yes.
lucky to be alive, after all.
Well-
and we're very glad that you are.
Yeah. I suppose I should be thankful that I am.
I know of somebody who certainly will be, my dear fellow, and I don't need to remind you of her name.
Stefanovich, will you do me a favor?
Of course, anything I can.
Mariana, this is her house that we're just coming to.
I know. She was at the windows I went past before.
Yes. We must just stop there for a few minutes.
Of course.
I want you to come in with me to see her. I want you to tell her just how the miserable affair ended.
But surely you want to see her alone.
Well, I will stay on, perhaps. But I want you to come with me. I have this horrible sort of presentiment.
I shall be glad to come.
Oh, thank
And I
you.
can imagine how glad she'll be to see you.
Driver, pull up here.
Somehow, the house appeared unnaturally quiet. We rang the bell and waited. But there was no one to answer. The door, in any case, was half open. And without a word, we pushed it wide and went in. I felt a sudden chill at my heart. I began to run upstairs, 2 steps at a time, Stefanovich following me. At the head of the stairs, we paused. House was utterly silent. Suddenly, as we stood there, not knowing what to do, the door of one of the bedrooms opened. A man came out whom we both recognized as the local doctor. He looked at us, not knowing who we were. Doctor, is anything wrong? Mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle is dead, sir.
Dead? No.
She had a great shock. It brought about a failure of the heart. I'd often told her, and told her parents, that on no account should she get overwrought.
No, I don't believe it. It can't be true.
I'm afraid it is true, sir. I take it you're a friend of the family.
Oh.
I gather from the servants that there's been a duel. I understand that Mademoiselle Mariana was in love with one of the men who were fighting.
Oh, no.
I believe he was an army officer, so perhaps you know him. His name was Zodomirsky, and he was fighting a duel with a Lieutenant Stam, I think the name was. She watched them both ride out at dawn for the park. Some 10 minutes ago, the lieutenant rode back into town alone. So I presume that her lover also is dead.
No, it's a mistake.
I really don't know, sir. Mademoiselle certainly believed he was dead.
Oh, God. If only he were. If only he were.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I must go.
Oh, if only he were dead. If only the pistol had been loaded. If only... This is Laurence Olivier again. I should like to thank the cast you heard this week in Alexandre Dumas' story Zodomirsky's Duel. They included Arthur Ridley, Keith Pyatt, Elizabeth Kentish, Robert Riette, Ferdy Main, Anthony Carey, and Seymour Green. I shall be back with you again next week when I look forward to the pleasure of both introducing the play and appearing in it myself. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier starred in today's transcribed program. The script was by Derek Patmore. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royale is an NBC presentation, produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers. The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. We have before now turned to the novels of Charles Dickens and taken from them sequences as a basis for our radio play. Today's play comes from the same magnificent source. The setting is London and Paris at the time of the French Revolution. The book, A Tale of Two Cities. The sequences we've chosen will be familiar to you, and I myself shall be playing the role of Sidney Carton. It is a strange face which makes two men so exactly alike that one may pass for the other, which throws those men together through love, then allows the death of one to buy the life of the other, as mine shall do tomorrow, when Sidney Carton dies, that Charles Darnay may live. How did it all begin? Those 10 long years ago, that day in court, when I first saw Charles Darnay. Yes, when I first saw her. Poor Lucy. Poor dear, sweet girl. How she trembled for him even then. How obviously she loved him. How she feared for his life. For his life was at stake, that time no less than this. When fate first threw us together. When Charles Darnay was on trial for treason in London.
Silence in court. Miss Manette, had you any conversation with the prisoner on your passage with him across the channel from France?
Yes, sir.
Recall it.
When the gentleman came on board.
Do you mean the prisoner?
Yes, sir.
Then say the prisoner.
When the prisoner came on board, he noticed that my father was very ill and weak. He had been unjustly imprisoned in the Bastille in Paris for many years.
Never mind about your father, Miss Manette. The prisoner?
He helped me to make up a bed for him on the deck and to shelter him from the weather. He was very kind to us, and I hope that I may not repay him by doing him harm today.
Miss Manette, if the prisoner does not perfectly understand that you are merely giving evidence which you cannot escape from giving with great unwillingness, he is the only person present in that condition. Please go on.
The charge on which Charles Darnley was appearing, treason and espionage, was obviously absurd. He was a Frenchman, yes, who had left his country and had settled in London for private family reasons. But as to his loyalty, there could be no possible doubt. The charges against him, in fact, were based upon the lying evidence of a professional spy and informer, one James Barsad, very well known to me. And as he gave his evidence, I slipped a note to my friend, the defending counsel.
I saw the prisoner that very night in a tavern outside the dockyard at Chatham.
5 years ago?
Yes. He was sitting there in the bar, talking secretly with two men I recognized as naval dockyard workers. And they gave him some papers.
You say again that you are quite sure it was the prisoner?
Oh, yes.
Did you ever see anyone very like the prisoner?
Oh, not so like that I could be mistaken, no.
Then look very carefully at my learned friend here. And then look carefully at the prisoner. How say you? Are they very like each other?
Oh, yes. We were like each other. So like that we might well have passed for twin brothers. And in that likeness, Charles Darnley found salvation. The case against him was dismissed. That night, at my invitation, we dined together in a tavern off Fleet Street.
My counsel told me what you had done for me, how you called his attention to the extraordinary resemblance between us, how that fact alone broke down the charges against me. I can only thank you for that with all my heart, Mr.
I neither want thanks nor merit any, Mr. Darnley. It was nothing in the first place. And I don't even know why I troubled to do it in the second. Mr. Darnley, let me ask you a question. You think I particularly like you?
You have acted as if you do, but I don't think you do.
I don't think I do. I begin to have a good opinion of your understanding.
Well, I hope there's nothing to prevent me calling the reckoning and our parting without ill blood on either side.
No, nothing at all. Are you calling the whole reckoning?
But of course. That is the least I can do. After all, I probably owe you my life.
Good. Then bring me another pint of this wine. Draw. Please. Last word, Mr. Darnley.
Huh?
You think I'm drunk?
I think you have been drinking, Mr. Carton.
Think? You know I've been drinking.
Very well, then. I know you have.
Then you might as well know why. I'm a disappointed man, Mr. Darnley. I care for nobody on earth. And nobody cares for me.
You might have used your talents better, Mr. Carton.
Maybe so, Mr. Darnley. Maybe not. Good night.
Good night, sir. And once again, thank you for what you did.
I never attempted to deceive myself. Darnley had done me no ill, and only the one thing stood between us forever. It was he that Lucy Manette loved. It was not Sidney Carton. Even so, I must hear the truth from her own lips.
I fear you are not well, Mr. Carton.
No. But the life I lead is hardly conducive to health.
Is it not a pity... Forgive me, but is it not a pity to lead no better life?
God knows it's a shame.
Then why not change it?
It's too late for that.
I shall never be better than I am. If it had been possible, Miss Manette, that you could have returned my love, such as I am.
Monsieur.
Ah, well, even then, I should probably have disgraced you and pulled you down. I know very well that you've no tenderness for me. I ask for none. I'm even grateful that you haven't.
Can I not help you, Mr. Carton, even without it?
Yes, if you'll hear me through, Miss Manette. I wish you to know that, having met you, you and your father has, well, stirred old shadows that I thought had died out in me. Within myself, I shall always worship you, no matter how I seem to behave. Will you believe that?
Yes.
It's useless to say it, I know, but it rises out of my soul. For you, and for anyone dear to you, I would do anything. I would give my life for you, or to keep a life beside you that you loved. I have known it in my heart all along. When Lucy Manette married Charles Darnay, I was the first to wish them happiness. In that kind and friendly home of theirs, I was an irregular but always welcome guest. For that, no doubt, I had Lucy to thank. For Charles Darnay and I could never be really friendly, no matter how much we seemed to resemble each other. Charles Darnay, Lucy Manette, and Dr. Manette, her father, all three of them were French. A French family living as emigres in London, as there were soon to be thousands of such families. Emigres, refugees from the terror of the French Revolution.
Is the news from France so very grave, Mr. Lorry?
Oh, these last few weeks, the news has been almost too terrible to believe, my dear. And the tales we hear of life in that unhappy city, I shall not frighten you with them.
Paris was always an unhappy city, monsieur. It was an unhappy city for me when I was a prisoner in the Bastille, alone in a cell for 18 years, till my reason was all but gone.
Father dear, we agreed never to talk about that
The storming of the Bastille I can understand. The Bastille was notorious, the very symbol of oppression. But the stories one hears these last few months, the terror. Well, perhaps only the French can understand that.
I doubt whether even they can understand it, Mr. Carton. Sometimes it seems as though a wave of madness sweeps over the world like an epidemic disease. Men lose their wits and lose their conscience. They act blindly as though their only motivation was hate against their kind. That is what happened in France today.
The people of France have suffered bitterly. If they are filled with bitterness, we must not judge them too harshly, monsieur. Though you and I would die 1,000 times before we would raise a hand in anger against even our oppressors.
Mr. Lorry, I see that my poor father is tired and upset by the news. Would you excuse us if we retire? I have a headache myself.
Lucy, my dear, please forgive me. I should have remembered how painful all this must be to the doctor.
Please sit down, Mr. Lorry. I know my husband has things to discuss with you. Good night.
Good night, my dear.
Good night, Mr. Carton.
Good night, madame.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, monsieur.
Sit down, Lorry. So the news from Paris is worse than ever.
Much worse. As you know, the bank has a lot of interest over there, and perhaps the news reaches us quicker than anyone else in London. We've even begun to post notices of it in the bank's window.
So I saw this afternoon. The notices look very grave.
That is why I have decided to go to Paris myself.
What, you? But surely...
Oh, you mean on Duel?
No, I mean that the country is disorganized and the journey may not even be safe.
Dear Charles, those are the very reasons for going. But as for it being safe, it's safe enough for me. No real bother to interfere with an old fellow like me. There are far too many people better worth interfering with.
They may not bother to make very careful inquiries, my dear sir. Charles here was arrested and put on trial for his life even here in London. They thought he was a spy, you may remember. When a city is as badly disorganized as Paris...
If it weren't disorganized, my dear Carton, there'd be no reason for my going. As it is, we have important interests at stake there.
I almost wish I were going myself in some ways. As a Frenchman born, I can't help thinking that it might be possible to preach a little reason, even to the mob. I was saying to Lucy only last night...
I wonder you dare mention her name. Wishing to go to France. Leave her here?
To die of worry?
There's nobody left to worry about you, Mr. Lorry.
Oh, nobody that's dependent on me, sir. No one has had any cause for worry in my case. Oh, by the way, I wonder whether either of you can help me. This letter was brought into the bank today by our French courier, addressed to the Marquis Saint-Evremond, care of the bank. We've no note of him at all. Do either of you happen to know him?
The Marquis Saint-Evremond? Yes, I know him. If you leave it with me, I'll see that he receives it.
Ah, thank you. It may well be important. Well, Charles, I'll be going. I must complete my packing, for tomorrow I shall be on my way to Paris. Good night, Mr. Carton.
Good night, sir.
You'll explain to the Marquis how the letter came into my hands, Charles.
I will, rest assured. Un bon voyage.
The Marquis Saint-Evremond received that letter. Indeed, he had received it already. For the Marquis Saint-Evremond was Charles Darnay himself. Within 24 hours of reading that letter, Charles Darnay had started on the journey to Paris himself, secretly, and leaving a note to Lucy and her father. He had gone in answer to a call of honor to try and save the life of his steward, the manager of his abandoned estates in France, now under arrest by the Terror, held as a hostage for his master. And when that master arrived in Paris...
Citizen Defarge, is this the emigre Evremond?
This is the man.
Your age, Evremond?
37.
Married, Evremond?
Yes, in England.
Ah, without a doubt. You are consigned, Evremond, to the prison of La Force.
Just heaven. Under what law? And for what offense?
We have new laws, Evremond, and new offenses since you were last here.
I am here voluntarily, in response to that appeal there by a fellow Frenchman. He is under arrest and has asked me to appear in his defense.
You are an emigre. And emigres are forbidden to return to France on pain of death. You have read the decree?
When was that decree passed?
2 days ago.
I was already in France 2 days ago. How could I possibly have known about it sooner?
The penalty prescribed by the decree is death.
I demand a fair hearing in court. It is my right.
Emigres have no rights, Evremond.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
I'd like to take this time to preview just a few of Sunday's wonderful shows for you here on NBC. There's distinguished Charles Munch conducting the NBC Symphony in Claude Debussy's Iberia and Ravel's Le Tombeau de Couperin, and the Marriotts, who try arranging a blind date for daughter Liz on the warmly human series The Marriage, while your NBC Star Playhouse brings you Joan Fontaine in Flaubert's timeless Madame Bovary. Also, Weekend, your Sunday newspaper of the air, collector's item, Sunday at Home, Meet the Press, and, well, lots and lots more, and all good listening, too. So why not tune in yourself tomorrow to NBC? You'll see what we mean.
And now we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
Lucy and her father did not need to wait for the news of Charles Darnay's arrest. For as soon as they knew of his journey, they had set out after him for Paris. There they learned of his arrest beyond all shadow of doubt, for he lay at the mercy of the Revolutionary Tribunal. And it was a fearful place, the Paris of 1792. The rule of the Terror which struck away all security of life and liberty. The prisons gorged with people who had committed no offense and could obtain no hearing. And overshadowing all, the gaunt, insatiable specter of the guillotine.
Nuit de champagne, ennemi de la République. Anne-Marie de la Rochelle, ennemi de la République. Vive la justice du
terrible bloodbath of those days, men and women whose only crime was noble birth were murdered by the thousands. Day after day, they stood before their accusers, the dreaded revolutionary tribunal. Day after day, they heard their sentences pronounced, and day after day, the tumbrils bore them out to the mob that surged about the guillotine. And in due course, it was the turn of Charles Darnay, the one-time Marquis Saint-Evremond.
Charles Evremond de Darnay, you are charged with being an enemy of the Republic. If that be proved, the sentence of this tribunal is death.
Following day, Charles Darnay was condemned to death by the Revolutionary Tribunal for a crime committed some 30 years before by his father and his uncle. And against that sentence of death, there could be no appeal. I had arrived in Paris myself the evening of Charles Darnay's rearrest. I knew in my heart that nothing now could save him, nothing short of a miracle. And then, perhaps, a miracle happened. In a wine shop near La Conciergerie, I made the acquaintance of his jailer, a turnkey from the prison. And this turnkey was very well known to me. So, Mr. James Barsad, professional spy and informer of London, you now have work over here in Paris as well.
What's that to you, Mr. Carton? I'm no friend of yours.
I propose to win your friendship, Mr. Turnkey Barsad. Mr. Lying, perjured, scoundrelly Barsad.
You'll need to have good cards for that.
I have good cards, Mr. Turnkey, Turncoat Barsad. You gave false evidence against a friend of mine at the Old Bailey some years ago. His name was Charles Darnay. You are now a turnkey in the Conciergerie prison in Paris, and your prisoner, one of them, is that same Charles Darnay.
I shall do nothing for him. In any case, by tomorrow he'll be dead under the guillotine.
Oh, no, Mr. Barsad. That is not in the cards I hold.
What cards are they, Mr.
Let me run them over for you. You've been a paid spy for the government in London, and you are here under a false name. That is a very good card. You are now in the employ of the French Revolutionary government, who know far less about your spying activities in the past than I do. That is another good card. They might be persuaded, Mr. Barsad, that you are still in the pay of the British government, the aristocratic government of Pitt, the sworn foe of the revolution. That is a really excellent card, Mr. Barsad.
It's a lie. I'm here for myself. I had to leave.
Sure you did, Mr. Renegade Barsad. But now let me show you how I should play my cards. First, I should play this ace, denunciation to the nearest section committee. Would you really be able to convince them that you are not a spy for the British government any longer?
Mr. Carton, in all justice.
Justice, Mr. Barsad, for a perjured informer and a spy. What cards have you got in your hand? Take your time and have a good look.
Well, very well, Mr. Carton. What do you want me to do?
Nothing very much, Mr. Barsad. Nothing will endanger your neck in any way. Something which will remove a danger from you forever. I told him what I had in mind and what he must do to help me. After all, there was only the one thing possible if Charles Darnay was to be saved. And that one thing, I had already decided that I must do. Not for Darnay himself, perhaps, but for the woman that he'd married. Only this one night left. There was no time to be lost. Only one other man in Paris who could help me. Mr. Lorry, the banker. Don't ask me why I'm giving you these instructions, Mr. Lorry. I have a reason, a good one.
I do not doubt it, Mr. Carton.
Charles Darnay, there can be no further hope. We know that. I have reason to believe that Dr. Manette and Lucy are in very grave danger as well, and that they may be arrested after Darnay has died. Therefore, they must at once leave Paris and get back to safety in England.
I had already intended to take them back with me, Mr. Carton.
Yes, but you must do so tomorrow. Your preparations have already been made, I know. Early tomorrow, have your horses ready so that you may start at 2 in the afternoon.
Charles Darnay is due to die at 3, Mr. Carton.
Yes. It is imperative that Dr. Manette and Lucy should leave the city before that. It is imperative, Mr. Lorry. You will also reserve a place for me in your coach.
I should be glad to do that, Mr. Carton.
You have your papers for traveling. So has Dr. Manette and his daughter. You see, these are my papers. made out for Sidney Carton, an Englishman. Take these papers and keep them for me. Bring them to the coach tomorrow.
But, Mr. Carton...
No, do that for me, Mr. Lorry. I have obtained permission to pay one last visit to Darnay at the prison tomorrow at noon.
You have? But how? I was told...
Please, never mind how. You must persuade Lucy to leave in the coach with you tomorrow at 2 o'clock precisely.
Mm-hmm.
You must tell her that her father is in danger. Never mind herself. She will probably wish to die with her husband. Tell her that she must leave Paris with you, that it is her husband's dying wish.
Mm-hmm.
Tell her that more depends on it than she dare believe or hope. Tell the same thing to her father. You must make them do as I say.
I think I can do that, Mr. Carton.
I thought so. Quietly and steadily have all arrangements made in the courtyard here, even to taking your own seat in the carriage. The moment I come and join you, take me in and drive away.
I understand that I wait for you under all circumstances.
You have my traveling papers here with the rest, and have promised to reserve my place. Wait for nothing but to have my place occupied. And then for England.
Your place occupied?
Yes.
Very well, Mr. Carton.
And now, promise me solemnly that nothing will influence you to alter the course we have agreed upon.
I promise you, Mr. Carton.
Remember those words tomorrow. Change the course or delay it in any way for any reason. And no life can possibly be saved, and many lives must inevitably be sacrificed.
I will remember. I shall do my part faithfully.
I hope to do mine no less. Goodbye, Mr. Lorry.
Goodbye, Mr. Carton.
Only one purchase to be made, at the apothecary's. One last night to spend in that seething, turbulent city that knew no mercy and lived only by hate. And then on the morrow, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Carton! What on earth?
Of all people upon earth, you least expected to see me.
I can scarcely believe it. You're not a prisoner, too?
No. I happen to have influence with one of the turnkeys here. He let me visit you. I come from your wife, dear Darnay, with a request from her.
What is it?
A most earnest, pressing, and emphatic entreaty, addressed to you in the most pathetic tones of the voice so dear to you.
Yes.
You have no time to ask me why I bring it or what it means. I have no time to tell you. You must simply do as I say. Take off those boots you're wearing and put on these of mine. No, quickly.
Carton, there is no escaping from this place. It can't be done. You'll only die with me. It's madness.
It's asking you to escape. Change that cravat for this of mine. And your coat.
Carton, dear Carton, I tell you it's madness. I implore you not to add your death to mine.
The coat, man, quickly. I've no time to explain.
Nobody can escape from here. It's always failed.
Now the ether. Goodbye, Charles. Sorry I had to do that. Bassett. You see? The wonderful resemblance? Just like it was that time at the Old Bailey. You've nothing to fear. I'll soon be out of harm's way. Get assistance and take me to the coach.
Take you, Mr. Carton?
Yes, him, you fool, him. He was weak and faint when you brought him in. The parting was too much for him. He's fainted. These things happen. Quick, call your assistants.
You swear you won't betray me?
Take him what I told you. Put him in the coach that is waiting. You'll soon have nothing further to fear. And now, there is nothing left but the ending. May it not be unworthy of one who aspired to love her. May the lives for which I lay down my life be peaceful, useful, prosperous, and happy in the England that I shall see no more. May this beautiful city and brilliant people rise from the abyss once more, and in their struggles to be truly free, wear out the evil of this time.
Citizen everyone called Darnay, your hour has come. Follow me.
I am ready. It is a far, far better thing I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known.
This is Laurence Olivier again. Our cast in today's play, Sidney Carton, based on...
This is Theatre Royale. Tonight's play is the third in the important series of command performances, transcribed by the greatest stars of the English theatre and their distinguished host, Sir Laurence Olivier. Tonight's guest, John Gielgud, as the Happy Hypocrite.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Sir Laurence Olivier, your host in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. Once again, it is my pleasure to introduce a good friend of mine from the theatre and the story that he's chosen for your entertainment. An actor whose name will be familiar to you all, John Gielgud. His work in the theatre, both in London and New York, will of course be familiar to you, and many of you will have seen him in the recent Hollywood film production of Julius Caesar. John has chosen a story which is among my own favorites, Max Beerbohm's The Happy Hypocrite. I myself will be setting the scene for you, and so here now is John Gielgud in the role of Lord George Hell in Max Beerbohm's Tale of England in Regency days, The Happy Hypocrite. None, it is said, of all who revelled with the regent was half so wicked as Lord George Hell. I will not trouble my listeners with a long recital of his great naughtiness, but it were well they should know that he was greedy, destructive, and disobedient. I'm afraid there is no doubt that he often sat up at Carlton House long after bedtime, playing at games, and that he generally ate and drank far more than was good for him. His fondness for fine clothes was such that he used to dress on weekdays quite as gorgeously as good people dress on Sundays. He was 35 years old and a great grief to his parents. And the worst of it was that he set such a bad example to others.
Lord George Hell!
Why, yes, here comes George Hell. Gad, there's a buck for you.
Oh, how wicked my lord is looking. Fie, they say it is quite unsafe for a lady to be in the same room with him.
I've known ladies make for the door as soon as he entered, but they generally pause to watch him through the keyhole.
I vow you're a tease, my lord. But heavens, he's coming this way.
Led by the twinkling candles of your eyes, my dear.
I vow I shall die.
Good evening, my lord. I hardly expected to see you at such a tedious function.
Noblesse oblige, my dear fellow. His Royal Highness was good enough to command me.
May I present your lordship to my Lady Jane Windermere?
Your slave, madam. I am happy that the season has brought you up to town.
It is all such a mad whirl, my lord, after the peaceful calm of the countryside.
A fool's paradise, madam, if you'll pardon me.
But surely, my lord, you would not deny the ennobling influences of trees and flowers or the English lakes.
Quite unknown to me, madam. I've not seen a buttercup for 20 years.
Yet I fancied you had come into an estate in Hertfordshire, my lord. Follard Chase.
Oh, why, to be sure. I won it off Sir Follard, followed by a chuck of the dice at Boodle's. Not that I ever dream of going there.
They tell me the baronet lost every penny he had to you.
True, sir. The fellow was ruined.
And you then refused him his revenge, I hear. Surely, my lord, that was unkind.
Unkind, sir? Why, when I'd won his mansion off him, didn't I offer to install him in the lodge?
And did he accept?
After a little hesitation, he did. On my soul, the man's place is a sinecure. He never even has to open the gate to me.
La, my lord, I vow you're a tease.
What's more, my lord, I have even heard it whispered that the dice you were playing with were, loaded.
I've never been at pains to deny the rumor, my dear fellow. Everybody knows that I cheat, but nobody has the effrontery to tax me with it to my face.
Indeed, I've heard it asserted that you never sit down to a game of limbo with less than 4 aces up your sleeve, my lord.
I have had as many as 7, sir.
I wonder that you are tolerated at all, my lord. But didn't I see you at Garble's the other evening with that celebrated dancer on your arm, La Signora Gambogi?
Ah, you'll see me there again tomorrow. They tell me there's a merry little dwarf whose debut will be quite an occasion. Also, a new singer who is to open in the Fair Maid of Samarkand. I shall be there to pay my homage.
No, my lord, I vow.
Bravo, bravo, Sagittaro, bravo.
You are in a good humor tonight, my friend, no?
Uncommonly. Last night I had the good fortune to relieve His Royal Highness of another 5,000 guineas. Oh, there's our merry little dwarf again. Bravo, Sagittaro. Bravo. Garble.
Come in, my lord.
Champagne, Garble, another bottle of port. Yes. I'll have that little homuncule, the merry dwarf yonder, come here to my box. I wish to compliment him on his skill as an archer and pledge him in a bumper of the grape.
Oh, my lord is too kind. I will send him immediately.
Clever little dwarf, if ever I saw one. Did you mark how accurately he shot his arrows, even when the scarf was tied across his eyes, and how he pierced the waxen figure through the heart?
Take care he does not pierce you to the heart, my friend. I think I have seen the dwarf before, somewhere.
A merry little dwarf. Upon my soul, he's quite taken my fancy with his fooling. Why, and here he is, gilded bow, arrows and all.
Your servant, my lord.
On my soul, you have a genius for the bow. Come and sit down by me. But first, let me present you to my divine companion, the Signora Gambogi, Virgo and Sagittarius again.
To the health of your lordship.
And by what means, or miracle, did you acquire your mastery of the bow?
By long practice. Long practice on human creatures.
Oh, on my heart, you'd be dangerous in a quarrel. Let me hear the music of that bowstring once again.
As your lordship commands. This time, I will shoot at the stars.
Bravo, bravo, Sagittaro. Ah, you're dangerous company.
Your lordship would certainly be a good target.
He is certainly a fat one.
But look, here comes the new singer, my lord. Jenny Mere as the fair captive of Samarkand. I commend her to your favor.
But she is entrancing.
I do not think she is very much. She is not at all pretty.
She is entrancing. What beauty, what innocence.
My lord, you are hurt?
A sudden twinge in my heart. Oh. But where's our little dwarf? He must have flown away. Garble, she's entrancing. I must positively be presented.
If your lordship deign to wait the conclusion of her humble toilet. Ah, I hear her footfall on the stair. Miss Mere, come hither. Miss Mere, this is my Lord George Hell, who's been graciously pleased
Miss Mere, listen, I pray you, to my poor words, nor spurn me in misprision from the pedestal of your beauty, genius, and virtue. All too conscious, alas, of my presumption in the same, I yet abase myself before you, as a suitor for your adorable hand. I grope under the shadow of your raven locks. I'm dazzled in the light of those translucent orbs, your eyes.
Sir.
Say, my lord.
My lord, I thank you for your words. They are beautiful. But indeed, I can never be your bride.
Oh, child, let not the sun rise ere you have retracted those wicked words.
My wealth, my rank, my irremediable love for you, I throw them at your feet. I would wait an hour, a week, a lustre, even a decade, did you but bid me hope.
I can never be your wife. I can never be the wife of any man whose face is not saintly. Your face, my lord, mirrors, it may be, true love for me. But it is even as a mirror long tarnished by the reflection of this world's vanity. It is even as a tarnished mirror.
I can...
Do not kneel to me, for I am poor and humble. I was not made for such impetuous wooing. Kneel, if you please, to some greater, gayer lady. As for my love, it is my own, nor can it ever be torn from me.
but given as true love must needs be given, freely. Rise from your knees. That man whose face is wonderful, as are the faces of the saints, to him will I give my true love. Good night, my lord.
Miss Mia, I beg you. Ah, she's gone.
If your lordship pleases to rise from his knees, I...
Oh, thank you, Garble, thank you.
Oh, so there you are, my friend, and how ridiculous you look. Come, it is time we were going.
No, I cannot. Goodbye.
But, George...
I will call the Signora's carriage.
What shall I do? Whither shall I go? My past life swims before me, shallow and artificial as the lake at Garbles. Shall I drown myself? There will be no one left in the gardens now to prevent me, and in the morning they will find me floating there, one of the noblest of love's victims. Dawn at last. How many weary miles have I wandered this endless night? 3 at the very least, for these must be the woods of Kensington. How cool the country is. It seems to cool the feverish maladies of my soul and to consecrate my love. Only now, in the fair light of the dawn, do I begin to see the means of winning my adorable Jenny. Only now, as the sun wakes up the beauties of the countryside. With her, I shall always live in the country. But to win her, I must return to the maelstrom of the town. There is only one man that can help me, Aeneas, the mask maker of Old Bond Street. Woodman!
Morning, sir.
I'm lost in these woods. Tell me the way to London.
London, sir? Yonder pathway will take you there, sir. Keep straight on. I can't miss it, sir.
Thank you, honest woodman. Thank you 1,000 times.
Good morning, Mr. Aeneas.
Good morning, Julius. A warm and sunny day. Now, this morning, I want you to put the finishing touches to the Mask of Barbarossa.
Yes, Mr. Aeneas. Who's it for, Mr. Aeneas?
None of your business, Julius, but it is for the young king of Zodomirsky. He is to wear it at his coronation next week. Now, get on with it.
Yes, Mr. Aeneas.
La Signora Gambogi across the way. Seems lost in thought this morning. Never even acknowledged me bow. Aha! Here comes her inamorato, Lord George Hell himself, and with a little posy of wildflowers. But no, he's coming here. Good morning, my lord.
Good morning, Aeneas. I want the mask of a saint.
The mask of a saint, my lord, certainly. With or without halo?
Without halo.
Certainly. His Grace, the Bishop of St. Albans, always wears his with a halo, but not for your lordship. Now, if your lordship will allow me to take his measurements.
Measurements? But I must have the mask today. Have you none ready-made?
Ah, I see. Required for immediate wear. You see, your lordship takes a rather large size, but I think... Julius?
Sir?
Bring me the saint's mask we made for Mr. Ripsby a couple of years ago.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Ripsby only had it on hire, my lord. I fancy it is just what your lordship would wish. Spiritual and yet handsome.
Is it a mask that is even as a mirror of true love?
It was made precisely as such. In fact, it was made for Mr. Ripsby to wear at his silver wedding and was very highly praised by the relatives of Mrs. Ripsby. Thank you, Julius. Will your lordship step into my little room and... there. Now, then, is the expression exactly as your lordship would wish?
I wish it were more as a perfect mirror of true love. It's too calm, too contemplative.
Easily remedied. The eyebrows just a shade closer together, like that. Slightly fuller curve to the lips. So, there.
Yes, indeed.
And how long does your lordship wish to wear the mask?
I must wear it until I die.
Kindly be seated, then, I pray, for I must apply the mask with great care. warm the inner side of the mask over the lamp, Julius, if you please.
Yes, sir.
And now, if your lordship will permit me, this pomade... yes. That's better, I think. Mask is warmed.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, fire to the inner side. So. And now, my lord, keep quite still for 1 instant.
Yeah.
There. Does that feel quite comfortable?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Now, please, look in the mirror, my lord.
But I do look like a saint.
I am proud to have served your lordship. That will be 50 guineas.
Thank you, Aeneas. Thank you 1,000 times. Thank you, Aeneas. Thank you 1,000 times. The face of a saint. Yes, but what does it cover? Should I not be ashamed so to cheat the girl that I love? Behind this fair mask there lurks Furies, the Gambogi, waiting for me.
Why, George, but what a change. So you have taken to wearing a mask?
Madam,
But I cannot let go so handsome a lover, even though he spurns me. Do not spurn me, George. Give me your posy of wild flowers. Why, you never looked so lovingly at me in all your life.
Madam, I have not the honor to know you.
Oh, yes, you have, my friend. You have the honor to know me very well. And you will know me better still before very long.
So here, beside this tiny stream, I have found peace at last. Peace from all but my thoughts. These waters, which mirror within themselves the mask which has become my life, are not their murmurs a reproach? Though she be taken with my looks, behind that mask still lurks the evil face that so repelled my dear. Yet may that mask itself not be a secret symbol of my true repentance and my love. My face was evil because my life was evil. Since I have seen her beauty, my soul has changed.
My lord.
Who is there hiding in the bushes?
Only your merry little dwarf, my lord. But look, there on the further bank. Have you no eyes for her?
Heavens, 'tis she. Will she not know me?
No, my lord. But she will love you.
Oh, I have disturbed you.
Never. Without you, I am as nothing.
Surely you are that good man, whose features are the features of a saint, for whom I have waited so long. Oh, therefore do not kneel to me, but rise and suffer me to kiss your hand. For my love of you is lowly, and my heart is all yours.
Nay, you are my queen, and I must needs kneel in your presence.
Oh, no, no. Then I shall kneel with you.
Beloved.
Beloved.
This posy of wild flowers, they are for you. I gathered them for you hours ago in this very wood. See, they are not withered.
How was it for me that you gathered them, though you had never seen me?
I gathered them for you, knowing I should soon see you. How was it that you, who had never seen me, yet waited for me?
I waited, knowing I should see you at last. Come. Are not the flowers beautiful in this wood? Which do you like the best? Primroses, or lady's feet, or forget-me-nots?
I know the names of no flowers, my dear.
Is it worldly and wrong of me to have loved the flowers? Ought I to have thought more of those higher things that are unseen? Surely the flowers are good, and did you not gather this posy for me? But if you do not love them, I must not. And I will try to forget their names, for I must try to be like you in all things.
Love the flowers always, and teach me to love them.
Every day I have come to this wood because I was lonely, and it seemed to pity me. But now I have you, and it is glad.
I too came here once. Last night.
Last night? Oh, will you try not to be angry with me if I tell you something? It is something which will seem dreadful to you.
Pauvrette, you cannot have anything very dreadful to tell.
Oh, I am very poor, and every night I sing in a theater. It is the only thing I can do to earn my bread. Do you despise me because I sing?
Do you like singing?
In the theater? I hate it. I hate it indeed. Yet tonight, alas, I must go back there.
You need never sing in a theater again. I am rich and I'll pay them to release you. You shall sing only for me. Sweetheart, it cannot be much more than noon. Let's go into the town while there's time, and you shall be my bride and I your bridegroom this very day. Why should you and I be lonely?
Oh, I do not know. I often used to envy the woodman living in that dear little cottage there on the edge of the wood.
Let us live there, then.
You are so good that you can deny yourself all the vanity and pleasure that most people love. Otherwise...
Otherwise, my love, there's something that you want that I can give you. Tell me, I beg you. Anything in the whole wide world.
If we are going to get married, we will pass a pastry shop in Kensington Village. Should you think me greedy if I wanted a bun?
By the way, I wonder what's happened to Lord George Hell. Seems an age since last we saw him at Boodle's.
Boodles or Garbles. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him since that little singer vanished. Had the lead in The Fair Captive of Samarkand and vanished after the first night. George Hell had been after her, I heard tell, but Garble told me she would have none of him. Or I'd have thought they must have eloped.
And what had Garble to say about her disappearance?
Said he'd been compensated for it, but that he was sure she had not succumbed to his lordship. In fact, he said she'd rejected him soundly.
The most astonishing thing is that he should have restored all the money he had won at cards. Even His Royal Highness has been repaid, and old Sir Fullard is back in his old home.
A very queer business indeed. I've heard it said that he was seized with a sudden repentance and fled overseas to a foreign monastery. Maybe he's even dead.
Well, peace to his ashes in whatever urn they may be resting.
This waxen mask, though it has been the means of my happiness, is it not still a barrier between me and my bride? Though it is sweet to kiss her through it, to watch her through it with loving eyes, it's remained a mockery that I must wear for the rest of my life. No longer do I even feel it jarring on my face, the evil face that it covers, the face of my past. It's become a very part of me, and for all its rigidity, at least it expresses the one emotion that fills and suffuses me. True love.
My love?
Dearest?
Look at this little pagoda I have built with all our buns. Is it not pretty? Oh, dear, it has tumbled down. Oh, dear husband, why do you not smile at my folly? Your grave face rebukes me. Smile, or I shall think I vex you. Please smile a little.
My dear one, I cannot. I find my lips will not curve into a smile, however much amused I may be. Love of you has bound them in a spell.
But I can laugh, though I love you. I do not understand.
Ah, my dear, if only I could smile. If only I could show you all the fondness which is locked in me and all the smiles and happiness with which you fill my soul. Someday, perhaps you will tire of my monotonous gravity. Someday... But, Jenny, what is it? Why do you look so frightened?
There is a strange woman smiling at me across the palings. I do not know her. There, behind you. She is nodding to me. I think she's foreign, for she has an evil face.
Do not notice her. Does she look evil? I do not wish to look.
Very evil and very dark. She has a pink parasol. Her teeth are like ivory.
Do not notice her. Think. It is the anniversary of our wedding, dear.
I wish she would not smile at me. Her eyes are like bright blots of ink.
Let us eat our beautiful bun.
Oh, she's coming in. George, forbid her to come in. I'm afraid.
Pray pardon me. I could not mistake the back of so old a friend.
So, you found me at last.
But of course, how nice to see you again, even though your face has changed so marvelously.
Madam, begone, I command you, from this garden. I do not see what good is to be served by the renewal of our acquaintance.
Acquaintance? Surely we were friends, rather. Nor is my esteem for you so dead that I would crave estrangement.
Madam, you see me happy, living very peacefully with my bride.
To whom I beseech you, old friend, present me.
I would not desecrate her sweet name by speaking it with so infamous a name as yours.
Your collar hurts me, old friend. I shall compose myself if you will forgive me. I may sit down.
Jenny, then please retire pending this lady's departure. Go into the cottage, my love.
I am less frightened by your side. Do not send me away.
Suffer her pretty presence. Indeed, I am come this long way from the town that I may see her no less than you, George. Come and sit by me, little bride, for I have things to tell you. Are you expecting guests, George? And by the way, your wife's mask is even better than yours.
What does she mean? Oh, send her away.
Serpent, crawl from our Eden, ere you poison with your venom its fairest denizen.
Even my pride knows certain bounds. I have been very forbearing, but even in my zeal for friendship, I will not be called a serpent. I will indeed be gone from this rude place. Yet ere I go, there is a boon I will deign to beg. Show me but once again the dear face I have so often caressed. The
No.
lips that were dear to me.
No.
What does she mean?
Bid him unmask for me, little bride. Intercede for me. You have more authority over him than I. Doff his mask with your own fingers.
George, please tell me. What does she mean? What does she
If you
mean?
do not go now of your own will, I must drive you, man though I am, violently from the garden.
Doff your mask and I am gone.
You leave me no alternative, madam. Come.
False saint, and I will unmask you!
Like a panther, she sprang upon him and clawed at his waxen cheeks. There was a loud pop, as though some great cork had been withdrawn, and La Gambogi recoiled. She had torn away the mask. It lay before her upon the lawn, upturned to the sky. George stood motionless. La Gambogi stared up into his face, and her dark flush died swiftly away. For there, staring back at her, was the man she had unmasked, but lo, his face was even as his mask had been. Line for line, feature for feature, it was the same. 'Twas a saint's face.
Madam, your cheek may well blanch when you regard the ruin you have brought upon me. Nevertheless do I pardon you. The gods have avenged through you the imposture I wrought upon one who was dear to me. For that unpardonable sin I am punished. As for my poor bride, whose love I stole by the means of that waxen semblance, of her I cannot ask pardon. Ah, Jenny, Jenny, do not look at me. Turn your eyes from the foul reality that I dissembled.
Dear husband, look at me. I do not understand. Why did you woo me under a mask? And why do you imagine that I could love you less dearly, seeing your own face? Look into my eyes.
But Jenny, my face, it has become the same.
Surely your face is even dearer to me, even fairer than the semblance that hid it and deceived me. I am not angry. 'Twas well that you veiled from me the full glory of your face, for indeed I was not worthy to behold it too soon. But I am your wife now. Let me look always at your own face. Let the time of my probation be over. Kiss me with your own lips.
My love, I have grown worthy of you.
This is Laurence Olivier again. I'm sure you would like to join with me in my thanks to John Gielgud for his interpretation of the role of Lord George Hell in Max Beerbohm's The Happy Hypocrite. In next week's program, my guest will be another good friend of mine, and I think of yours too, Robert Donat. I look forward to the pleasure of your company. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
This is Theatre Royale. Tonight's play, the fourth in the important series of command performances, transcribed by the greatest stars of the English theater and their distinguished host, Sir Laurence Olivier. Tonight's guests, Robert Donat and his wife, Renee Asherson, in The Sire de Maletroit's Door by Robert Louis Stevenson.
The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes Sir Laurence Olivier, your host, in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. My guest this week is an actor who will be familiar to you through films such as Goodbye, Mr. Chips, The Citadel, The Count of Monte Cristo, The Ghost Goes West, The Winslow Boy, The Magic Box, and many more. His name, needless to say, is Robert Donat. He has chosen a story by Robert Louis Stevenson, and it gives me particular pleasure to tell you that you will hear with him in this play an actress who it was my own good fortune to have with me in the role of Catherine in my film of Shakespeare's Henry V. I should perhaps remind you that while we all know her as Renee Asherson, she is also Mrs. Robert Donat. Here, then, is Robert Donat in the role of Denis de Beaulieu, with Renee Asherson as Blanche de Maletroit, in Robert Louis Stevenson's story, The Sire de Maletroit's Door.
It happened in 1429. France was still under arms, for Burgundy had not yet captured our Joan of Arc, and the English had not yet burned her. I was a younger man, more headstrong, and I fought for France. It was September, and I had ridden into Chateau Landau under a safe conduct, and I had been to dine with a friend.
It's been like old times seeing you again, Dennis.
Well, I couldn't pass so near the town and not look in on an old friend.
And you really must go.
Oh, it's after midnight, and I have to make an early start in the morning.
Well, 2 of my men will take you back to the inn, then.
No nonsense. It's only a 5 minutes walk.
But the town's full of soldiers, an English garrison, and 3 companies of Burgundians.
What of it? I'm frightened of neither of them.
The streets are not safe. Suppose you were challenged.
No, I have my safe conduct.
Even so, I still think it better.
No, there's no need. I shall be up at the inn before they can find me in the dark. Good night, Pierre. I shall be back with you in a couple of weeks.
Well, good night, then. But be careful. The town's alive with soldiers.
Au revoir, Pierre. It was a moonless night, and the streets were darker than a dungeon. They wound their way among the sleeping houses, many of them so narrow that I could touch both walls at once. I had only a general sense of direction to go by. I knew that my inn lay somewhere beside the church and that the way to it was uphill. When the lane I was following turned to the left and began to lead sharply downward, I knew that I'd missed my way. But I still went on in hopes of a bit more light. Till at last, I found myself up against a high stone wall. The lane had come to a dead end. There was nothing to do but turn back. Then, suddenly, I heard them coming.
Wine, Corporal, wine.
Soldiers coming this way. I can't go back. If they come down here, I shall... Oh, confound this dark.
Hey. Who goes there? Qui va là?
Quick, where the devil was that doorway? Here we are, in here.
Who goes there?
Can't get out, it's a dead end. Bring the torches.
Burgundians. Well, if they want to fight with my back against this door... It's queer. The door's open. All right, then. Slip inside. I had slipped inside the door and partly closed it behind me to conceal myself. Nothing was farther in my thoughts than to close it altogether, but for some inexplicable reason, perhaps by a spring or a weight, the ponderous mass of oak whipped itself out of my fingers and clanked to with a formidable rumble and a noise like the falling of an automatic bar. At least I was safe from the soldiers.
Open the door!
Yes, I'd escaped the soldiers. I heard them go back up the lane, cursing and shouting. But I only escaped one danger to fall into another. For the door that had closed itself behind me could not be opened again. It was shut, fast and firm as a rock. I was caught there, trapped in a strange house, and still in this confounded darkness. Is anyone there? I stood there in the pitch dark, and somehow I knew that I was not alone. It was as though many men were standing there in the darkness near me, holding their breaths and not moving a muscle. I felt that I was in deadly peril. At last, I saw a chink of light. It was there at the end of the corridor, a chink of light through the arras that covered the doorway of a room. Whoever was in that room, at least I should be able to see them and not be stabbed in the dark as I might be there in the darkness of the passage. I made towards the doorway, lifted the arras, and entered the room.
Good evening, my friend. I've been expecting you for some time.
I'm afraid there must be some mistake. Whoever you may have been expecting, it wasn't me. I never intended to intrude on you like this.
Well, here you are, which is the main point. Sit down and make yourself comfortable.
I must apologize. But that door...
What about my door? A little piece of ingenuity. You say you never expected to meet me. Well, old people like me must expect such reluctance now and then, and when it touches our honor, we find out ways of overcoming it. You may have arrived uninvited, but believe me, you're very welcome.
You persist in your mistake, sir. There can be no question of your wanting to see me. I am a stranger here. My name is Dennis de Beaulieu. If I'm in your house, it is only because...
My young friend, permit me to have my own ideas on the matter. They may not be the same as yours, but time will show which of us is right.
As you wish. Sir, you're insulting me. If you're out of your mind, I've better things to do than stand here being laughed at by a lunatic. My conscience is clear, but you refuse to listen to explanations. You're trying to make a fool of me, but I don't propose to let you. If you won't open your door and let me leave, I'll hack it down with my sword.
My dear nephew, sit down.
Nephew? You lie in your throat.
Sit down, you rogue. Do you think I've nothing but a door to keep you here? If you don't want to be bound hand and foot, sit where you are and God be with you.
Do you mean I'm a prisoner?
I'm stating facts. You can put your own construction on them. Do you suppose that when I arranged that little contrivance that let you into my house, I stopped short at that? I advise you to regard yourself as a young buck, freely conversing with an old gentleman.
I might have expected better of you, sir. I see by the arms above your hearth that you are of the Maletroit family.
Quite right. I am the Sire de Maletroit. And when it is a question of my honor...
I have done nothing to impugn it.
I have my own opinion about that. Come in, Father, come in. Is she in a better frame of mind?
She's more resigned, monsieur.
Resigned? Lord help her, the girl's hard to please. A likely fellow, not ill-born, and of her own choosing to. What more could she have?
The situation is unusual, monsieur. She's ashamed.
She should have felt rather more ashamed before she began the dance. It was none of my choosing. But since she has begun it, she can carry it to an end. Monsieur de Beaulieu, may I present you to my niece? She has been waiting for your arrival, I may say, with even greater impatience than I have. Will you come this way, please?
As you wish,
She's
sir.
waiting for you in my private chapel, and as you will see, she is fittingly dressed for you, as a bride. Blanche, I have brought a friend to see you, my little girl. Turn round and give him your hand. It's good to be devout, but it is also necessary to be polite.
Uncle, that isn't the man. He isn't the one.
Of course not. I expected as much. So unfortunate that you couldn't remember his name.
But, Uncle, I have never seen this person till this moment. Never set eyes on him. I never wish to see him again. Sir, if you are a gentleman, you will bear me out. Have you ever seen me before this?
To speak for myself, I have not had the pleasure. This is the first time I have ever seen your niece, monsieur.
I'm sorry to hear it, but it's never too late to begin. So I will give him 2 hours to make up for lost time before we proceed with the ceremony.
Uncle, you can't be in earnest. I swear I will stab myself rather than be forced on that man. You are dishonoring your family.
I am dishonoring it.
Uncle, have pity. There isn't a woman in the world who wouldn't prefer death to a marriage like this. Don't you believe me? Is it possible that you still think that that you still think he is the man?
Quite frankly, I do. But let me explain to you once and for all, Blanche de Maletroit. When you took it into your head to dishonor your family...
Uncle!
Dishonor the family and the name I've borne in peace and war for more than 60 years, you forfeited not only the right to question what I do, but even the right of looking me in the face.
Please.
If your father had been alive, he would have spat on you and turned you out of doors, as you very well know. And you can be thankful that you have only me to deal with, mademoiselle. It is my duty to get you married without delay, and out of pure goodwill, I have tried to find your gallant for you. Personally, I still believe I've succeeded.
You haven't. You haven't. Sir, tell him that you're not the one.
Monsieur, I've told you already, you're making a terrible mistake.
Very well, then, that's as may be. But I say this before all the heavenly angels. If this is not the man Blanche de Maletroit, I care not a jackstraw.
Monsieur, are you completely mad? I tell you.
Quiet, Sarah. As for you, Blanche, I advise you to be polite to your young friend. For you can take my word for it. The next bridegroom may be less appetizing. Come, Father.
Monsieur.
And what, sir, is your part in all this? What are you doing here?
What indeed? I'm a stranger in the town, traveling through under a safe conduct. I went to have supper with a friend and was returning alone to my inn. I lost my way in the dark, and I found myself outside your door. I was suddenly confronted by a lot of drunken soldiers, Burgundians. And I stepped into the doorway so that at least they couldn't surround me. I was going to make a fight for it, but I found the door open, so I slipped inside like a fool, and the door slammed shut behind me. I suppose you don't believe that.
Yes, I believe you. I know that the door was open, and I can well believe that it shut behind you.
But why?
It was a trap. Only the trap was laid for somebody else.
I see. Well, I've told you how I come to be here. Perhaps you'll tell me a few things yourself. What does this comedy mean, and what's going to be the end of it?
I wish I knew the end of it myself. Well, sir, you have told me your story. It is only fair that I should tell you mine. I only wish I could do so without blushing.
If you would rather not tell me, mademoiselle, I've no desire to pry into your secrets. I'm only concerned with my own affairs.
I seem to have become a part of them, sir. My name is Blanche de Maletroit. My father and mother died when I was a child, and I've lived all my life with my uncle here. I have been very unhappy.
I can well believe it.
3 months ago, a young captain began to stand near me every day in church. I could see that I pleased him, and I was glad that someone should love me. I should be ashamed of it, but when he slipped a letter into my hand, I took it home and read it. It was very wrong of me.
I should be the last to blame you, mademoiselle.
Since then, he has written me many letters. He was so anxious to speak to me, poor fellow, that he begged me to leave the door open some evening so that he might talk to me on the stair.
I begin to understand.
How my uncle came to suspect, I don't know, but it is hard to keep anything from him. This morning, as we came from Mass, my uncle took my hand in his and forced it open and read my little note, walking by my side all the while. When he had finished, he gave it back to me with great politeness. It asked me once again to leave the door open. And this has been the ruin of us all.
So it was your uncle who left the door open?
Yes. He kept me strictly in my room till the evening, then ordered me to dress as you see me, like a bride. I had refused to tell him the young captain's name, so he was determined to lay a trap for him. I was terrified, even when I found out what my uncle intended. For why should this young man wish to take me on such shameful terms? Perhaps he has only been trifling with me. Or I might have made myself cheap in his eyes. I can well suppose that he might have despised me. I am sure that you must do so as well.
On the contrary, mademoiselle. Now, you have taken me into your confidence. I will try and deserve it. Where is your uncle now?
I think he is writing in his room.
Then will you take me to him? I think I can answer him. Come.
Well, nephew?
Monsieur, as you said yourself, I suppose I'm entitled to some say in the matter of this marriage. So let me tell you at once, I refuse to be forced upon your niece. If she had been freely offered me, I should have been proud to accept her hand, for she is a good and beautiful woman. As things are, I have the honor of refusing her.
I am afraid, Monsieur de Beaulieu, you don't quite understand. You have a choice, yes. Outside this window, there is an iron ring in the wall. If you cannot bring yourself to marry my niece, I shall have you hanged from that ring at sunrise. I shall regret it, believe me. For it's not your death I want, merely my niece's establishment in life.
Monsieur, I tell you...
One moment, please. Your family, Monsieur de Beaulieu, is all very well in its way, but if you sprang from Charlemagne, you could not refuse the hand of a Maletroit with impunity. Not if she was as ugly as a gargoyle. Neither my niece, nor you, nor my own feelings move me in a matter like this. The honor of my house has been compromised, and I believe you to be the guilty person. Even if you are not, you are now in the secret. That being so, if you refuse to wipe out the stain, your blood be on your own head. If I cannot cure the dishonor to my family, I can at least stop the scandal.
There are other ways of settling these matters, monsieur. You wear a sword, and I believe you've used it before now.
Oh, when I was younger, I should have been delighted to honor you, Monsieur de Beaulieu, but I'm now too old. Armed retainers are the sinews of age, and I must employ what strength I can. Father Paul.
Monsieur?
If you will draw back the arras, Monsieur de Beaulieu will see that I'm telling the truth.
As you say, monsieur.
You see? The corridor is crowded with men, and they are fully armed.
So I see.
Well, you and the ladies seem to prefer this room to the chapel for what is left of your 2 hours. I will gladly resign it to you.
Monsieur, I am not afraid of...
There is no hurry. If you dislike the thought of hanging, there will be plenty of time later to throw yourself out of the window or be cut to pieces by my men. 2 hours more are not to be despised. A great many things can happen in 2 short hours.
Monsieur, I beg of you.
You see, my niece has something to say to you. If you will give me your word of honor not to do anything desperate until the 2 hours are up, I will take my men off and leave you both to yourselves.
Please, Monsieur de Beaulieu.
Very well, monsieur. I give you my word of honor.
Thank you. I shall return when the time is up.
Monsieur de Beaulieu, I won't let you die. I will marry you, after all.
You seem to think, mademoiselle, that I am very much afraid of death.
Oh, no, no. I know that you're not a coward. It is for my own sake. I couldn't bear to have you killed for a scruple.
I'm afraid that you underrate the difficulty. You don't seem to realize, mademoiselle. What you are too generous to refuse, I may be too proud to accept. Besides, your noble feelings towards me have made you forget what you owe to others.
I owe nothing to anyone.
She walked suddenly away and fell rather than sat on her uncle's chair at the other side of the room. I was in the very acme of embarrassment. Seeing a stool, I plumped down upon it for something to do, playing with the guard of my rapier and wishing myself dead 1,000 times over. My eyes wandered round the room. There were wide spaces between the furniture, and the light fell baldly and cheerlessly over all. The dark outside air looked in coldly through the windows. The regular sobs of Blanche de Maletroit measured out the time like the ticking of a clock, to remind me that my last 2 hours were running out and death was on the march.
Can I do nothing to help you, monsieur?
Mademoiselle, if I've said anything to offend you, believe me, it was for your sake, not for mine. No, I'm sorry, mademoiselle. I wish there was something that I could do to help you. There can't be a man in all France who wouldn't gladly die to help you.
I know that you can be brave and generous. I want you to know that I am grateful for that. But is there no way that I can help you? Now or afterwards?
Of course there is. Let me sit beside you as if I were a friend, instead of just an intruder who's got mixed up in your troubles. Try and forget how embarrassing all this is to both of us. Let me enjoy these last moments with you, and you'll be giving me the greatest possible pleasure.
You are very gallant, monsieur. But somehow it hurts me more than ever. Come and sit beside me, if you like. And if you can find anything to say to me, well, at least you will find a friendly listener. But, Monsieur de Beaulieu, how can I look you in the face?
Listen, I haven't very much longer to live, mademoiselle, so try not to make those last few moments unhappy. They will be unhappy if you make me feel that I can't do anything to help you, not even by giving my life.
I'm sorry. I'm very selfish. I will try to be braver and stop crying for your sake, monsieur.
There now. That's better.
But surely there must be something I can do for you. Something. There must be some friends that I could go and find for you, if only to give them your goodbyes. Ask me to do anything you can think of. The more, the better. For then perhaps I shan't feel so helpless. Put it in my power to do something for you more than weep.
Please, it isn't as bad as all that. Truly it isn't. My mother's married again and has another family to think about. My brother Guichard will inherit my fortune. I'll be surprised if that doesn't amply console him for my death.
You are cynical, monsieur, or bitter.
No, not really. I'm trying to be philosophical. When a man's in a fair way and sees all life opening up in front of him, he seems to himself to cut a very important figure in the world. His horse whinnies at him, the trumpets blow, and the girls look out of the window as he rides into town before his company. He receives many assurances of trust and regard, sometimes in a letter, sometimes face to face with persons of great consequence falling on his neck.
It must be wonderful and exciting being a man.
Oh, it's not surprising if his head is turned for a time. But once he's dead, if he was as brave as Hercules or as wise as Solomon, he'd soon be forgotten.
Not always.
I've only a few friends just now, and once I'm dead, I shall have none.
You are forgetting me, monsieur.
You're a kind girl, mademoiselle, but you exaggerate what I'm doing for you.
No. You mistake me if you think I am so easily touched by my own concerns. I shall remember you, because you are the noblest man I've ever met, and because you have a spirit that would have made even a peasant famous throughout the land.
And yet here I am, dying in a mousetrap, with no more noise about it than my own squeaking.
No, you mustn't think meanly of yourself. You, my champion. Anyone who gives his life for another, as you are doing, will be met in heaven by all the heralds and angels of God. You have no cause to belittle yourself.
Neither have you.
Do you really think that I am beautiful?
Very beautiful.
Oh, I'm glad. Do you think there are many men in France who have been asked in marriage by a beautiful girl, and who have refused her to her face? I know that you men would half despise such a triumph, but believe me, women know more of what is precious in love There's nothing should set a person higher in his own esteem. And women prize nothing more dearly.
Oh, you're kind, mademoiselle. But you can't make me forget that I was asked in pity, not for love.
I am not so sure of that. Monsieur de Beaulieu, I know how you must despise me. And I feel that you are right to do so. I am too poor a creature to occupy a thought of your mind, even though you are going to die for me this morning. But when I asked you to marry me, it was because I respected and admired
Mademoiselle,
you.
please, don't.
Yes, and loved you with my whole soul, from the very moment that you took my part against my uncle. If you could have seen yourself as I saw you, and just how noble you looked, you wouldn't despise me. You'd pity me.
But how can I?
Wait. Although I have laid aside all reserve and told you that, remember that I know your feelings towards me already. Believe me, I am not going to weary you with importunities into marrying me. I have some pride of my own, and I swear that if you are now to go back on your word, I would no more marry you than I would marry my uncle's groom.
It's a small love that shies at a little pride. Come over here to the window. Dawn is breaking.
Already? Well, the night has been long enough. Oh, what shall we say to my uncle when he returns?
What you will.
Oh.
Blanche, you've seen whether I fear death. You must know by now that I'd sooner jump out of that window and die down there under the ramparts than lay a finger on you without your free and full consent. But if you care for me at all, don't let me lose my life in a misapprehension. For I love you better than the whole world. And though I'll die for you gladly, it would be like all the joys of paradise to live and spend my life in loving you.
After all you've heard about me?
I've heard nothing.
The captain's name was Florimond de Chandivert.
I did not hear it. Blanche.
Oh, my love.
So, I see you've overcome your aversion, Monsieur de Beaulieu.
Monsieur.
Uncle.
Good morning, niece.
Good morning, Uncle.
And good morning to you, too, nephew.
Good morning, Uncle.
Father Paul.
Monsieur?
Let us go back into the chapel. I fear the candles may now have all burned out.
Oh, sir, but we shall see well enough.
Yes, Uncle. Look, it is a clear, sunny morning.
This is Laurence Olivier again. I would like to thank Robert Donat for his performance as Denis de Beaulieu and Renée Acheson, who played Blanche de Maletroit, together with the other members of the cast, in this week's play based on Robert Louis Stevenson's story, The Sieur de Maletroit's Door.
The National Broadcasting Company present, transcribed, Sir Ralph Richardson in Theatre Royale.
This is Ralph Richardson. Our play today is based on a short story by A.J. Allen, a name that will be remembered and loved by many. A.J. Allen developed his craft in the early days of broadcasting. The stories he wrote, he told himself on the air in an extremely personal manner, which is quite inimitable. Today, we've dramatized one of these tales in which I shall be the storyteller. It is called
My Adventure in Norfolk. Well, I don't know how it is with you, but 4 or 5 weeks after the new year, my wife always says to me, "Have you thought about where we shall go in August?" And of course I always say no. And then she starts looking through advertisements of bungalows to let. But it happened last year as usual, and I had forgotten all about it, as usual. Until one very foul morning in February, it was snowing like a barnstormer's production of East Lynne. Margaret looked up from her letters at breakfast and said,
I think it's the very place.
"Uh-huh.
The man seems very civil, too.
Oh, good. You know, if you ask me, the government will never get this new bill through."
It's in Norfolk, a place called Hickling Broad.
Eh? What is?
This bungalow, of course, I told you. It's furnished, too, with boathouse, garden, and garage.
It seems hardly possible.
And plate and linen. He says we can go and see it and stay the night. He'll arrange for a woman to come in and oblige.
No, just a minute. I remember now. Isn't that the place with the exorbitant rent?
Yes, but you'll have to talk to him about that. He's bound to come down. They always do.
My experience is they always don't.
You're never firm enough. Anyway, we can go down on Thursday and stay the night.
What? In this weather?
It may be beautiful by then. You know what the weather is this time of year.
Between then and Thursday, the weather did everything it does at any time of the year. But when the train battled its way into Potter Higham Station, and we stood shivering on the platform, it was settled again, snowing hard. Fortunately, the car I'd ordered was waiting, and the 5-mile drive to the bungalow, which seemed to be in the most desolate spot on earth, was accomplished with no more than average hazard. I was apprehensive in case the woman who was to oblige should have proved disobliging, but my fears were groundless. Although it was late and dark when we arrived, we found fires burning, and she'd even cooked us a steak apiece.
And so if you're sure you'll be all right now, sir, I'll be getting along home. I can catch the last bus at the top of the lane.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Selson. Oh, we'll be quite happy now.
Hope that steak's all right. I asked the butcher to pick it out special.
Oh, very nice, thanks. Its knives probably need sharpening.
I'd stay if my husband was all right, but it was a nasty operation, and if I denied it, I'd be a liar. If I was to tell you what they'd done to him, you'd hardly believe
I'm sure it must have been very trying. Well, if you must go, Mrs. Selston.
Messy, that's what it was. And the dressings. Why, every night I have to... Are you sure that steak's nice, Mum? You've hardly touched it.
I don't think I feel very hungry after all.
But now, look here, we mustn't let you miss your bus, Mrs. Selston. I'll light you to the door.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You know, I rather like this oil lamp business myself. It's not so stark as electricity. Not snowing much now, I see. Well, thank you very much for coming in. We'll be seeing you in the morning.
That's all right, sir.
No, I can't think why they always refer to that type of woman as homely. Nursing homely would be a better description. What, tired, dear?
I am rather. It's been a long day.
Yes. I think bed's indicated. I tell you what, you go up. There's enough fire left in the bedroom for you to undress by. I'll boil a kettle and bring you up a hot water bottle. Mrs. Things left 2 enormous stone ones in the kitchen.
I think I will go up, if you don't mind. I feel most dreadfully tired quite suddenly. I expect it's the reaction after rushing about all day.
Yes, and the complete absence of any noise leaves you in a sort of vacuum. This is a quiet place, this. I don't think I've heard a sound since we arrived. Well, that's funny.
What is?
That car, just as I said that. What, is it a car?
I didn't hear anything.
Oh. Well, perhaps it wasn't then. I tell you what is funny. The way we speak of going up to bed. Well, there isn't any up. This is a bungalow. You go southeast to bed, or is it northwest? Anyway, off you go, dear. I won't be long with your bottle. When Margaret had gone, I put the kettle over the fire and lit my pipe. It was the first chance I'd had to consider whether I liked the place or not. We'd had a glance round, and the house seemed quite decent. The kettle started singing away. And as it hadn't any competition, it sounded like a massed choir. On one of its downward cadences, I thought I heard the car again. I took the kettle off for a minute to listen. but there was nothing. Well, I put the kettle back and had a look out of the window. It was pretty dark, but with that sort of luminous darkness that you get with the snow. And then, down the road, beyond the bungalow and behind some trees that bordered the road, I saw a light. Well, not a light, more of a radiance, really. I stared at it for some time. I could make nothing of it. In the end, I got so intrigued, I thought I'd slip out and investigate. I didn't want to bother Margaret, so I crept along the hall and opened the front door quietly.
What's that?
Oh, it's only me, dear. I was just going to pop out for a minute.
Whatever for? I thought you were coming to bed.
Well, I am. Just a tick. Just want to put my nose out first.
Do mind what you're doing. You'll fall into a drift or something.
Well, actually, I fell into an adventure. I suppose you could call it that. When I got out, the cause of the radiance was obvious. It was the lights of a car, one of those square box-looking saloons with a flat radiator about the size of a small hotel. But what was more interesting was there was a girl tinkering with the engine, quite an attractive girl as far as I could see, too. But she was pretty well muffled up with fur, so I couldn't be quite sure. Oh, good evening. Anything I can do?
Oh, thank you. I don't really know what's the matter. The thing just stopped.
Well, it's a habit the things have. It smells hot, doesn't it? Any water in the radiator?
I don't know. I expect so. There always is water in radiators, isn't there?
Oh, I see your point. It depends whether anyone's remembered to put some in. Let's have a look, shall we? Well, I can't see any. By Jove, she is hot. You know, we'd better get some water in there. I can get some from my garage.
Couldn't we use snow?
Oh, I better not. Now, hold on a jiffy. I'll get a bucket. By the time I got back with a bucket of water, she'd found a funnel. And so I poured a little water into the radiator. Oh, look out now. Oh. Talk about volcanoes. I've even blown the funnel out. Well, let me see if I can turn the engine over.
Well, I couldn't move it.
I'll have a go. Oh, come on up, you brute. No, it's no good. It feels solid. I can't move it an inch. Let's try a little water gently. Oh, she's not spitting it out this time anyway.
Not at the top. It's coming out of the bottom.
Huh? Oh, gosh, so it is. I'm very much afraid, respected miss, that your car's going no further. Engine solid, radiator bone dry, and the lot leaking like a sieve.
Blast. I can't stop here all night. I'll have to walk, that's all.
What, in this weather? Don't be silly. Now, I'd be happy, that is, my wife and I, we're very glad to offer you the hospitality of our poor roof. Yes, it is poor, I assure you. It lets the water in.
No, but it's no good. I must get on.
But, my dear girl, it's miles to anywhere.
I can't help that. I tell you, I've got to... What's that?
What's what?
That noise. Listen.
Sounds like another vehicle coming. But if it comes this way, you can get a tow, or at least a lift to a more acceptable roof. I can see its lights. It's a long way off, though. You know, you can see for miles in this flat country. It struck me the girl didn't seem to be as pleased as she ought to have been. Well, as the lights and the sound of the engine got nearer, she was at first uneasy, then plainly scared.
It is coming this way. It's quite close. Dear, what do you think it is?
Well, there's no need to get scared. You know, I'm not usually reckless, but I'll be prepared to bet you a tanner it's a lorry full of milk churns. Anyway, here it comes. You'll soon know. Yes, it is a lorry. So if you want a tow...
I don't want a tow.
Well, you have to stop anyway. Your car's blocking the road. Hello there.
What's up, Gov? Skidded? Oh, broke down, have you?
Well, this lady has. Pretty completely, too. She's seized up solid. I mean, the car has. I wonder if you could help with a tow or a lift.
I tell you, I don't want a tow. I've told you I don't.
Well, all right. Keep your hair... I mean, well, just as you like.
Well, I'm going to Norwich. I could give the lady a lift that far if she liked. But what about the car?
Well, I tell you what, if you could give me a hand, we could push it into the garage for tonight. There's no car in it. And then, Miss, if you could send for it in the morning, but not too late, though, because I'm going to London.
I suppose that's what we'll have to do.
Well, a little gratitude on her part would have been more gracious. If I hadn't been a perfect little gentleman, I'd have told her to go to... Well, I didn't, and that's that. Well, the lorry driver, whose name turned out to be Williams, helped me push the car into the garage, and a tough job it was. It was heavy for one thing, and the body and the wings were slippery with snow and ice. The girl made no attempt to help. She just fussed around as though she thought we might run off with the beastly thing. And she seemed a bit calmer when it was safely in with the doors locked. As we walked away from the garage, I suddenly realized how cold it was.
Safe enough there, miss. No one could start it anyway.
Oh, no. Oh, it's cold. You know, you two ought to come in and have a drink before you start.
Oh, but
I don't mind if I do, sir.
Oh, it won't take a minute. It'll warm you both. This way.
I'll come in a jiffy, sir. I'd better pull my lorry out in the middle of the road in case anything else comes along. Don't want something up the back of it.
I took the girl in and sat her by the sitting room fire, and then I went out again to show Williams the way in. I met him by the gate.
That's all right, sir. Lady a friend of yours, sir?
Never seen her before in my life. She just paid me the compliment of breaking down outside my gate.
That's about the only compliment she has paid, sir, if you don't mind my saying so. She don't seem very grateful.
Frankly, the thought had occurred to me.
If you ask me, sir, there's something fishy about her.
How do you mean, fishy?
Well, sort of fishy, if you see what I mean, sir.
Oh, thank you for the explanation, William. What makes you think so?
Well, sir, ask yourself a question. What's a young lady driving round at night and in this weather alone for?
You know, you must parse that sentence for me sometime, Williams. All the same, in reply to yours, what indeed?
And another thing, she's no lady.
Oh, tut-tut, Williams, you make me think that you are no gentleman.
But she ain't, sir. I know a lady when I see one, and I haven't seen one tonight, sir.
Well, you may be right. We won't pursue the subject now. Here we are. Well, come in. Let's get this door shut. It's cold.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royal, starring Sir Ralph Richardson.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the White House in the nation's capital, the President of the United States.
The plight of the civilian population in Korea is desperate. I have seen with my own eyes the devastation caused by war. Aid to Korea is urgent. Relief dollars in Korea will literally perform miracles. 50 cents a day will provide shelter for a homeless orphan. A few dollars will supply medication to check tuberculosis, and about $10 will buy an artificial limb for an amputee. I deeply hope that the people in this country will respond generously to the appeal for funds by the American Korean Foundation.
Help the Koreans to help themselves. Send your dollars today directly to American Korean Foundation, care of your local post office, your city. Do it today.
We now continue Theatre Royal, starring Sir Ralph Richardson.
I mixed 3 whiskies and water. There wasn't any soda. I took my first opportunity to study the girl. Up to now, I hadn't seriously considered her. Well, what I mean is that to anyone with a mechanical mind, a motor engine in that condition is more interesting. More interesting. Well, she's a bit older than I thought, and she treated us with a lack of friendliness. Well, we'd done nothing to deserve it. There's a vague hostility and suspicion, which was rather hard lines on us, considering. And she kept dodging out of the light. It struck me as odd. She hurried Williams over his drink in a rather foolish way in view of the fact that he was to drive her. When he'd gone to start the engine, I asked her if she was all right for money, and apparently she was. Well, I reminded her to send early for the car, and she said she would, and off they went. I was suddenly alone with a kettle that was boiling its head off and a guilty recollection of an undelivered hot water bottle. You asleep, dear?
Mm-hmm.
No. I believe I dozed for a minute. Why did you go out?
Here, put this in the bed. Don't put your feet on it. It's hot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I thought I heard something. I went down to see. I was right, too. It was a car broken down outside, and a girl all on her own. I gave her a drink, but she wouldn't stop. She's gone off to Norwich in a lorry.
The girl wouldn't stop. Where's her car?
We've shoved it in the garage.
But you must have been gone for hours. Why didn't you wake me up?
Ah, well, it seemed a shame. Not necessary either. There was nothing that you could have done. As I said, she wouldn't stop.
You sound rather regretful about it.
No, I wasn't that kind of girl. I mean...
Oh, what was she like?
Like all just like a girl, isn't it? Well, I told her about it and the way the girl had acted and how she'd been anxious to get away. Then Margaret said something which made me think.
I think the whole thing's most peculiar.
Peculiar? Well, funny you should say that. The lorry chap said it was fishy. I'm beginning to think it's a bit rum myself. Look here. Where did she come from? This is an unimportant road, not one you'd normally take.
No, unless you were avoiding people. If you were driving a stolen car, for instance.
A stolen car? Well, I never thought of that.
You wouldn't. It was a girl.
If it was stolen... By Joe, I'm going to have another look at that car. No, don't you move. I'll slip out and I'll look at it again. That car may hold the clue to the whole fishy business. It was very dark outside and so still that the candle I carried burnt without a flicker. It wasn't a large garage and the car nearly filled it. We'd backed it in so that it would be easier to tow out. Not the sort of car I'd pinch. Too heavy. But fairly new. 1929 model, I'd say. That engine's still warm. Well, I've seen the engine. There are no clues there. Now, if I can squeeze along the wall, I can get a peep in at the back. Hello, frosted windows. Oh, no, of course not. It's rail frost. I wonder if there's room to open the door. Of course, it would open away from me. Hey, don't shove. You're pinning me against the wall. I didn't know anyone was there. Oh, blast, now I've dropped the candle. Where's it gone? Look, whoever you are in the car, stop pushing. I'll let you out. Now, let's get away from this door. Now, where's that candle? Oh, here it is. Now then. Good heavens. He wasn't pushing. He was as dead as a doornail. When I got over my first shock, I managed to bundle the body back into the car and have a look at it. It was the body of a tall man with a moustache and evidently been propped up on the floor against the door so that as soon as I opened the door, it had slumped out. He was tall and thin, dark, dressed in tweeds and a raincoat, no papers in the pocket. There was a note case with £9 in it. No tailor's name on the clothes, nothing whatever to give any clue of his identity. But it was obvious why he was dead. There was a bullet hole under his right shoulder blade. Someone had shot him from behind, and I guessed the bullet had gone through into the lung. Well, what was I to do? There was no phone in the house. The nearest police station was probably miles away, and I had no transport. Besides, there was Margaret. I couldn't stroll off and leave her alone. There was no night to drag her around with me, round the countryside. In the end, I shut the car door again, carefully locked up the garage, and went to bed.
What on earth have you been doing? What an age you've been.
I'm sorry, darling, sorry.
Well, did you find anything?
Yes, I found something in the back of the car.
What was it?
I found £9.
£9? In the back of the car?
Yes, in the back of the car, in a wallet.
Oh, how extraordinary. She must have forgotten all about it.
Yes. I wonder if she did.
Well, how do you mean?
I was just wondering.
What did you do with it?
Well, I left it there. I thought it was best. After all, it's none of my business. But there's nothing we can do about it now, is there?
No.
No. Well, then, let's go to sleep.
Good night. I'm so tired.
The next thing I knew, it was broad daylight and 9 a.m. Mrs. Selson was due at 10, so I tumbled out pretty quickly. I wanted to have another look at the car and the body in daylight. Unfortunately, I think the mention of the 9 quid had roused my wife's curiosity, and she insisted on coming to the garage with me. Now, look here, dear, I didn't tell you last night, but, well, there's something rather more to this than I said. You'll have to be prepared for a bit of a shock.
A shock? Why? What else is there?
Well, you see, What the...
But there's no car here at all. The garage is empty.
I've never had such a shock in my life. No car, no body, nothing. There was a patch of grease on the floor where I dropped the candle, but otherwise there was nothing to show that I had ever been in there. Another queer thing, there were no wheel marks, either in the garage or outside, so it had apparently snowed very heavily again and covered them up. It didn't look as though there'd been all that snow. Margaret was inclined to laugh at the whole thing. We went back to the house, and she got some breakfast.
My belief is that you sat by the fire after I'd gone to bed, dozed, and dreamt the whole thing. There never was any car or girl. Wishful thinking, probably.
And did I dream going out to the garage again and finding the £9?
I don't know, but you must admit that the...
Wait a minute. Look here, the glasses.
The glasses?
Yes. I said I gave them a drink, didn't I? Well, if the glasses are there, that proves it. I was in that drawing room like a shot. The glasses were there, 3 of them, just as they'd left them. So I had been right. But I still didn't say anything about the body. The mystery was quite mysterious enough already. Besides, an idea was forming at the back of my mind, and I wasn't ready to talk about it.
But if there was a car and the girl came back and took it, how did she do it without waking us? Well, the garage is so close to the house, and we're not heavy sleepers.
She couldn't have done it alone anyway. It wouldn't have started. So it had to be either towed or pushed, neither of which could be done by one person. There's a gang in this business, and it's fishy, peculiar, and rum.
What are you going to do with that glass? Why have you wrapped it in your handkerchief?
I'm going to take it away with me. I've taken a fancy to it. It's the one the girl used. Oh, you needn't look at me like that. It's not a sentimental fancy.
You can't take it away. It's not ours.
Oh, that's all right. I'll tell Mrs. Watson I broke it and leave some money for it. Now, that sounds like her now. Will you let her in while I pack this? There's no biscuit tin in the kitchen. It'll just be right. Well, I didn't say a word to Mrs. Selston about our night's fun and games, but I settled up with her, and soon after that, our previously ordered car came to drive us to the station. On the way, I called on the landlord of the bungalow and told him we'd let him know about taking it. Neither Margaret nor I could make up our minds just then whether we wanted to see the place again or not. I had the girl's glass with me, carefully packed in that biscuit tin. And when we reached Liverpool Street...
Here, sir. Here's your 2 taxis. Which one shall I put the bags in, sir?
Oh, in the first one, please. Give me the biscuit tin, will you?
Right here, sir.
Well, now, darling, you get along home. I'll be in nice and early. We could feed out if you felt like it.
Oh, no, it's all arranged. There'll be something ready.
Oh.
Goodbye,
right,
dear.
Goodbye. 55 Portland Street, please, taxi.
Right,
Oh, thank you, Porter.
Oh, thank you, sir.
All right, taxi.
Yes, all right, sir.
All right. Scotland Yard. I was lucky. My friend Inspector Gregson was in. He even seemed quite pleased to see me. Well, I didn't tell him the story to begin with. It seemed a bit thin in broad daylight. But I brought out the glass and I asked him if he could test it for prints and identify them. Well, he was a bit amused, but Gregson's a sport and he knows me. Well, his chaps are awfully quick on the job, and it wasn't long before one came back and laid a file on the desk in front of the inspector. Gregson thumbed it through for a bit, and then he looked up and grinned at me.
Well, Alan, we know your little lady right enough. I've got a picture of her here, too. Here, is that the damsel you're looking for?
Yes, that's her. By Jove, yes. Well, not what I'd call a flattering picture, but there's no mistaking it. Who is she?
Oh, she's had lots of names at different times, but her last one was Naomi Sterling. She was in twice for shoplifting, but that was early in her career. Later on, she took up with the leader of a very well-known race gang, one of the nastiest pieces of work we've had in this country. Here, there's a picture of him, too. Here it is.
Good Lord, the body.
What?
No, it doesn't matter for a minute. No, go on. What? Do you know any more about these people?
There's quite a bit. This race gang fell foul of another gang, and there was a bit of a scrap. Naomi's boyfriend, he was known as Smug, got shot dead in the fight. Naomi managed to get him away in a car, but the car broke down. It was somewhere in Norfolk, I believe.
But Gregson, look here. Oh, well, go on.
Well, it seems that she left the car and the dead man in a garage belonging to some simple oaf that she'd kidded into helping her. Anything the matter, Alan?
No, nothing. No, go on.
Well, she left it in this garage and got a lift in a milk lorry that was going to Norwich. Only she never got there.
Oh, I see. Well, you knew all about this, and you picked her up on the way.
No, we didn't. We didn't know about it until afterwards. Apparently, the lorry was being driven pretty furiously in the snow, and it skidded on a bend and hit a wall. Naomi and the driver, a chap named Williams, were thrown out and rammed their heads against the wall. And that, in case you don't know, is a very, very fatal thing to do. Anyhow, it was in their case. What are you gaping like a fish for? Don't you believe me?
Yes. No, I mean, look here, Gregson, I know you chaps are pretty smart, but how on earth can you know all this and have it there in black and white? There hasn't been time. It only happened last night.
Last night? Last night, my foot. It happened 4 years ago this February. And the people we're talking about have been dead for 4 years. Great Scott, Alan, what's the matter? You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
And that was the end of my adventure in Norfolk. But just think of it. I could have stuck to that £9. This is Ralph Richardson again. This week in our dramatization of A.J. Allen's story, My Adventure in Norfolk.
The National Broadcasting Company present, transcribed, Sir Ralph Richardson in Theatre Royale.
This is Ralph Richardson. Our play today is written by a very old friend of mine from the theater, with whom I've been associated on a number of occasions, J.B. Priestley. Unlike many of our subjects, this was originally written for the stage and not as a short story. Mr. Priestley describes it as a one-act comedy in the Viennese style. Now, I myself will play the part of Max Talley. Here, then, is J.B. Priestley's comedy, Private Rooms. This is Max talking to you, my friends. Old Max Talley. Perhaps you will remember the name. I would permit myself to be surprised if you did not. In Vienna, Imperial Vienna, in a world that is now only a nostalgic vision, but of which we shall ever carry the remembrance of the music of Johann Strauss in perpetual waltz time, and the waters of the Danube shine in perennial blue. There, in that Vienna, I had my career in the theater, and in which career I was almost invariably successful. That you must admit. In romantic Vienna, I also had my share of romance, in which I was not quite invariably successful. That I must admit. Now I am still vain enough to think that you will remember sufficient of my success for me to be able to tell you of one adventure which was perhaps more singular than successful. One night, I was taking supper with a beautiful young ballet dancer. In fact, the supper has been eaten, the champagne poured, and there we are, alone, in a private supper room of a celebrated Viennese restaurant. Yes? Come in.
Is there anything more you'll be requiring, sir?
A little more champagne, my dear.
No, thank you.
No, nothing.
Thank you, sir. The supper was satisfactory?
Yes, on the whole.
Oh, it was wonderful.
Ah, but you can tell your maître d'hôtel that I still think the steak Chateaubriand is better at the Bristol. Yes. Oh, yes, there is something, however, we'll go into that another time. No, nothing more now.
Thank you, sir. Then you won't be disturbed again, sir.
Aha. You can imagine the scene. The discreet lighting in the plush-filled rooms, the overpowering air of intimacy, the inevitable settee. Oddly enough, the room next door is virtually the same, apart from its occupants.
Yes? Come in.
Is there anything you'll be requiring, madam?
No, I don't think there's anything else we want. You can leave us now.
Thank you, madam. And supper was satisfactory?
Most of it, yes. But I didn't ask for orange salad with a duck. You really ought to know by this time that I prefer prunes. Please remember next time.
Thank you, madam. You won't be disturbed again, madam.
Thank you. Don't you agree about the duck?
If you say so, yes. But I hardly knew what I was eating.
Oh, that's absurd. Now, why should I take the trouble to order a delicious supper for you if you don't appreciate it? Ungrateful boy. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
No, dear Julia, I'm not. A poet doesn't think of the menu when he's supping with a goddess.
You're very sweet.
Once again, the discreet lighting, the intimacy, and the settee. Only there, the initiative seems to be coming from the woman, a very well-known Viennese actress, as it happens. But back to my own affairs. Aha, my own affairs.
I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what, my dear child?
Well, that I'm actually sitting here with you. You! And this is a private room in our most famous restaurant, which all the girls are dying to visit. And that I've had such a wonderful supper, alone with you. You can't imagine it. It's like a dream.
The restaurant, the supper, or the man?
I suppose, in a way, I can't separate them.
Yes, I wish you could. After all, any fool with a little money could bring you here and give you supper.
Oh, no, that wouldn't be the same at all. It's being here with you.
Oh, that's what I'd hoped, my dear.
You see, I think it's through you that I fell in love with the theatre. The first time I was ever allowed to go, for my parents were very strict, was to see you. We lived in Brent's, you know. You must remember coming to Brent's.
Oh, yes, Prince, yes. Very fine market hall there, isn't there?
Oh, no, there's nothing special about the market hall. It's the cathedral, which has a very, very tall spire. It's famous. Oh, you must remember.
Oh, yes, of course. So stupid of me. Yes, of course, Prince. So you first saw me there, did you? What was I playing? The Mad Emperor?
Yes, the poor Mad Emperor. Oh, of course, it was ages ago.
Ages ago, but it couldn't have been, my dear. I went out on that tour playing the Emperor in all sorts of dreadful places. It was only 6 or 7 years ago.
It seems ages ago. I was at school.
Uh-huh. Of course. Oh, of course. Ages ago.
Dear Florian, your work. Oh, yes, it's good. Your last play has some distinct possibilities, but it is you yourself who interest me, just as I hope it's I, Julia, and not merely myself as the leading lady of the comedy theatre who interest you.
Well, of course. Well, I don't really see the difference, especially in your case.
Dear boy, that's absurd. I'm a woman. Not merely a performer.
Yes, but on the stage you show us your charm, your wit, your intelligence, your depth of feeling, your beauty. They're all there for us to admire, to worship.
Well, so is the scenery. But I have a private life. I have a heart. What happens in the theatre is important, of course. But what happens outside the theatre is still more important. I may feel lonely, sad. I may need a devoted friend. So I say, let us talk about each other, not about our work, dear Florian.
But why did you say that my last play has some distinct possibilities, huh?
Play. Now, let me tell you something. This morning I read a play. At lunch I discussed a play with my agent. This afternoon I rehearsed a play. And this evening, you may remember, I acted a play. And now, after supper, you're surprised because I don't want to talk about yet another play.
But I thought that was why you invited me here.
No, it wasn't.
Oh?
No. I talk business during the day, not in private rooms at night.
I see.
Oh, no, stop pulling that face. Perhaps I invited you here because your eyelashes curl and your nose is so intriguing and absurd. But what does it matter? Here you are, in a discreet private room with Julia herself. And all you do is to pull a long face because I won't tell you what's wrong with your second act.
Oh, no, I assure you, I realize the honor you're doing me.
No, come. Show you forgive my stupid teasing. Kiss me.
Huh?
You're shy, aren't you, Florian?
Well,
No, but now you must tell me all about yourself so that you won't feel shy anymore. Yes, tell me where you were born, where you went to school, everything. Come along.
Well, I was born and grew up in a very dull little provincial town called Brintz.
Oh, I know Brintz.
Do you?
Yes, I played in that drafty old theatre there and nearly got pneumonia. When was I there last now? Oh, it must have been years ago. I think we were playing The Lady from the
There you are, my dear. The question not of technique, as it is when you're young and uncertain, but of mood. Not the mood of the moment, something that a kiss or a drink might cure, but the longer, deeper moods that reflect what is happening in the dark recesses of one's personality.
Oh, how wonderfully you talk. I think I could listen to you forever.
Yes, I do those speeches very well, of course. Long training and experience must count for something. But you know, the thoughts, even the actual words, they're not mine. Most of that speech about the dark feelings came from some play or other. I forget which one. I owe it to some wretched author, some detestable fellow with a bad haircut, round shoulders, and spectacles.
Oh, but many authors, poets, are young and handsome.
I doubt it. Aha, but then perhaps you know one.
No, not at all. I was thinking of Lord Byron.
Oh, well, then I'll forgive you. But you should be thinking about me, here at your side.
Oh, but I am. You say so many wonderful things.
Oh, my dear. You're so young, so fresh, so innocent, so beautiful, that when I listen to you, I want to take you in my arms.
No, you mustn't.
Go on, say it. Max.
Max.
What, do you find it so difficult to pronounce? Is it a name you dislike?
I suppose it seems strange because you're so much... I mean, because I have so much respect for you.
Respect?
It must be late. I think I ought to be going now.
No, that'll never do. You know, you told me this morning that it didn't matter how late you returned to your lodgings, that you often sat up long after supper with the other girls. Now you say you must go because it might be late. Seems to me that you want to go because I've offended you. What you really want me to do is to keep away from you, talk, but don't touch. Very well, then. As you wish. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And now I seem to see tears in your eyes.
It's because I feel you've changed. You don't really like me now.
Oh, nonsense, of course I do. Aren't I trying to please you? You must make up your mind, my dear. If I like you too much, you want to go home. If you feel I don't like you enough, your eyes fill with tears. You must admit, you make it very difficult for a man.
Because you haven't lived. How can you write if you haven't lived? Tell me that. Don't just sit there looking sulky.
I'm sorry, but...
You know very well what I mean when I say you haven't lived. A little provincial town, miles from anywhere, dreary little affairs with chambermaids and governesses.
I've never had an affair with either a chambermaid or a governess.
Oh, very well, then. You think you're in love with some bouncing provincial music teacher or a soulful milliner's apprentice.
Wrong again, dear Julia, quite wrong.
So, I am your dear Julia, am I?
Do you object?
Of course not. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Now, I'm very fond of you. Surely you realize that. But when I say that you haven't lived, I mean you haven't known the heights and depths of love, all the subtleties and ecstasies of a wonderful personal relationship with a woman who is both an artist and a figure in the great world, the world you could know through her.
But surely... Now, take my last play.
Oh, my dear, well, we're taking your last play all night. Now, let's talk about something more amusing.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale, starring Sir Ralph Richardson.
Your Thursday evening lineup here on NBC includes two of your favorite Western programs. There's the Roy Rogers Show, featuring the king of the cowboys in an exciting story, followed by Six Shooter, the program that stars Jimmy Stewart in Tales of the Frontier, where the only law was that of the six-shooter. Then there's more adventure in a different setting with Jason and the Golden Fleece, bringing you a dramatic story from the New Orleans waterfront. On the lighter side tomorrow evening, hear the Eddie Cantor Show as Eddie reminisces about show business and presents songs both old and new. And last but not least in your Thursday evening lineup, there's a visit to 79 Wistful Vista to meet Fibber McGee and Molly. Adventure, music, laughs. They're all yours tomorrow evening and every Thursday right here on NBC.
We now continue Theatre Royale, starring Sir Ralph Richardson.
Ah, those passionate, romantic evenings in old Vienna. The understanding, the intimacies, the full communion of passionate soul with soul. The glances that meant so much, the touch of a hand that denied so little. The ardors that would not be restrained. The sympathies and the sweet surrenders. Well, in fact, I wasn't doing very well myself.
Please don't be angry. I think I can explain.
Very well, then. Explain.
It's perfectly true. I like you. I like you very much. And I've admired you, everything you've done, for years and years.
But it stopped 10 minutes ago.
There's something in me that doesn't care how much I admire you, how grateful I am, how proud I am that I'm here with you, but it simply won't let me touch you. I can't help it. I'm sorry. I tried to show you so that you wouldn't try and be angry.
Yes.
You see, you don't really care for me at all now. You don't love me.
Have I ever suggested that I did?
No, Otherwise, it would have been harder still.
It'd be like playing poker with marked cards. Even lecherous old rogues who lure high-minded young girls into private rooms may have their codes of honor.
Don't talk about yourself like that. It hurts me as well as you. Not only what you say, but the way you're saying it.
Have I got to put up with a lecture now from one of the youngest members of the ballet?
Oh, please stop it. It's horrible, horrible. You've spoiled everything. And I thought it would be so wonderful being here with you.
Accept my apologies for the horror of the situation. Although a great many women, and some of them quite young too, would disagree with your verdict.
Well, I can't believe that. It's nothing to do with me. But don't you see? If it were just a man, any man behaving stupidly, it wouldn't matter. I'd hit him and run away. It's because it's you. Now you're angry and feeling hurt. Yet I can't help it.
Don't you be too sure that you can't help it. I asked you to have supper with me in a private room of a restaurant. You must have known what that meant. That if I felt like it, I'd make love to you. It appears that is distasteful to you. At close quarters, apparently, I am repulsive.
Oh, no, please, you mustn't see it like that.
Believe me, my dear girl, no man would choose to see it like that if he could find any other explanation. But quite frankly, you don't excite my sympathy. You seem to me to be something of a young hypocrite. I don't see why I shouldn't please myself, as you've been pleasing yourself up to now, taking all and giving nothing. Now it seems to me that it's my turn. You've had your supper, and now you must sing for it.
Of course. You have no humor.
Oh?
But it goes with lack of warmth, of life.
Quite wrong. It goes with a lack of shallowness, of cynicism. I don't pretend to have any humor. I don't need it. I don't like it.
Well, you may not like it, but you certainly need it, my dear boy. A lighter touch would make all the difference.
Oh, that light touch. For years now, we've had nothing but that light touch, the boudoir style, the millinery manner.
It has its weaknesses, certainly, but it is better than that undergraduate earnestness, the ferocity of the provincial debating societies.
An hour ago, you were agreeing with me. I don't understand you.
I'm delighted to hear it. Unfortunately, I understand you only too well. Yours is the more interesting situation. I beg your pardon. I'm not usually so sleepy at this hour.
I'm sorry if I bored you.
Oh, come, I never said that. Once or twice, I thought you were quite amusing.
Wait a minute. Did you hear that?
Yes, from the next room. No, there's no need to interfere.
Yes, there is. It sounded like a young girl.
No, come back. Don't make a fool of yourself. You foolish boy.
What's happening? What's happening in here? Can I help?
What the devil?
You.
Ah, very nicely timed. But I imagine well rehearsed, too.
Certainly not, sir. I was in the next room here. I heard this young lady scream, and I thought for help, so
you came to her rescue? Yes, you staged a fine little recognition scene. I've played dozens of them. You. Ah. So are you sure you weren't hanging about the corridor out there, waiting for the agreed signal?
I was doing nothing of the sort. I was having supper with the lady in the next room.
That's quite true. He was having supper with me. Max!
Julia!
Oh, Max, you incorrigible old rascal.
Julia, behave yourself.
Are introductions necessary, or are you two people already acquainted?
Well, yes. That is...
We both grew up in the same town. Brintz.
What? Are we back there again? Brintz?
We needn't be, Max. Florian, take her into the next room and talk to her about Brintz.
Huh?
You don't mind, Max?
Well, my dear girl, it means that you're going to keep me company for half an hour?
It does. Now, off you go. All right, dear, aren't you?
Yes, thank you. I should like to talk to Florian.
This way, then.
Julia, my dear, this is a delightful surprise. Have a little brandy.
Thank you, Max. Just to keep you company.
By the way, that little scene here, though not to anybody's credit, was not quite as ugly as that scream might have suggested. The girl was in no real danger, I can give you my word.
Oh, I imagine that.
What?
But really, Max, at your age...
Yes, my dear, it's humiliating, of course. Deeply humiliating. The nonsense one has to talk to and listen to, the glaring falsity of the whole thing.
Yes, I can imagine that, too. But why should you think for a moment that it's worth it?
Well, now and again, not often, mind. The temptation's irresistible. I saw her this morning at a ballet rehearsal. We were borrowing some girls for our next production. And she looked at me so wide-eyed, so overcome. She's an admirer of mine, or was.
Oh, no, Max, darling. Probably still is. We all are.
Oh, thank you, Julia.
Even I am.
Thank you, Julia, my dear.
Within reason.
Ah. It's cozy, this, isn't it? Like old times.
But I still don't understand why you should think it's worth it, Max. Well, even if you succeeded, what would it be? An awkward, inexperienced girl.
I know. But there are some things you women, with your terrible realism, don't appreciate. You imagine it's a pretty girl's face that's the attraction, but it isn't. It's the lost world of youth. Life in bloom again. The trouble is, my dear, we fellows who live in our imaginations are greedy. We demand all over again the cake we ate years ago. We want to taste in age, when at last we can appreciate them properly, the confections we gobbled so eagerly in our youth. We refuse to be the slaves of time, which takes its revenge by making us look fools and satyrs. My dear, can you understand that?
I think so, Max. Yes, we have to fight and conquer time in our work, and yet the people who applaud us just for doing that would be the first to blame us for, just what you were up to.
Well, exactly. I've always said you were a girl with a good mind.
Oh, thank you, Max. I'm only about 15 years younger than you, after all.
15? I thought it was 10.
15.
Ah, well, 15, 10, whatever age you are now. You always seem a girl to me, Julia.
Which makes you a very comforting person to be with, Max, darling.
Ah. By the way, were you giving that young man supper next door, like he said?
Oh, yes. He's a poet. He's trying to write something for me. And this was the only time I could find to discuss his work with him.
In a private room?
In a private room. Why not?
Oh, why not? Is his work any good?
Vaguely promising. Not much warmth to it, I'm afraid. Not much life yet. And it certainly lacks humor. As a matter of fact, I was just telling him as much when you interrupted me.
Ah, quite. Well, perhaps this encounter may help you, not it?
It might. I can't really think it will, of course. I wonder what's happening in there.
Uh-huh. So do I.
How wonderful that you should even have noticed me. I used to see you every day on my way to the university. And I always wanted to stop and speak to you, but I never had the courage.
Oh, I used to wish that you would.
Did you?
As a matter of fact, I used to go down that road specially.
No.
Because I knew that that's where you lived.
Really? But how wonderful. And to think that you've been here in Vienna for over a year, and we've never met till now.
And to think that you are a poet, just like I used to think you might be. And write plays for some of the most famous actresses in Vienna.
They don't always seem to appreciate them. Still, with you to help me, I know my plays will succeed. Darling.
Darling.
I noticed there aren't any more screams.
No.
They seem to be perfectly satisfied with each other. Well, hello? What's the matter now?
I just remembered something else. Do you know where it was that you and I first got to know each other all those years ago?
No. As a matter of fact, I've been trying to remember. Was it in Love's other name? Mm-mm. No, it wasn't that. No, wait a minute. It's gone.
You wicked old rascal. I oughtn't to tell you, but it was in that awful place. You know, our young friends in there.
No, not Prince.
Yes, Prince. Don't you remember? We were out with a doll's house and Rosmer's home. And I caught cold in that fiendishly draughty old theatre, just at the wrong moment, of course. And I got so feverish, I couldn't even remember my lines, and you had to prompt me all through the second act. And I absolutely hated you for it. I wouldn't let you come near me. I was furious.
But yes, of course, it was in Rosmer's home.
Yes. And then you went and mixed some terribly strong hot punch, said it would kill or cure me, and it nearly did.
You're right, my dear. And you couldn't go on until I'd given you 5 cups of black coffee. No. And old Dongerheim was positively dancing with rage because you were so terribly pickled.
Oh, yes, and so were you. Well, before you'd finished the bowl. Worse than I was. And old Dongerheim stormed at us and swore he'd have us out of the company.
And I'd taken that old green cloak of his, you remember?
Oh, yes, of course. And the fur hat he always wore in the winter. Do you remember the fur hat, darling?
Oh, could I ever forget it? No, Vienna was wonderful in those days. The world waltzing to Johann Strauss. Nothing so blue as the Danube. And yet, for romance, for gaiety, and for life, all that we remember of love, give me Bridge. This is Ralph Richardson again. This week, in our play taken from J.B. Priestley's one-act comedy, Private Rooms, the cast included Griselda Harvey as Julia, Billy Whitelaw as Elsa, Robert Rietti as Florian, and Keith Pyatt as the waiter. I should like to thank them, and I look forward to the pleasure of your company next week when I shall introduce another.
The National Broadcasting Company present, transcribed, Sir Ralph Richardson in Theatre Royale.
This is Ralph Richardson. Our play today is based on another story by Henry James, an author for whom I have an infinite admiration. I've always thought that this was a tale which would dramatize well, and I hope that you will like my choice. Here then is our story by Henry James, The Liar. I first met him at a house party at Spades, in the middle of Hertfordshire. I'd been asked down by Arthur Ashmore so that I could paint a portrait of his father, Sir David. It was quite a gathering of us. Most of the faces were new to me that first evening. I remember singling him out from the very first, a handsome, striking figure of a man. What was odd in him was a certain mixture of the correct and the extravagant, as if he were an adventurer imitating a gentleman with rare perfection.
Oh, that's Colonel Cappadoce. He's been a great deal in India. Isn't he rather celebrated? Oh, well, perhaps he isn't, but he says he is, and if you think it, well, that's just the same, isn't it?
If you think it.
I mean, if he thinks it, that's just as good, I suppose.
Do you mean if he thinks he's done things he hasn't?
Oh, dear, no, because I never really know the difference between what people say and... Well, he's exceedingly clever and amusing. Quite the cleverest person in the house. Unless, indeed, you're more so. For that I can't tell yet, can I? I only know about the people I know, and I think that's celebrity enough.
Enough for them?
Ah, I see. You are clever. Enough for me. But I've heard of you. You're a well-known artist, and I know your pictures. I admire them. But I don't think you look like them.
Well, they're mostly portraits. What I usually try for is not my own resemblance.
I see what you mean. But they've much more colour. Don't you suppose Van Dyke's things tell a lot about him? And now you're going to do someone here?
I've been invited to do Sir David. I'm rather disappointed at not seeing him this evening.
Oh, he goes to bed at some unnatural hour. 8 o'clock, after porridge and milk. You know he's rather an old mummy.
Oh, I know he's very old. 90-odd, isn't it? I'm surprised at his never having had his portrait done before.
Ah, that's because he was afraid, you know. It was his pet superstition. He was sure that if anything were done, he would die directly afterwards.
Well, I hope I shan't kill him. It was rather unnatural of his son to send for me. It was not until dinner was nearly over that I first caught sight of her, Everina. The Everina I'd loved so deeply these many years ago. The Everina I still loved as I gazed at her, sitting there, so near to me, so beautiful, so very absorbed. Absorbed, unfortunately, in somebody else. She's gazing across the table at Colonel Cappadoce, as though she were in love with him. Once again, I turn for enlightenment to the lady on my right.
The lady with the profile. Oh, that's Mrs. Cappadoce.
Do you mean his wife? That fellow, Everina?
You know her, then?
I knew her once upon a time, when I was living abroad. I knew she'd married, but I didn't even know her married name.
Well, I must say I like her husband better. He gives so much.
Well, when I knew her, there was no comparison that could injure her. She was altogether the most delightful thing in Munich.
In Munich?
Well, her people lived there. They weren't rich, in pursuit of economy, in fact, and Munich was very cheap. She told me she must marry well. It was the one thing that she could do for her family. I suppose you'd say she has married well?
She told you?
Oh, of course. I proposed to her, too. But she evidently thinks so herself. I mean that she has married well, or at least to her liking. She never takes her eyes off him. It was only after the ladies had retired that I got a chance to exchange a few words with the Colonel himself. We were talking about the day's run, for all except myself had been out with the foxhounds during the morning. A neighboring squire had an accident and he'd come a cropper in an awkward place just at the finish, with consequences that looked grave. He'd struck his head and there'd obviously been a concussion of the brain, but he was still insensible. It was this accident which Colonel Cappadoce proceeded to discount.
Same thing happened to me in Ireland, years ago. Pitched out of a dog cart, turned a sheer somersault and landed on my head. They thought I was dead, but I wasn't.
Pass the port, Colonel, will you?
Ah, yes, certainly.
Thank you.
I couldn't help noticing that nobody else at the table seemed to be paying as much attention to my new friend's stories. Well, perhaps they'd heard them before, but I was quite fascinated by some of them, which seemed to me almost incredible. Like his story of the friend in India who actually had been buried alive.
Yes, sir. I give you my word of honor. Only in a state of coma, but they clapped him into a coffin and shoved him in the ground.
And they left him there?
He was left there till I came and hauled him out 12 hours later. Oh, by the way, Ashmore tells me who you are. I think my wife used to know you. Didn't you do that portrait of her?
I painted her many times.
Well, it was the sight of that picture you gave her, the one in vine leaves and a leopard skin, a regular bacchante, that made me first fall in love with her.
Is that so?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, it was just about the first decent portrait I painted. I'd like to see it again.
Don't ask her to show it to you. She'd feel awkward.
Awkward?
We parted with it in the most disinterested manner. An old friend of my wife's family, the Grand Duke of Schieberstadt-Schreckenstein, came down to Bombay while we were there and spotted your picture. You know, he's one of the greatest collectors in Europe. Well, he was so enchanted with it, Everina had to give it to him. He was good enough to return the compliment, sent us a magnificent old vase in return for it. We'll show it to you if you come round sometime.
Well, gentlemen, shall we join the ladies?
As we came into the wide saloon, I looked round for Everina. She was sitting by herself at the far end of the room on a small sofa with an empty place beside her. I went over to join her. We began to talk, over old times, of all that had happened in the 12-odd years since we'd seen each other.
So you never got married? Oh, but you ought to have done. It's the best thing.
I like that. From you.
Why not from me? I'm very happy. You must see my little girl. She's 9 years old. She's too beautiful.
You must bring her to my studio someday. I'd like to paint her.
Oh, don't speak of that. It reminds me of something very distressing. That lovely portrait you did of me. You remember it?
The Vacante? Very well.
It's too awful. We were terribly short of money just after we got married, and I had to sell it. Oh, they gave us £200 for it, but I feel so ashamed.
Oh, I know all about that. At least you've the vase to remember it by.
The vase?
Well, the one the Duke gave you in return for it.
The Duke?
Well, the Duke of whatever his name was. Your husband was telling me.
Oh, yes, of course, my husband. Oh, here he is. Darling, Mr. Lyon wants to paint Amy. He says she'll make an
she's
ideal
a charming child, a most interesting little creature. She does the most remarkable things.
Don't tell him. Please don't.
Oh, don't tell him what, dear.
What she does. Let him find out for himself.
In due course, the ladies retired, and along with the other men, the colonel and I stepped into the smoking room for the last cigar. We began to discuss the fine old house in which we were staying, a most irregular, rambling, mysterious mansion in which, so the colonel informed me, that now and then discovered a walled-up room or a secret staircase. He also went on to discuss the Ashmore family ghost.
Don't ask me what I've seen. I should tax your credulity. I don't like to talk of these things, but there are 2 or 3 rooms here as bad as any I've known. As for the one at the end of your corridor, well, I shouldn't advise you to sleep there. That's all. You'll get letters of importance the next morning and take the tent retty.
What do you mean I'll invent a pretext for running away?
Unless you're braver than almost anyone ever has been. We saw the comedy 3 days ago, the day after we got here. A young fellow was put in that particular room. I forget his name. The house was so full. And the usual consequence followed. Letters at breakfast, an awfully queer face, an urgent call to town. So sorry his visit was cut short. Ashmore and his wife looked at each other, and off the poor devil went.
I've never particularly relished the long walk down a haunted corridor with a glimmering candle in my hand, the walk that generally takes one to bed in a mansion as old and as rambling as Spades. But it was not that which made me pause for a last word with my host as I left the room.
No, I'm afraid we can't offer you any ghosts. We do our best, but they're difficult to raise. I don't think they like the hot water pipes.
They remind them too much of their own climate, eh?
Exactly.
But haven't you a haunted room at the end of my passage?
Oh, there are stories. We try to keep them up.
I'd rather like to sleep there. Perhaps I'd better wait until I finish my work. Don't want to have to leave hurriedly like the gentleman 3 days ago.
3 days ago? What gentleman?
Or the one who got urgent letters at breakfast and fled by the 10:20. Did he stand more than one night?
I don't know what you're talking about. There was no such gentleman 3 days ago.
If I had had any further doubts about the veracity of Colonel Capidos, they would have been dispelled by the talk I had the following day with Sir David Ashmore. He was a beautiful subject, as well as the serenest and blandest of sitters. And as I worked away at my portrait, he told me what I had been waiting to hear.
Oh, yes. Capidos is quite a remarkable fellow in his way, and a taking dog. But he has that rather monstrous foible.
A monstrous foible?
He pulls the long bow, the longest that ever was. You're lucky not to have had to catch him.
Well, I think I have rather caught him. He revels in the miraculous.
Oh, it isn't always the miraculous. He'll lie about the time of day, about the name of his hatter. It's quite disinterested.
Well, it's very base.
Oh, it's an extraordinary trouble to take. But this fellow isn't himself at all base. there's no harm in him and no bad intention. He doesn't steal, nor cheat, nor gamble, nor drink. He's very kind. He sticks to his wife. He's fond of his children. He simply can't give you a straight answer.
Everything he told me last night was tarred with that brush.
My son tells me that his friends quite allow for it and don't pin him down for the sake of his wife, whom everyone likes.
Oh, his wife. His wife.
I dare say she's used to it.
Never in this world, Sir David. How can she be used to it?
Why, my dear sir, when a woman's fond... And don't they mostly rather handle the instrument themselves? They're connoisseurs in the business. They've sympathy for a fellow performer.
No, not this one. I knew her years ago, before I married. Knew her well and admired her. She was as clear as a bell.
I like her very much, but I've seen her back him up.
Are you very sure?
Oh, my dear sir, you're in love with her.
Very likely. Heaven knows I used to.
She must help him out. She can't expose him.
She can hold her tongue.
Before you, she probably will.
That's what I've got to find out. If she doesn't, heavens above, what he must have made of her.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale, starring Sir Ralph Richardson.
There's an adventure with an unusual mood for you tomorrow evening. It's called Jason and the Golden Fleece, and it stars MacDonald Carey in the role of a seafaring adventurer. The scene for Jason and the Golden Fleece is any place where mystery and intrigue beckon, from the haunting New Orleans waterfront at night to the high seas. It's an adult type of drama with a highly adaptable hero who can play good Samaritan when necessary, swashbuckle in a valiant manner when necessary, or play it romance when necessary, or even when not necessary. If you've been looking for a different type of adventure program, this is it. Try Jason and the Golden Fleece, starring MacDonald Carey, tomorrow evening. And your listening lineup tomorrow also includes a bit of nostalgia, served in the grand style of Eddie Cantor, as he reminisces about people and places in show business, and spins some hit recordings for you. It's an easy-to-take half hour, the Eddie Cantor Show. Then there's laughter in your Thursday evening program roster as you visit 79 Wistful Vista, where you'll meet the McGees, Fibber and Molly, respectively, and their whimsical friends. Of course, if you're not whimsical, you can still be a friend of the McGees, so drop in tomorrow on Fibber, McGee, and Molly. There's news for you, too, tomorrow evening, in line with NBC's policy of bringing you the latest news, the complete news as it happens. You'll hear the commentary of experts on the top-rated news program, Heart of the News, tomorrow night on NBC.
We now continue Theatre Royale, starring Sir Ralph Richardson.
The more I thought of the Colonel and his monstrous foible, the more of a liar I discovered him to be, the more dismayed I became at the loyalty which Everina betrayed for him. How could a woman of her quality live with him day after day? Hadn't she seen, hadn't she felt the smile, the cold, faded smile of complete depreciation go round when her husband perjured himself for some particularly characteristic blackness? And yet, she would hear no word against him. I was held by my riddle and yet impatient of it. Didn't she lie, after all, when she let her husband's lies pass without turning a hair? Wasn't her life a perpetual complicity? Didn't she aid and abet him by the simple fact that she wasn't disgusted with him? Then again, perhaps she was disgusted, and it was merely the desperation of her pride that had given her an inscrutable mask. Well, I loved her still. And somehow I had to find out. For if she did despise him in her heart, in due course, the painting of little Amy was completed. And the more I saw of Everina, who brought her every day to my studio, the more I began to realize how I might solve my riddle. For the desire grew in me to paint the Colonel also, to set him upon a canvas as he really was.
But, Oliver, we simply can't accept another gift like that. The picture of Amy and then a portrait of Clement as well. It's too much.
Well, if you won't accept it as a gift, why not let him sit just for my own pleasure and profit? Let it be a favor, a service that I ask of him. All the generosity will then be on your side. It'll do me a lot of good to paint him, and the picture will remain in my hands.
Well, everything in him is very noble.
Ah, trust me to bring everything out. Everything.
Nothing would induce me to let you pry into me in that way.
Oh, you. I could do you in the dark. The Colonel shortly afterwards placed his leisure at my disposal. The sittings for the portrait began. How I did it, I couldn't have told you. But I felt a miracle of methods freshly revealed to me at every sitting. It was in the eyes, it was in the mouth, it was in every line of the face. In the way the hair was planted, the moustache was twisted. It was the way that he looked out at a bamboozled world. The way that he would look out forever. The way of an inveterate and incorrigible liar. As it turned out, he liked to sit and liked to talk while sitting, which was very fortunate, as his talk was half the inspiration of the artist. I had an example of that one day when an out-of-work model forced her way in on us in search of a job.
I thought you might have something for me, that's all.
Well, I haven't. In any case, how did you get into the garden?
The gate was open, sir. The servants' gate. The butcher's cart was there.
Well, the butcher ought to have closed it.
Then you don't require me, sir. Well, you know, you have had me in the past.
I don't remember you.
Well, I dare say the people who saw your pictures do. If you ever need me, just send a postcard to Miss Geraldine, Mortimer Terrace News, Notting Hill.
Oh, very well, I remember. But I can't hold out any hopes. I'm so busy with the portraits.
Yes, I see you are. I wish I was in the gentleman's place.
Now, that'll do. Go along with you. Get along. And close the gate as you go out.
A model, eh? Have you ever painted her?
Never in the world. I've never seen her. She's quite wrong.
She was very pretty 10 years ago, but she's no model. That's all a pretext.
A pretext?
Yes. She didn't want you. She wanted me.
I noticed she paid you some attention. What does she want?
Oh, to do me an ill turn. She hates me. She's a bad one. Had hold of a friend of mine 10 years ago, a young jackanapes who might have been plucked if I hadn't stepped in, a friend of his family's. Huh? It's a long story. I'd forgotten all about it. I was able to make a diversion and let him get off, after which I sent her about her business. She knew it was me she had to thank. She's never forgiven me. I think she's off her head. Her name isn't Geraldine at all, and I very much doubt if that's her address.
Oh, what is her name, then?
Her name's Pearson, Harriet Pearson. I hadn't thought of her for years, quite lost sight of her. I don't know what her idea is, but practically she's harmless. As I came in, I thought I saw her a little way up the road, probably waiting for me there now.
Little flights of fancy like that to help me, the portrait almost painted itself. Only a few more sittings were needed for it to emerge a masterpiece that would astonish the world, to show forth the Colonel's inner man for what it was really worth, when the Colonel had to leave town. I gathered that he'd not be back again for some 3 months. Nearly completed as it was, the portrait would have to wait for its finishing touches. Accordingly, I, too, left town. After a short spell with my brother in the south of England, I planned to go on a holiday to Italy. But before I left the country, I came back to my studio for one last look at the Colonel's portrait.
I hope it's all right, sir. A lady and gentleman called a minute ago, Colonel Capidos and his wife. They said they wanted to look at the portrait you'd been painting of him. I told them you was away, but they said it would be all right, so I let them into the studio. They're there now.
Oh, that's all right, Millie. I'll go and join them. I made my way to the studio with a certain curiosity, wondering vaguely what they were up to. I laid my hand on the curtain to the gallery when I was startled by a noise, a passionate wail, or rather a smothered shriek, accompanied by a violent burst of tears. I peeped cautiously between the curtains and went on listening.
Look at it.
What is it, darling? What the devil is it?
It's cruel. It's too cruel. It's all there in the portrait.
Hang it, what's all there?
Everything there oughtn't to be. Everything he's seen. It's too dreadful.
Everything he's seen? Why, am I not a good-looking fellow? I'm bound to say it's made me handsome.
Handsome. Hideous. Hideous. Oh, not that. Never, never.
Not what, in heaven's name?
What he's made you. What you know. He knows. He's seen it. Everyone will know and see. Oh, fancy that thing in the academy.
You're going wild, darling. But if you hate it so, it needn't go.
Ah, he'll send it. It's so good. Oh, come away.
It's so
Come away.
good.
Come away.
No,
Come away.
not that way. Not through the house in the state you're in. No, this way, through the garden. There's a gate. No, wait a moment. I see.
I went on to Italy for my holiday, and I waited to see what would happen next. Wouldn't the colonel write? Wouldn't he take it for granted that I should find out how he'd served me, how he'd destroyed a portrait on which I'd been working for weeks? After all, my housekeeper had admitted them, him and his wife. There could be no doubt as to who had done the damage. And what about Everina's share in the report? That would be the real test, for that would show how far she was prepared to go for her husband, or for me. I could scarcely wait for our next meeting, when all three of us were back in town. And at last, we met.
I have a confession to make to you. We were in town for a couple of days while you were away, and I made Clement take me to your studio. I wanted so dreadfully to see what you had done with him, though I knew you'd be angry. We made your servants let us in, and I took a good look at the portrait. It really is wonderful.
Wonderful.
Of course, I know it isn't quite finished, but Clement's so eager to begin the sittings again.
Then you think I've got something?
You've got everything.
Yes, that's right. Just say the word and we'll begin again. You know how I like to sit. You want me animated, and it leaves me so to wag my tongue. And just now I've time.
Oh, I shall have to begin again. The picture's been destroyed.
No.
Destroyed? But why? What did you do that for?
I didn't. I found it destroyed. Slashed to bits with a knife.
Oh, I say, what a jolly shame.
I hope you didn't go for it. The time you called.
Oh, so I could sit for you again. My dear fellow, if I'd thought of it, I might have.
Are you either, Everina?
I say, my dear, that woman. That woman.
That woman?
Don't you remember? When we came out, she was at the door, or a little way from it. I spoke to you of her. I told you about her. Geraldine, Harriet Pearson, the one who burst in on you that day, saying she was a model. We saw her hanging about. I called Everina's attention to her.
What do you mean, she got at my picture?
She burst in again. She'd learned the way. She was waiting for her chance. Oh, the horrid little brute.
Let's go down to luncheon.
But how in the world did she get in?
We went out for the garden without troubling your servant. I wanted to show my wife. Oh, my dear fellow, I can't have been guilty of the folly of not fastening the door.
Well, I'm sure I don't know, Colonel. It was a very determined hand that did that deed, in the spirit of a wildcat.
Well, she is a wildcat, confound her.
Oh, it's too bad. The fates are against you. Throwing off masterpieces like that for nothing.
You did like it? Really?
Oh, cher grand maître, I loved it.
I see. And you also saw this woman of the Colonel's?
Yes. She was going away from us. She crossed the road.
I see. And did she appear to recognize the Colonel? Did she look round?
Yes. She looked round, but I didn't notice much. A hansom came along and we got into it. It wasn't till then that Clement told me who she was. I remember he said that she was there for no good. I suppose we ought to have gone back.
Yes. It would have saved the picture. Perhaps.
For you, cher maître, I am very sorry. But you must remember, I possess the original.
So, she was still in love with a man of her choice. And since she couldn't redeem him, she would adopt and protect him. So had he trained her. This is Ralph Richardson again.
The National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royale.
This is Laurence Olivier. Once again, it is my pleasure to introduce to you another in this series of programs. And this week, my choice of subject is for the first time the work of an American author, and a mighty American author, too, Herman Melville. It's a favorite story, but unexpected both in mood and setting. Almost impossible to associate with the author of Moby Dick. Written in a comedy vein, but a strange tenderness adheres to it, a haunting melancholy just under the surface of its light-hearted exterior. I hope it will interest you, as it does me. I'm to play the part of the master in chancery who tells the story. The setting is New York many years ago, and the title is Bartleby. By profession, I am a lawyer. By disposition, I am a man who has always believed that the easiest way of life is the best. The result is that though I belong to a profession proverbially energetic and nervous, even to turbulence at times, yet nothing of that sort have I ever suffered to invade my peace. As lawyers go, you might even say that I was unambitious. I aspire to nothing more than a snug business among rich men's bonds and mortgages and title deeds.
With submission, sir, that business has won us quite a respectable reputation in Wall Street.
Quite so, Turkey. That was Turkey, one of my copying clerks. At least Turkey was his nickname, because of his bright red face. He's a very steady fellow, Turkey is, hard-working and reliable, at least in the morning. Oddly enough, as the day wears on, Turkey's face becomes redder and redder, and the afternoon is quite a bad time for him. He becomes downright careless.
With submission, sir, I consider myself your right-hand man. In the morning, I merely marshal and deploy my columns, but in the afternoon, I put myself at their head and gallantly charge the foe like this.
Turkey! You've upset the inkwell, and look at all those blots.
Oh, with submission, sir, I'm getting old. Surely, sir, you won't urge a blot or two against gray hair.
No, Turkey, but...
Old age, even if it blots the page, is honorable. With submission, sir, we're both getting old.
Yes, Turkey. I merely thought that perhaps you might like to work simply in the mornings and take the afternoon...
With submission, sir, mornings and afternoons.
Yes, Turkey. You see the sort of trouble I have with Turkey in the afternoons. Even so, he's a very conscientious fellow, conscientious and hard-working. The same might be said of my other copyist, Nippers, as we call him.
Oh, hang this table. If it isn't too low, it's too high.
But Nippers, please, look. If you were to tilt it towards you, with the book under the leg, like this, it would serve you perfectly.
I've tried it like that. It stops the circulation of my arms.
Well, like this, then.
Oh, I've tried it like that, too. Makes my back ache, stooping over it. Hang the table. How can I possibly be expected to...
Well, you see the way that it was with Nippers. Irritable. Luckily, the cause of his irritability, indigestion, was worse in the morning than the afternoon, so that as Turkey began to go off, Nippers began to come on, which was all very convenient under the circumstances. Finally, there was our office boy, Ginger Nuts.
They call me that because I'm the one that goes and fetches them. Ginger nuts. Bags of them.
Yes, rather too many of them, I sometimes think. By the way, Turkey, you really must be more careful. Licking a ginger nut and clapping it onto a mortgage for a seal, you know. Really.
Submission, sir. It was generous of me to find you in stationery on my own account.
That's as may be, Turkey, but even so...
He'd better be more careful now, sir, hadn't he? There's a new one waiting outside.
A new one? Oh, you mean in answer to our advertisement? Show him in, Ginger Nut. Show him in.
Yes, sir.
After all, since we've come into all this business as a master in chancery, you and Nippers can hardly be expected to keep pace with it, Turkey. We need additional help, eh? Mm-hmm. Come in. You've come in answer to our advertisement, have you? Good. And this is a sample of your work, is it? Yes. Good. Very good. Very neat hand. Yes. And the salary, $12 a week, is satisfactory? Good. Very good. Well, then you can start with us immediately. Oh, and by the way, what is your name?
Bartleby.
Bartleby was quite an acquisition. At least he seemed so at first. As if long famishing for something to copy, he seemed to gorge himself on my documents. There was no pause for digestion. He ran a day and night line, copying by sunlight and by candlelight. I should have been quite delighted with his application had he been cheerful, but he sat there behind the screen in a corner of my office and he wrote away silently, palely, mechanically. Now then, let me see. Underwood versus Underwood. Bartleby, just check this over with me, will you, Bartleby?
I would prefer not to.
Bartleby, as I was saying, this will have to be read over. Just come and check it with me, will you?
I would prefer not to.
Prefer not to? What do you mean? Are you moonstruck? I want you to help me compare this sheet here. Take it.
I would prefer not to.
I looked at him in astonishment. His face was composed, his eye was calm. Not a ripple of agitation anywhere. If he had looked the least bit angry or impertinent, I should have dismissed him on the spot. As it was, I decided to forget the whole matter for the present. Nippers?
Yes, sir?
Now, just come and check this over with me, will you?
Right away, sir.
Unfortunately, that was only the first of many quite extraordinary scenes. A few days later, Bartleby concluded 4 lengthy copies of a testimony in a high court action. These also had to be checked for accuracy. I called out Turkey, Nippers, and Ginger Nut from the next office. And finally, Bartleby. Come along, Bartleby. We're waiting.
What is it?
The copies. We're going to check them. Here, take the 4th one.
I would prefer not to.
Why not?
I would prefer not to.
But these are your own copies we're going to check. It's going to save you time, you see, because one reading will check all 4 of them. It's common practice. Every copyist helps to check his copies, doesn't he?
I would prefer not to.
You are decided, then? You are not going to do as I ask? Even when it's common practice and common sense? Well, Turkey, what do you think of this? Aren't I right?
With submission, sir, I think that you are.
Nippers, what do you think of it?
I think I should kick him out of the office.
Ginger Nut, what do you think?
I think he's a little loony, sir.
Well, you hear what they say, Bartleby. You see, it's your duty. Well, I suppose we can just manage, the 4 of us, eh? Well, I'm afraid that scene was only one of many. We grew used to the fact that he would never check his copies, would never carry messages, in fact, must never be asked to do anything at all but copying. Otherwise, he was most diligent. He always was there when I arrived in the morning and still there when the last of us left at night. In fact, I gave him his own key to the office. Now, one Sunday morning, I had occasion to go back to my chambers for something I'd forgotten. That's queer. There seems to be a key in the lock already, on the inside. Goodness gracious, Bartleby, what are you doing here on a Sunday morning?
I'm sorry, but I'm busy.
Busy, but you're only half-dressed, man.
I'm sorry. I'm busy. You'll have to come back later. If you walk around the block 2 or 3 times, I shall probably have finished.
Yes, of course, Bartleby. Can you believe it? I slunk away from my own door and did as I was told. 2 or 3 turns round the block. It was the mildness of the man which had disarmed me. In fact, more or less unmanned me. In any case, what on earth could he be doing in the office on Sunday morning, improperly dressed? I was determined to find out, so in due course, back to the office I went. Bartleby? Bartleby? Oh, he seems to have gone. What goes on behind that screen, I wonder? Wait a minute, what's this? A blanket? Goodness gracious, the man has actually been sleeping on the sofa. And soap, towel, blacking box, tin basin. Why, the man actually lives here. Lives in my office. Really? Keeping a bachelor's hall all by himself. Really? Oh, the poor man. How friendless. How lonely. A deserted office in an empty building in a deserted street. Home. Poor fellow. I really must ask him. Good morning, Turkey. Here we are. Hoggleford versus Hoggleford. In triplicate, please, Turkey.
Very good, sir.
Bartleby? Bartleby, come here. Now, I'm not going to ask you to do anything you would prefer not to. I simply wish to speak to you. Where were you born, Bartleby? Will you tell me?
I would prefer not to.
Well, will you tell me anything about yourself?
I would prefer not to.
But what reasonable objection can you have to me? I feel friendly towards you. Well.
At present, I prefer to give no answer.
I prefer not, huh? I'd prefer him if I were you, sir. I'd give him his preferences, a stubborn mule.
Mr. Nippers, I'd prefer that you withdrew for the present.
Oh, all right.
You see, Bartleby, this is unreasonable.
With submission, sir, I was thinking if Bartleby here would simply prefer to take a quart of ale every day, it would do much toward mending it.
So you've got the word too, Turkey.
With submission, what word, sir?
If you don't mind, I would prefer to be left alone.
And that's the word, Turkey. That's it.
Oh, prefer?
Yes.
Oh, yes, it's a queer word. I never use it myself. But, sir, as I was saying, if he would prefer...
Turkey, would you leave us alone, please?
Oh, certainly, sir, if you prefer it, then. Should.
Look, sir, would you prefer this copied on blue paper
Go
or
away,
white?
Nippers. I don't prefer anything ever.
Very well.
Obviously, the man was driving us all mad. There was only one thing to do about him. The man would have to be dismissed. I determined to have it out with him the very next day. Now, see here, Bartleby. I've been watching you all morning. You've done nothing but stand there and look out of the window at a blank wall all the morning. Now, you're not employed to stand there doing nothing, Bartleby. You're employed to sit there and get on with your copying.
I've decided not to do any more.
What's this? Do no more copying?
No more.
But why not? What's the reason?
Don't you see the reason for yourself?
Don't I? Oh, you mean your eyesight? Yes, the light is rather bad in that corner. Yes, you mean you've strained your eye? Yes. Well, perhaps for a few days it would be a good idea if you stopped and rested.
I've given up copying permanently.
Well, that was that. He stayed on a fixture. In fact, he became even more of a fixture than before, if that was possible. Now he would do absolutely nothing in the office. Absolutely nothing at all. Obviously, there was only one thing to be done, however sorry I might feel for him. After all, it was a business that I was running. And after a few weeks, I had simply no option left. Bartleby, I'm afraid I must give you 6 days' notice. 6 days, Bartleby, from today.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
Pipe and slippers are in order tomorrow, as all the Sunday stay-at-homers enjoy the finest in variety entertainment. For what finer musical offering could be had than an evening spent with Guido Cantelli and the NBC Symphony in another brilliant concert from Carnegie Hall? Tomorrow's performance features Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 4 in F minor, plus a stirring Rossini overture. Add to the finest in music
the latest developments in the arts and sciences, as presented by leaders in every cultural field on Collector's Item. And then there is your Sunday newspaper of the air, Weekend, the most effortless way to keep abreast of the times, with everything from cover story right down to feature page, and spotlighting such famous byliners as Merrill Muller, Earl Godwin, Tex McCrary, and Elmo Roper. Cap culture with comedy as you join the ever-delightful Marriotts, played by Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy, when they decide it is time to economize, but end up in financial straits anyhow, on the warmly human series, The Marriage. And then for gripping drama, listen and learn as you experience the horrors of an alcoholic on his Lost Weekend. Glenn Ford plays the lead in this award-winning tale, heard on tomorrow's NBC Star Playhouse. So go ahead this once, be lazy and like it. Spend a top-notch Sunday at home with the best in entertainment, courtesy NBC.
And now we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
Yes, decently as I could, I told Bartleby that in 6 days' time he must unconditionally leave my office. I warned him to take measures in the interval for procuring some other abode. I even offered to assist him in the task if he himself would take the first step. And, of course, I told him that when he left, he would not go entirely unprovided. At last, the 6th day came to an end. Bartleby, the time has come. You must leave. I'm sorry for you. Here's your money, but you must go.
I would prefer not to.
But you must. Bartleby, I owe you $12 on account. Here are 32. The odd 20 are yours. Will you take them? Very well. I will leave them here on the table. I really can't wait any longer. After you've removed your things from the office, Bartleby, you must lock up after you and leave the key under the mat. I shan't see you again, so goodbye to you. If I can be of any service to you, after you've found a new home, please do let me know. Goodbye, Bartleby, and good luck. As I walked home, I couldn't help congratulating myself. Getting rid of him like that, quietly, without any vulgar bullying, no bravado of any sort, no hectoring. I had to admit that my handling of the matter had been masterly. Without loudly bidding Bartleby to depart, as somebody else might have done, I had assumed the ground that depart he must. It was only the following day that I began to have any doubts of my full success. Bartleby, I'm seriously displeased. I'm pained, Bartleby. I thought better of you. I'd imagined you such a gentleman that in any delicate dilemma a slight hint would suffice. In short, an assumption. But it appears I'm deceived. Why, you've not even touched the money I left for you. Now, look here, Bartleby. Will you or will you not leave?
I would prefer not to leave.
Some weeks passed, during which I gradually became persuaded that these troubles of mine had been predestinated from eternity. I began to feel that Bartleby was billeted upon me for some mysterious purpose of an all-wise providence, which it was not for a mere mortal like me to fathom. I determined to persecute him no more. He was harmless and noiseless as the furniture, standing there behind his screen, looking out of the window at a blank brick wall. I never felt so private as when I knew he was there. Unfortunately, I could never persuade others to think of Bartleby in just the same way.
With submission, sir, I think you're being imposed upon.
But why, Turkey? Why?
With submission, sir, I think something ought to be done about him.
About Bartleby, you mean? Well, but what can be done about him?
With submission, sir, couldn't we call a police officer?
What, Turkey? What did you say? A police officer? On what grounds could we have him removed?
With submission, sir, vagrancy.
What? Bartleby, a vagrant? A wanderer when he refuses to budge? It's precisely because he isn't a vagrant that he's still with us.
Then may I suggest no visible means of support?
No, Turkey. He does support himself. I don't know how, I'm sure, but he certainly does. And no man can produce a better proof of his power to support himself than by doing so. No, that won't do.
With submission, sir. He's getting us talked about. I've had it from Mr. Winterbottom's clerk. He called here when we were out to lunch, all except Bartleby. So up goes the clerk to ask him when you were expected back, sir. But he says not a single word. He stands there silent in the middle of the room.
Like the last column of some ruined temple. Yes. The man must certainly have been put out.
I know who'd be put out if I had my way. I said I know who'd be put out.
Yes. Nippers, please mind your own business.
With submission, sir, you know, something ought to be done.
Much as it went against my better nature, I was forced at last to admit that Turkey was right. On all sides among my professional acquaintances, I heard strange rumors running around, touching upon the mysterious figure that I kept in my office. Indeed, I began to wonder, apprehensively, whether he might not in the end perhaps outlive me and claim possession of my chambers by right of perpetual occupancy. Clearly, there was only one thing to be done. Bartleby, some time ago, I made a suggestion to you. I suggested the idea of your departure. You may remember, Bartleby, in a calm and serious way, I commended the idea to your careful and mature consideration. It is now some time ago. Have you come to any decision?
Yes.
May I inquire what that decision is?
I would prefer to stay.
Very well, Bartleby. You have left me no alternative. Since you will not leave me, I shall have to leave you. I have recently found these chambers too far from the city hall. The air is unwholesome. In a word, I propose to remove my offices next week. I shall no longer require your services at my new premises. I'm telling you now so that you can look for another place. Yes, that's how it was done. On the appointed day, I engaged carts and men, proceeded to my chambers, and having but little furniture, everything was removed in a few hours. Everything but Bartleby. To the end, he remained standing silently behind his screen. And when that in turn was removed, we left him standing motionless, alone in an otherwise empty office. Goodbye, Bartleby. I'm going now. Goodbye, and God bless you. Oh, and take that, will you? Oh dear. Well, goodbye, Bartleby. Safely set up in my new quarters, I must admit that for the first few days I kept the door locked and started at every footfall in the passage. When I returned to my rooms after a little absence, I would pause at the threshold for an instant and attentively listen before I used my key. But the fears were needless. Bartleby never came nigh me. Even so, it wasn't very long before I heard news of him.
With submission, sir, there's a man here from our old offices.
Not Bartleby.
No, sir. The lawyer who took our offices over from us.
Oh, dear.
He says you are responsible for Bartleby and that you left him there. And that he refuses to do any copying or anything at all, as he prefers not to. And that he refuses to quit the premises.
Exactly, sir. He absolutely refuses to quit the premises.
I'm very sorry, sir, but really, the man you allude to is nothing to me. He's no relation or apprentice of mine.
Very well. I shall settle him then. Good morning, sir.
Several days passed, and I heard nothing more. By that time, I really began to believe that all was over with Bartleby. But at the end of the second week, I was disillusioned.
With submission, sir, they say that since he was turned out of our old offices, Bartleby has taken to sitting upon the banisters and sleeping in the entry. They say that everyone is concerned, sir. That clients are leaving the offices and fears are entertained of a mob.
Oh.
With submission, sir, they say that you must really do something without delay.
Obviously, something had to be done. So I determined to go and reason with him. Going back to my old haunt, there was Bartleby on the landing outside my one-time door. Now, Bartleby, what are you doing here?
Sitting on the banister.
Bartleby, are you aware that you're a very great worry to me? One of two things must take place. Either you must do something, or something must be done to you. Now, what sort of a business would you like to engage in? Would you like to do some copying for someone? Someone else?
I would prefer not to make any change.
Would you like a clerkship in a dry goods store?
Well, there's too much confinement about that. No, I wouldn't like a clerkship. But I'm not particular.
Too much confinement? But you keep yourself confined all the time.
I would prefer not to take a clerkship.
Then, how would a nice bartender's business suit you?
Oh, I wouldn't like that at all.
No?
Though, as I said before, I'm not particular.
No. Well, then, would you like to travel through the country collecting bills for the merchants?
That would improve your health.
No, I would prefer to be doing something else.
And how about going as a companion with some young gentleman, say, to Europe?
No, I'm not particular, but I like to be stationary.
Then, hang it, stationary you shall be. If you haven't removed yourself from these premises before tonight, I shall be bound to remove the premises. There was no help for it. I had myself to leave town. And for the next few days, I drove about the upper part of Manhattan in my Rockaway, crossed over to Jersey City and Hoboken, and paid fugitive visits to Manhattanville and Astoria. In fact, I had almost lived in my Rockaway for a time. So fearful was I of being hunted out by an enraged Wall Street landlord that I only paid fleeting visits to my desk. But it was on one of these that I heard the news.
With submission, sir, Bartleby is no more. He was arrested and taken to the tombs, the halls of justice, I should say. They say that he offered no resistance, but that under arrest he refused all food and was found dead 2 days ago in the prison yard.
Dead. Bartleby dead. Oh, no. Oh, poor Bartleby.
His identity, sir, has now been established by the proper authorities.
It has?
With submission, sir. They say that Bartleby was a subordinate clerk in the dead letter office at Washington. He lost the post by a change in the administration.
Dead letters. Does it not sound like dead men? Conceive a man by nature in misfortune, prone to a pallid hopelessness. Can any business seem more fitted to heighten it than that of continually handling dead letters and assorting them for the flames? For by the cartload they are annually burned. Hope for those who died still hoping. Good tidings for those who died stifled by unrelieved calamities. On errands of life, those letters speed to death. And by an odd coincidence, it was a letter which gave me the clue to Bartleby's secret. Perhaps it was only fitting that the letter should be a lawyer's letter.
With submission, sir, this letter came today for the late Mr. Bartleby. It was forwarded on from a former address, and I took the liberty of opening it. Shall I read it to you, sir?
Please do, Turkey.
The letter, sir, reads as follows. Dear sir, adverting to your esteem to the 14th ult and inquiries into the whereabouts of your missing child, have established the fact that she is unhappily deceased. After the death of her mother, she was placed in the care of the local authorities as a minor without known relatives or visible means of support. It was in the care of said local authorities that the child entered upon a sad decline, which was attributed by the attendant physician to loneliness and a broken heart. It is with deep regret...
Stop, Turkey. Stop. Poor child. And poor Bartleby. So the man without an identity has assumed an identity at last. The identity which came to him too late. What his tragedy may have been, well, it is not for us to inquire. Poor Bartleby. Poor humanity.
What shall I do with the letter, sir?
Bury it, Turkey, where Bartleby himself would wish it to be buried. Return it marked person unknown to the dead letter office.
This is Laurence Olivier again. I would like to express my thanks to our cast, which has included this week Lionel Merton, who played the part of Bartleby, MacDonald Park, who played the part of Turkey, and also Charles Irwin and Lois MacLean. And so, until next week, when I hope once again to have the pleasure of your company, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier starred in today's transcribed program. The script was by Derek Patmore. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royale is an NBC presentation, produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
We honor scouts and former scouts today and wish for the movement a truly brilliant future. Enjoy the big preview next on the NBC Radio Network.
This is Laurence Olivier. Today's play has been adapted from a story by Oscar Wilde. It is a little comedy. It was, of course, written many years ago, and my friends in America will, I'm sure, accept the jest in the spirit in which it was written. I myself will play the ghost in Oscar Wilde's The Canterville Ghost.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Canterville Ghost, the ghost of Sir Simon de Canterville, who murdered his wife, the Lady Eleanor de Canterville, here, in this very room, close on 400 years ago. Through 13 English reigns, I had haunted the halls and corridors of Canterville Chase, and from generation to generation I had struck terror into the hearts of the English nobility. Lords had been driven out of their minds by me. Ladies had died of fright. My career had been brilliant and uninterrupted. At last, I had been almost too successful. No more tenants for Canterville Chase could be found. I had only the housekeeper to frighten. And then, one day, in 1888, the shutters were flung back again. Canterville Chase found a new tenant.
Well, Mr. Otis, I'm glad you like the old place. Quite a few hundred years of history have gone to the making of Canterville. My ancestors have lived here since the days of Richard Coeur de Lion.
Is that right?
Yes.
I see. Wouldn't that be about the time of Columbus, Lord Canterville?
300 years before Columbus, Mr. Otis.
Well, what do you know about that? Do you hear that, Mama? 300 years before Columbus. Hey, you sure have plenty of history over here in the old country.
You sure have to lay on plenty of plumbing.
Yes, I guess that's right, too. Now, well, sir, this is just the sort of place I've been looking for, plumbing or no plumbing. Now, we'll take it.
Well, Mr. Otis, there is just one thing. It's only fair to warn you about it. I mean the Canterville Ghost.
What? You mean you have a ghost as well?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Well...
My grand aunt, the Dowager Duchess of Bolton, was frightened into a fit by it as she was dressing for dinner. 2 skeleton hands on her shoulders as she was dressing for dinner. Why, she never really recovered.
No kidding.
Well, I'm afraid not. No. There's several members of my family have seen it, as well as the rector of the parish, Reverend Augustus Dampier. He's a fellow of King's College, Cambridge.
Massachusetts?
No, madam. England. Since then, to tell the truth, we haven't had to live in the place ourselves. None of our younger servants would stay. There are mysterious noises in the corridors and here in the library. Mrs. Umney here will bear me out.
Horrible noises, Sir groans, and horrible ghostly laughter.
Well, Lord Canterville, I'll take the furniture and the ghost and a valuation, eh? Now, I come from a modern country where we have everything that money can buy, and I reckon that if there were such a thing as a genuine ghost in Europe, we'd have it at home in one of our public museums, or in a roadshow by now, yes.
Well, I fear that the ghost exists, Mr. Otis. It's been well known for centuries, since 1584, in fact. It always makes its appearance before the death of a member of the family.
Well, so does the family doctor, for that matter. But, sir, there's no such thing as a ghost. And I guess the laws of nature are not going to be suspended for the British aristocracy.
Lord's sake,
What was that, Hiram?
Oh, one of the kids, Mama, trying to throw a scare into you. They're out back there in the lobby, I guess.
Oh, right here, Pop. We didn't do nothing honest, Pop.
Eh? Well, you're not scaring me any, son. Where's Virginia?
Out in the garden, Pop.
Well, okay then, so it was a ghost. Now, come along, you run along and play while I talk business with Lord Canterville here.
Say, Mom, look at this red stain on the floorboards here.
Where? Why, yes, indeed. I'm afraid something must have been spilt here.
Yes, madam. Blood has been spilt on that spot.
But how horrid. I don't at all care for blood stains in the living room. It must be removed at once.
It's the blood of Lady Eleanor de Canterville, madam, who was murdered on that very spot by her husband in 1575. Sir Simon de Canterville, that was. I beg your pardon, my lord.
Yes, well, Sir Simon survived her 9 years and disappeared suddenly under very mysterious circumstances.
Indeed.
Yes, his body's never been discovered, my friend.
You've never cleaned up the mess?
Sir Simon's spirit still haunts the chase, sir. The bloodstains have been much admired by tourists and others and cannot be removed.
Eh? Well, why, that's all nonsense. Pinkerton's champion stain remover and Paragon detergent would clean it up in no time. And you should always have a bottle handy like I do. You see. Now, just watch this, eh? And then. There you are. I knew Pinkerton would do it, eh? There you are. No stain left at all.
Sir, you didn't ought to have done that, sir. It isn't right, sir.
Well, I really must be going, Mr. Otis. Goodbye.
Yes, Canterville Chase had some new tenants at last. And as the Americans would say, my business was looking up again. All my greatest successes came back to me again. The Dowager Duchess, Madame de Tremouillac, who had seen me reading her diary by the firelight. The beautiful Lady Stutfield, who wore a black velvet band round her throat to hide the burning mark of my skeleton fingers. She drowned herself at last in the carp pond at the end of the King's Walk. Oh, yes, indeed. New tenants were here, and every morning I had a surprise for them.
Hey, Pop, that stain's back on the floor again, Pop, just like it's been every morning.
Eh? Well, son, that's mighty queer. Mighty queer. Darn it, you know, I've locked this room every night. And every morning the stain's back there on the floor, just like we never rubbed it out each time.
You know something, Pop? It's a different color again.
Eh? Why, now that's queer, too, son. First dark red, then scarlet, then sort of purple.
See what it is today, Pop? It's bright green.
But for heaven's sake, who ever heard of green blood?
Well, that's right, Mom. This is getting monotonous. Well, it's lucky we still have a lot more bottles of Pinkertons. So here we go again.
That very night, I made my first appearance. I chose my role very carefully. Mad Matthew, the starveling ghoul, with eyes like burning coals, long gray hair falling over my shoulders in matted coils, my garments of an antique cut, soiled and ragged and phosphorescent. From my wrists and ankles hung heavy manacles and rusty gyves, and then, dragging my chains along the cold stone floor, I made for the corridor outside the American's bedroom.
Hiram, there's someone out there in the corridor.
Huh? Now, this is too much. Now, see here. Look, my dear sir. Those chains of yours are making a terrible noise, and it's past 1 o'clock. Mrs. Otis and I can't get any sleep. Now, I really must insist on your oiling them. Now, look here, I brought you for that purpose a small bottle of the Tammany Rising Sun lubricator. Now, it's said to be completely efficacious upon one application, and there are several testimonials to that effect on the wrapper from some of our most eminent native divines. Now, I'll leave it here for you by the bedroom candles, and I'll be happy to supply you with more should you require it. Now, good night, sir. Now, see here, sir.
Elmer, what are you thinking of? Shine pillars at the ghost. You've broken a picture, and he's dropped his bottle of Rising Sun lubricator. Get back to bed at once.
Oh, never in 300 years had I been so grossly insulted. As there was evidently no time to lose before further indignities, I adopted the fourth dimension and retired through the wainscoting. On reaching my secret chamber in the left wing, I leaned up against a moonbeam to recover my breath. I, who had made a butler shoot himself in the pantry merely by tapping on a window pane with a green hand, I, given a bottle of Rising Sun lubricator and having a pillow shied at my head. Very well, we would see. Next Sunday evening, the Kenilworth Spectre, in full suit of armor.
Say, what's going on out there? Hey, put up your hands there. Come on, I've got you covered.
Oh, my shin.
Say, Pop, he's been trying on that little old suit of armor, and he's fallen over the halberd.
Well, quick, boy, get me the liniment. Dr. Dobles.
Are you all right now? For heaven's sake, it must be something internal. Now, you try some of this tincture. If it's indigestion, it'll cure it as quick as quick.
On reaching my room, I entirely broke down and became a prey to the most violent agitation. The vulgarity of these Americans, their utter materialism, was almost more than I could bear. I had hoped that even modern Americans would have been affected by a spectre in armor, if only out of respect for their national poet Longfellow, which I myself had the highest respect for. If only I hadn't fallen over. Well, I would terrify them before I'd finished. I would make them run screaming before me on the one night of the year when they must be afraid of ghosts, on Halloween.
Elmer? What have you been doing all this afternoon?
Nothing, Virginia. Why?
You've been up to something, I know.
Honest, Virginia, I didn't do anything.
Well, all right then. Come on down to the kitchen. Mom has a big pail of Halloween apples for us to bob for.
Okay, I'm coming.
This Halloween, they will see a sight that would freeze the blood in their veins. A green, ice-cold corpse that crawled before them with white bleached bones and one rolling eyeball. I was to play my favorite role, Dumb Daniel, or the suicide skeleton. Making my way silently down the corridor, I followed them towards the stairs. No, they would expect me to appear at the head of the stairs. This way, then, round this corner, where... It's a ghost!
What's the matter? What is it? Well, I'll be doggone. Look at that. Did you rig this up, son?
Yeah, Pop.
Well, now that's mighty smart. A real Halloween ghost of your own, eh?
Sure, Pop.
A
Sure
pumpkin
thing.
head with a candle in it and a bed quilt on a broomstick. Well, what do you know? What's this notice say here?
Read it, Pop.
Oldie Otis Ghosty.
Yeah,
Ye
yeah.
only true and originally spook. Well, now that's mighty smart work, son.
Well, it sure scared the pants off the Canterville Ghost, Pop.
I guess you can say that again, son. He sure did yell, didn't he?
Tricked, fooled, outwitted.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
We'd like to remind you of the great listening entertainment in store tomorrow on NBC. When the noted Italian maestro Guido Contelli leads the world-famous NBC Symphony in another brilliant concert from Carnegie Hall. The famed conductor offers the works of Handel and Schubert, featuring the latter's Symphony No. 7 in C major. Later Sunday, NBC invites you to hear a special resume of the year's history-making news on Voices and Events, 1953. You'll hear the voices of such world figures as Eisenhower, Churchill, and Stalin as top NBC commentators bring you news highlights of the year on Voices and Events 1953. And remember to join NBC's Sunday newspaper of the air, Weekend, the only paper you can safely enjoy while driving in your car. Top notables from the news and entertainment world join to bring you all the news of the week in review, along with feature items on home, fashion, and sports. You'll meet Merrill Muller, Elmo Roper, and Earl Godwin with commentary on local and world news highlights, while Earl Wilson covers the Broadway beat, and Mel Allen reports on what's new in sports. And there's a special feature in store on NBC Star Playhouse tomorrow when film star Margaret O'Brien portrays the title role in the whimsical Lewis Carroll tale Alice in Wonderland. Later, enjoy the make-believe tale A Stroke of Fate, a special historical series that shows how a single event may have altered the entire course of a nation. Try to imagine what might have happened if the famous Battle of Hastings had not succeeded during that all-important Norman conquest of England. That's Stroke of Fate, part of your fine listening entertainment tomorrow on NBC.
And now we continue Theatre Royale with Sir Laurence Olivier.
On the day of All Hallows, I must admit that I was very weak and tired. The terrible excitement of the last 4 weeks was beginning to have its effect. My nerves were completely shattered, and I started at the slightest noise. For 5 days I kept to my room, and at last made up my mind to give way over the bloodstain on the library floor. If the Otis family did not want it, they clearly did not deserve it. The question of my appearances was another matter, and really not under my control. As I saw it, it was my solemn duty to appear in the corridors once a week, and to gibber from the large oriel window on the first and third Wednesday in every month. I could not honorably escape from the obligations. I determined on one last fling.
I went through to my nothing.
This was becoming intolerable. Wishing to make an effective entrance, I had flung the wretched child's bedroom door wide open when a heavy jug of water fell down on me, drenching me till my teeth chattered, or would have done if I had been wearing them. Luckily, I had not brought my head with me, or the consequences might have been very serious. As it was, I suffered a severe shock to my nervous system and was laid up for the next few days with a very bad cold.
That poor ghost. It's gotten an awful cold.
He sure has, Bob.
I think you're downright mean, Elmer, fixing booby traps on the bedroom doors.
That's right, Virginia. Just think if I'd been the one the water fell on.
His mum's got something there, Elmer.
Yes, Pop. Well, I'm going right upstairs and leave it a bottle of Dr. Smedwick's ever-ready cold cure before we've all gone and caught it.
It was useless. I gave up all hope of ever frightening this rude American family. From then on, I had to content myself with creeping about the passage in borrowed slippers with a muffler round my throat on account of the drafts. I also thought it advisable to carry a small arquebus in case I should be attacked by the boy. Many a time, as I happened to know, he lay in wait for me, the corridors and stairs bestrewn with nutshells. But in deference to my self-respect, I positively refused to appear. At last, when I did appear or materialize, I took good care to do so in private, merely to stretch my legs, as I did one sunny morning in the tapestry chamber.
Poor Mr. Ghost. Sir Simon, you look so sad.
Who wouldn't be a little depressed the way I have been treated?
I know. But my young brother, that's Elmer, he's going to school soon, to Eton.
To Eton? But that's my old school.
Well, he's going anyhow, and then nobody will bother you. if you behave yourself.
It is absurd asking me to behave myself, quite absurd. After all, I am the Canterville Ghost. I must rattle my chains occasionally and groan through keyholes and walk about at night, if that's what you mean. It's my only reason for existing at all.
It's no reason at all for existing, and you know you've been very wicked. Mrs. Umney told us the first day we arrived here that you had killed your wife.
That I admit. It was purely a family matter and concerned no one else.
But it's very wrong to kill anyone. You know it is.
Oh, how I hate the cheap severity of abstract ethics. My wife was very plain, never had my ruffs properly starched, and knew nothing about cookery. Why, there was a buck I had shot in Hogley Woods, a magnificent pricket, and you know how she sent it up to table? Oh, well, it doesn't matter now, I suppose. It's all over. And I don't think it was very nice of her brothers to starve me to death, even though I did kill her.
Starve you to death?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Ghost, Sir Simon, are you hungry? Is that why you groan so much?
Oh, no.
Look, I have a sandwich in my case. Would you like
No,
it?
no, thank you. I never eat anything now. It is very kind of you, all the same. And you're much nicer than the rest of your horrid, rude, vulgar, dishonest family.
Stop it. It's you who are rude and horrid and vulgar. And as for dishonesty, you know you stole the paints out of my box to try and furbish up that ridiculous bloodstain in the library.
Yes, but what was I to do? It's a very difficult thing to get real blood nowadays, and your father began it all with his Paragon detergent. I certainly don't see why.